Good morning, good morning, good morning. How are we doing? Ooh, I finally went up and swimming. 54. 54! Swimming has been going up so slowly. Ridiculously slowly. But I ran out of food and water here last night, so I need to get food, water. We've got some cotton bandages. You know what we're going to do, though? We're going to actually use some of these right now. What is my bind wound skill at? Bind wound. 139. Trying to raise my bind wound skill because it's pretty much the only way that that fighters can gain health back. So let's see, we at 2307. Wait for a tick. Oh, it's not gonna tick right now. 2307, and then bind wound gives me. Was that 29? So I gained 29 health from a cotton bandage bind wound. Which is not great. Not great at all. Do-do-do. Very nice, very nice. To 163 enchanting. We're making our way up in enchanting slowly. Hey, what's up, Vor? How you know, bud? Slowly but surely leveling up these trade skills. I might work on I might work on alchemy a little bit today. I guess I could work on leather working as well. Let me see if I can work on leather working. See if we can do something with that. I've got a little bit of leather scraps. And I wonder if I can make make something. I would need to make enchanted leather canvas. No. Probably this leather saddle. So I would need to make steel stirrups. Oh my gosh, dude. Steel, really? Cotton padding. Leather canvas. The leather boots would be the best thing to make so far. So this would take 2, 4, 6 plus 2 leather scraps and then steel stirrups. Such a pain in the butt to level these. And that would take 6 excuse me, plus the cotton, light thread. Maybe I'll just buy some light thread. Oh, decisions, decisions, decisions. Nothing in my shared bank? What? What? Oh, wait, the strength serums I can keep. I'm going to use those a bunch. Okay, we got bunches of astral powder. We're saving that right now until we get the other thing. Let's see. Mining pouch. Why do I have a mining pouch in here? I must have grabbed that for some reason. Probably for gems or something to put it over on a different character. Okay, well. Any sow? $623 weak poison dagger. That comes off of Dizzik. Dizzik. Do you need mats from other crafting, or are most mats farmable for crafting? You have to. Sometimes you do have to craft some things from one craft to make something in a different craft. It depends on what it is, but like for example, leatherworking, to make like leather gear, like this leather hat, you need cotton padding, which would be made from tailoring. So it depends on the craft. Oh, thank you. was very nice. All right, did I actually get... Oh, wow, we got extra leather scraps out of that. Nice. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what I make. Did I make both of those? Oh, very good. Very good, very good. So, yeah, let's put this over here. That in there, put that in there. So we got some leather scraps. I'm gonna have to get some cotton. So much that I need. So much that I need. Let's go get 32 Galdivine. We're going to do that first, I think, right now. Oh, I need to go kill ghosts. What time is it in game? 10 p.m. in game. Should I go try to kill the ghosts? We're going to try that on the wizard in a little bit. Because I'm thinking... I wonder if I can quad kite ghosts that spawn over there to get ectoplasm. I'm going to go check that real quick, actually. Since we're here... I think overall that would be the best way. I don't know what level those ghosts are, though. Because that would be really good. If I could quad kite ghosts to get ectoplasm, that would help level up my wizard and get stuff for the alchemy on my fighter at the same time. Trying to level up this alchemy is a pain in the butt. Huge pain in the butt. Why am I getting rested bonus right now? While I'm walking through here. This is weird. This whole area is considered rested? What the heck? Still gaining rested bonus. That's a nice bug where you don't ever have to sit next to a you don't have to sit next to a campfire or be at an inn. You just always get it. Now it's going back down. Weird. Very, very weird. Okay, let's go over here and find those ghosts and see if they drop ectoplasm. We're just going to slaughter a bunch of them. Slaughter them. Where are those ghosts at? Are they in this one? I think they only spawn at night, which is the issue. Which would mean that I could farm during the day herbs and then at night get on the wizard maybe. I wonder if I can do that. That could be very fruitful. It's a ghost. Cloth scraps, spectral dust, and rawhide scraps. These might be too low level. Spectral dust. Yeah, I'm thinking that these are gonna be too low level. So we're gonna have to find some other something else. I think that gives us. Why is there a red ghost over there? Spectral dust. The heck is that guy? Ancient spirit, an angered spirit's pet. Sean getting his butt beat over here. Okay. These guys clearly don't drop what I'm looking for. Why is there a bandit just sitting here? That's a weird place for a bandit to be. Where else are ghosts? I need to get a running inventory of my alchemy. What's herbalism at? Herbalism is 183. Good morning, Strider. How you doing, bud? Tash, 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 tash. That's weird. Chilling at work, finishing off what I could play. Nice, nice. What kind of low-level dungeons are there? What kind of mobs? Low-level dungeons right now are mostly undead. That's going to be... Well, there's only really one low-level dungeon, which is Wormsbane. And then there's a little one that's a little bit higher level, like in the teens, that is Ancient Crypt. And then there's another dungeon on the other side of the world called Blacktide Bay with orcs and rats in it. They, like, I don't know how I feel about it. Like, I feel like maybe they don't need more low-level dungeons. They do have some mid-level dungeons that nobody does. Like, there's just very few people in them. So that kind of feels bad. Like, there's all sorts of places you can go and do stuff. But yeah, as far as low-level dungeons, there's just not a whole lot of options. Remember the terror of getting trapped in lower areas of undead caves in EQ1 in the Common Lands? Yeah, like, I think... I don't know. I think there should be enough low-level content, but not too much low-level content. If they make too much low-level content, it's gonna be kind of a waste. It needs to be enough for people to level up through. Yeah, I'd rather see, like, you know, more mid-range content to block off certain areas. Like, you remember going through, what was that, Blackburrow, trying to get from the from Hollis to Kenos, and you had to go through Blackburrow, and it kind of like blocks off areas so that you can't just easily run from one to the other. Like, I would like to see more of that. They need more content between 15 to 20 around Eastern Waste. Or, I always say Eastern Waste. I don't know why. Around Evershade Weld. Same with dungeons. Well, that's why you go inside of Blackburrow. Like, or not Blackburrow. God bless. Blacktide Bay. Huh. That's why you go inside of Blacktide Bay is... you know, that's the content where you start getting 15 to 20. But right now, people are just not doing it, which feels bad. But there's a ton of content there. There's a ton. The grouping in the game is just, it's not happening very much. And you need groups to go into those dungeons. You know, it's... what we've been trying to say for a while is the game is not nearly dangerous enough to require groups and not rewarding enough to where people want to group. So they just do everything solo. It's rough. It's rough. Cancel all quad kiting? I mean, you sure? You could. I wouldn't be mad about it. But yeah, I don't think that, you know, you should completely negate soloing and like things like quad kiting, but definitely reward people for grouping up. Kithcore Woods blocked Riverdale and the Commons at night. It did, yeah. Include mob abilities that damage mobility. Yeah. There's a lot of things that they could do, and I think they should do, and I think they are working on. We still haven't found the mushrooms. Stygian, shade moss, whatever, and the shaded shrooms. Still haven't found those. It's starting to feel frustrating. Still don't know where you can get Drake scales. Pretty frustrating. Well, this feels extra dark today. Why does this feel extra dark today? It's terrible. It's terrible. Yeah. The ultra darkness of this game is bad. Feels really bad. You know, carry around a lantern or whatever. Like, I don't know. Anyway. Not complaining about it today. Not gonna do it. I gotta get 32 Galdivine. Michael Phelps time? It is Michael Phelps time. Just for a little bit, though. I just need to get 32. I may get a little bit more than 32, but that's all I need is 32. We'll probably do this until I run low on Speed of the Wild. I wonder if, like, this spirit drops ectoplasm. This stuff is so hard to see at night. What time is it? It is 5 a.m. game time. Good. That means it's going to be daytime shortly. Be perfect. We can go through the day looking for this stuff since it's going to be impossible to see at night. It's so bad. Do you want a solo, light blue greens, or go harvest? On a fighter, yeah, for sure. I can't even kill greens consistently on a fighter. You need to have a healer. It's bad. It's super bad. No, there's some classes can do dark blues solo pretty consistently without issue. Am I out too far? My gosh, I can't see anything. Come on, game. There we go. There's one. So hard to see. This game is killing my eyes. Like absolutely killing my eyes. Constantly having to squint. Well, hopefully we can get some Gattlevine here. Hopefully it starts to pop up for me. Like, good gosh. Not seeing much of any right now. There's some more. I wonder if there's a better place for this stuff. Like, this is the only place that I know of. But there's got to be more, like, down in, like, shallow shoals or something, you would think. Fallen Pass line was quite productive. I farmed a lot in shallow shoals, though. There is some Gattlevine in shallow shoals. Pirate area? Yeah, I haven't looked around there enough. I assume there would be some, but I haven't really looked around enough to find it. I mean, hopefully we don't have to be here very long unless other people come over here. I only need 32. I only have enough to make like 16 potions with this. Well, I have the dune leaf for it, so we'll hang out here and get enough during the day till we run out of daylight. Because nighttime, this becomes even worse. Can I see if I can? That actually makes it a little bit easier to see. Less glare. And I don't think it spawns much farther over here. I don't remember how far it goes. Where's it at? Is it this? Yeah, 5. Okay. I know I don't want to go too far down this way. Alright, I think we're getting about as far as we need to go here. Yeah, I don't think there's any more down this way. Yeah, once we get to like this cove, I think we can go back. What a pain in the butt. I need to look at all my alchemy stuff and see what I need. I feel like the Mage Bloom, whatever the other stuff that I was making, I feel like that's the easiest one to get. It's a pain in the butt, run around in circles for hours. But I feel like it's easier. My goodness, man. How am I not seeing any of this stuff? Got 3. I found 3 so far. Aren't there like 6 different spawn points out here? Or 8? Hey, what's going on, Canadians? Canadian Mama and Brony. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Hope you all are having a wonderful day. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's get some air here. Good morning, good morning. Hope morning's going amazing. It is. Headed back to work. Hope your day's fantastic. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's a good morning so far. Just kind of relaxing, swimming out here in the ocean, trying to find some Gattlevine. Not having any luck. Well, not having much luck. But, you know, it'll pop up eventually. Eventually. How you doing, Potato? Welcome, welcome. We're going to do this just for a little bit today, and then I'm probably going to play the Wizard some more. The Wizard. The old Wizard. Try to find a new quad kite spot. I mean, I'm having so bad luck finding these Gattlevine, man. This is bad. This is very, very bad. Doing SK Druid as our duo. Solo tunes we're messing around with. Nice. Awesome. Yeah, I love it. SK Druid is a pretty good combo. I always like the healer tank combos. Look at that. There we go. We found one. Man, that did not appear until we were right on top of it, though. My goodness. Ah, there we go. We got two of them back to back. Oh my goodness. Maybe it's our lucky day. We're still only getting one, though, each. I feel like sometimes we should be getting more than one. More often. Herbs are a pain in the butt to harvest. Well, these herbs specifically. Here's another one. Oh! I love it. I love it. There we go. That's how we got two. Now we're cooking. Got 9 so far. We are cooking. Off to bed. Hope you have an awesome stream. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Enjoy your sleep. I slept pretty well last night. Leave a lurk. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I actually had some pretty decent sleep last night. My girlfriend and I have been watching a really stupid movie. Something like Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die. And I keep falling asleep halfway through. Halfway through it. Man, there is so much glare. I knew there were more of these, down here somewhere. I was like, why am I not finding them? They apparently all spawned behind me as I was going through. That's what happened. What had happened was... You know, I didn't get a Coke this morning. I kind of wanted a soda, and I didn't get one. I was like, nah, I don't think I'm going to get one. Now I kind of want one. Whoa, I'm way down here where the giants are? Wait a minute. How far down do these Galdivine go? Because I just got one, like, right back here. Didn't I? Maybe Galdavine goes down farther than I expected, and that's why I just never find them sometimes. Let's keep going, I guess, until maybe I zone? I didn't think it went down this far. Can you get them all the way to Shallow Shoals? Can you? I don't think I've ever gone past like the little undead ruin thing back there to find it. Because, I mean, like, Shallow Shoals zone line is, like, right here somewhere. It's pretty close. But I feel like this is too shallow of water. Where I'm at. There it is. So now we gotta go backwards. This way. Alright, there's the boat. That boat was like shipwrecked. Man, it was way up there in the water. Or in the, on the shore. Okay, well, let's go backwards. We're moving all right. Backwards. I cannot wait for Spaceballs 2. The search for more money. Although they didn't name it that, which bothers me. Why would you make Spaceballs 2 and not name it The Search for More Money? Because they found the money? No, it's the search for more money, though. They got $1 million space bucks. Or whatever. $1 million? Fine, fine. Did they find, like, how much money did they end up getting? They always want more money, right? Everybody always wants more. Nobody's ever satisfied with what they have. Ever. I have never met somebody that's like, nah, I'm good. I'm good with the amount of stuff that I've accrued over my years. I don't need more. Watch more Asmongold? No thanks. No thanks. Nah, I don't believe him. He still wants more. It's just it may not want the money, but he still wants more. Everybody always wants more of something. Yeah, I don't watch Asmongold. Hey, we got 55 swimming. Wow, all that swimming, we've gone up 1 point. Man. I'm gonna be Mark Spitz soon. If Mark Spitz and Michael Phelps had a baby, that's gonna be me. Oh my goodness gracious. Can't really complain too much right now. I've gotten a lot of Galdavine fairly quickly there. Gaddlevine, whatever it's called. I don't want to drown though. Do you drown instantly, or is it like when you get low on air, it starts taking away your health? Hey, what's up, Klaus? How you doing, bud? I'm pretty sure it just starts taking, it chunks away at your health, right? You don't just like instantly breath gone, die. It is health. Yeah, I've never actually had my air completely run out. You know, I was thinking about this recently. The recipe for making alchemy breathing potions is pretty expensive when casters can cast it for free. And then you actually even have like items that you can get clicky effects for it. Why is it so expensive to be able to breathe underwater? Like why does alchemy require so many components just to make a potion? And it only lasts like 20 minutes or something, or 30 minutes. I don't even think it lasts like the full hour. These things are crazy. Some of the choices, you know? Some of the choices. Weird, weird choices. It's way too much for sure. IVU pots take 6 Nomad's Grace in a zombie skin. They last for 15 seconds. Right? Like, come on, man. I get that you don't want alchemy to replace spellcasters, but good gosh, like, you don't need to make it extremely expensive. When a spellcaster can just cast it over and over and over and over for like, 20 mana or whatever it is. It just doesn't make sense. That's where I say the economy of this game is just whack. Completely whack. Some things way too expensive, some things not expensive. Makes no sense on the why. So I don't get it. Hey, you made a fighter? Oh boy. We're just gonna punish you into the ground. You don't deserve to have anything. Because of the idea that fighters are gonna get a lot, right? That's the reason, I think. Oh, well, fighters get first dibs on loot. Well, that's just because of the community does that. That doesn't even always happen. Crazy. Is that a boat or what is that? I think it's the boat sticking out of the water. Okay, how far down do I need to go here? Did I go far enough? I can't remember. What is this guy doing? Smuggler, look out. Look out! Watch out! I don't know if I need to go all the way down here into this little cove to get the Gaddle Vine or not. I can never remember how far down I've seen Gaddlevine. And I don't really want to swim around just forever, you know? I am running out of speed of the wild here, too. Alright, I think it's time to turn around and go back the other way. We only need 14 more. That's all I needed. I don't know if we're going to get it. We're not gonna get it. No, we're not gonna get it. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, you have IVU potions, like you're saying. 6 Nomad's Grace, 1 zombie skin. And then you have another potion that's like 1 Mage Bloom, 1 something else. Like, what the heck? One of them lasts an hour, the other one lasts 10 seconds. Oh my goodness, make it make sense. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. The increased stat potions feel worth, but no one would carry them since they don't stack. Well, I've got several. But yeah, they don't stack. It is kind of annoying. Like, there's a, on the bandolier, there's a elixir button. Like, you should be able to make a bunch of them, right? And then combine them into an elixir so that they only take up so much inventory space. Make it a separate combine. Can you make 5 potions and then try to combine them? And if you fail at the combine, you lose all 5 potions. I don't know. Like, they could do that. Is there a regen potion? There's a mana regen potion. I haven't seen a health regen potion yet. There might be. Dude, is the sun already going down? Is it already setting? Is it like... Yeah, it's already 4 p.m. in game. Wow, that sunlight did not last very long. And trying to get Gaddlevine in the dark is rough, to say the least. Well, we're getting some more. Here we go. Maybe we'll get lucky. Getting one at a time again. God bless. This is nuts. They need to up the chance. Like, when you have really high herbalism and you're getting something trivial, I feel like you should get 2 more often. Who's with me? I say we make a petition. Once it becomes trivial, you have like an 80% chance of getting 2 when you harvest it. When it's not trivial, a 20% chance. You know? Give people a reason to go back other than just leveling up herbalism. What am I trying to find? Gaddlevine. Yeah, I think it's Gaddlevine. It is a pain in the butt to find. Oh boy. Come on, catch your breath. Let's go. I mean, it's really not that bad compared to like other stuff. The only issue is you have to find it underwater. And there's no really good land like markers of where it spawns. You just have to kind of happen upon it like this. But there's not like really good, you know, oh, it spawns right here next to this barrel or whatever. It's just kind of in the water. Like, you could probably figure it out exactly where they are based on land markers and be like, okay, there's one that spawns right there. There's one that spawns right there. And then just run along the water and then go in the water and check and then run along the water a little bit more. You could probably do that. I'm sure someone has done that. And just memorize where each of the locations are. But I don't know. I got 56 swimming. All this swimming for 2 points. And now it's getting dark outside. I can't see nothing. We ain't found poop. Oh, I lost speed of the wild. Oh, that's right. My gamma needs to go up again. Shoot. Thank you. Yeah, during the day, you want to bring your gamma down. Makes it easier to see underwater. And then at night, you bring your gamma back up. Ugh. Why the tediousness? Like, who thinks that's fun gameplay? Somebody does. Clearly somebody thinks that that is fun gameplay. I mean, it would be fun gameplay if and only if everybody played by the rules, right? But they don't. if they left the gamma and said there's no way to just to adjust your screen, there's none of that stuff, and everybody put it on a fair like playing field, I can't see a dang thing, dude. I am like completely blind down here right now. Then maybe I would say, okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's fair. But the thing is, people don't do that. Everybody's always going to try to get a leg up. They're always going to try. Is alchemy one of the harder professions to level? Yes. It is extremely time consuming. I wouldn't say it's difficult. It's just very time consuming to level alchemy. Because you have to go and look for herbs, run around in circles for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours, doing absolutely nothing but running around in circles. Or back and forth in one area, back and forth and back and forth. It's extremely tedious and unfun, and yeah, that's why it's just a pain in the butt to level. Isn't that mining too? No, mining nodes are a lot more plentiful. A lot more plentiful. So much so that you don't even have to go to mine, you don't even have to mine stuff to level up blacksmithing. You can just buy it off the auction house or off the thing, right? You could just go and buy it from the blacksmith merchants. There's so much, it's so plentiful that it's just there all the time. But herbs, nope. You're not going to find herbs on the merchants. They're not plentiful enough. I did not pick the alchemy trait. I picked enchanting on this guy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's more ore. Ore is way more plentiful to find. Am I going the wrong way again? Did I get turned around when I... What the heck is happening? Where the heck am I? Okay, I'm in shallow shoals. I need to go this way. I got way out here in the water. I don't know how. So lost. Yeah, ore is just extremely, like, way more plentiful than, wow, I'm way out in the water. Yeah, I need to go way in here. It's just extremely more plentiful. That's all there is to it. So, like, it's just, it doesn't take nearly as much time to get the ore as it does to get the herbs. So, yeah, that's why. Because, you know, economy. I mean, I understand the reason why, like, so when you kill mobs, you have a chance of getting cloth and a chance of getting leather. So killing mobs is the best way to get those things. So it makes leatherworking and tailoring much easier to level up. So they kind of had to increase the ability to get ore so that it could keep up, right? You need to be able to get as much of those materials as you get with the other materials, so that it kind of balances that out. But then alchemy is just like, nope, we're not going to balance that out at all with the other ones, which it doesn't need to be necessarily. I'm not trying to say that, like, alchemy is equal. All right, I'm going to get tired of looking for these. I got 27. Well, yeah, be chillin'. It is right now, but like that's kind of where I was getting with my statement a second ago. You know, alchemy is a different animal completely compared to tailoring, blacksmith, and leatherworking. But that's just because they haven't put in recipes They haven't put in recipes that require tailoring, blacksmith, and leatherworking, like that you would need, like alchemy. And I think that they probably should do that. You know, make it to where you have, like the sharpening thing. The sharpening stones are extremely sought after for blacksmithing, but they're way easy to make. You know, add stuff like that. Add more stuff like that. You know? Like I don't know, balance these trade skills out. That's what I say. Yes, sharpening stones are huge, exactly. They're worth having. But it only cost, well, when I was making them, it only cost one stone. All right, I'm done with this. I'm not going to do this at nighttime without Speed of the Wild. This is a pain in the butt. I got 27. So that'll work for now. Yeah, I think it's 4 stones now. But, the other thing is too is they haven't even balanced it out within blacksmith. If you use a piercing weapon or slashing weapon, you can make a sharpening stone. But if you use a bludgeoning weapon, if you want to get the same thing, you got to make a weight stone, and the weight stone also costs fabric of some sort, right? So now you got to add a linen to it. And it's like, okay, it just costs more for literally the same thing, but because you use a bludgeoning weapon. Like, it's just, it doesn't make sense. I don't understand why, like, why is it more expensive? Why not just say, okay, if it takes 4 of the stones to make 1 sharpening stone, maybe make 2 of the stones and then 1 linen to balance out the economy of it, you know? It just makes it to where swords and daggers are just way better to use if you want to have the best possible stats, because you can get plus 11 strength. 11 strength from 1 sharpening stone. So why would I use a bludgeoning weapon if it's going to cost me that much more over time? Yeah, it's way easier to make. It just... Stuff like that is where I'm like, come on, guys, can we get a better economy in this game? It's gonna the economy is just, it's so jacked up, so jacked up. Not to derail, but yeah, the whole trade skill conversation is quite broad. People don't buy the potions and care about minor gear upgrades because classes can get max in tattered cloth. Yeah, it's a big part of the issue. Good God, that is bright. We're gonna put that down. Holy moly! I apologize for that. That's a bug report. I'm sure people have reported that bug though, right? Come on. World collision terrain. That's got to be I'm going to call it world collision terrain. I don't know what else. Environment, art, visuals. Let's do that. Lighting issue. There we go. Perfect. Coming out of the tunnel is extremely bright white light. Do I know what a weight stone looks like? Like in real life? What do you mean? I mean, the sharpening stones are this right here. I believe weight stones look the exact same in game. I don't have any on me right now, but I'm pretty sure they look the exact same. So also, I think the imagined intent is that groups and guilds would develop their own like trade skill people, certain skills. But we definitely haven't gotten there yet because people are still pushing leveling and scared to invest time in trade skill to feel it would change. Yeah. I mean, yeah. The stone has to be tied to the weapon. So the cloth... Well, Okay. I understand what that means. Like, I know what a weight stone is. I understand that it requires cloth. What I'm saying is in-game reasons. I'm not talking about the logistics of how to use a weight stone in real life. Like, come on. Like, well, actually, let me explain. Come on, guys. We don't need that. We don't need that kind of stuff. Obviously do. You're questioning why cloth is needed. I'm not questioning why cloth is needed. I'm questioning why it's 4 of the rocks to make a sharpening stone and 4 of the rocks plus 1 cloth to make a weight stone. So it's more expensive in game to make a weight stone than it is to make a sharpening stone, which breaks the balance of the economy for when you're using those items. I'm not trying to understand the physics of how it functions in real life. There's also dragons in this game. I'm not questioning why there's not dragons in real life. Yeah, the mats should be like 2 stones, 2 cloth, or 4 stones or something like, you see what I'm saying? For the economy. Sounds like we should add leather strap to the sharpening stone. Yeah, they could do that too, right? They could do that. We could have like 2 stones in a leather strap, or in a piece of leather scrap or whatever to make the sharpening stones, and then 2 stones and a cloth scrap to make the weight stones. Balance it out, right? That's what I'm talking about. I'm questioning why there's not dragons in real life. I mean, me too. That'd be really scary. It'd be kind of cool, but kind of scary. What was that movie that came out many years ago that was with the dragons? I loved that movie. I actually really enjoyed it. Was it Matthew McConaughey was in that? So I don't remember. Could be just 4, then 3 and 1 for weight. I think it's, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, adjust the balance of it. Rain of Fire. Yeah. It was a very random, like, out of nowhere movie, but I enjoyed it. I thought it was fun. How expensive is 1 cloth? It's not expensive necessarily, but the issue is the balance of it, right? It's not balanced at all. And there's other uses for that cloth. There's very few uses for the stones. In fact, is there any other use for those stones other than to make sharpening stones or weight stones? Any other use in the game? I can't think of one that's worth using anyway. So you can just go to a vendor, and I could buy 1,000 of those sharpening stones right now. I could literally just buy them right off the vendor because there's probably 10,000 of them, of the rigid stones, on the vendor right now. I would say that you will struggle to find 1 linen on any vendor. 1. And there's 10,000 of the other thing. It's unbalanced, right? All right. You can skill up with stones, right? You could skill up with stones. You can still kind of skill up with stones, but not really anymore. They did kind of nerf that or fix it or whatever. But when you hit like the certain breakpoints, you can still use the stones to level up. Yes. Yeah, it's a smaller window. Yeah, there's gaps where you use the stones, level it up, and then trivialize it, and then you have to make something else for like 10 levels, and then you have to use the stones again for 20, and then you have to use something else for 10 or whatever. So there's gaps where you use it. But they also increased the cost of them from 1 stone to 4 stones, which helped out a little bit. It didn't make it completely fixed, but it helped out a little bit. You got stuck in blacksmithing? Yeah, I got mine to 230. I leveled mine up completely. What I got stuck on, though, was leather working. So now I've got to work on leather working, which is a pain in the butt. Trying to level that up. Yeah, that's a whole thing now. My goodness, I'm running slow. All right, while we run to town, I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to go grab a Coke because I really wanted a Coke, and then I didn't get one, and now I really, really want a Coke. So I'll be back in just a minute while we're slowly running to town. Well, what is this garbage? I got stuck on a cactus. What the heck? I'm muted. I should be muted. You're muted. Oh my gosh. Automated gameplay detected. We got to ban auto run now, guys. We got to ban auto run. Not allowed to do that. It was you. It was you. Golly. My goodness. How long was I stuck there? The entire time? Oh, jeez. I wanted to auto run to town while I went to get a drink, and I can't even do that. The woes of being a fighter. Can't gate back to town. Can't even auto run through a zone. Literally can't take a break. But hey, you know, we should pick on fighters more. Fighters do too much damage. Oh, heaven forbid. They do so much damage that they're not allowed to have heals or be able to run or gate or feign death. Fighters can't do anything, but good gosh, we got to take away their 5% damage bonus. Like, come on, guys. Y'all are ridiculous sometimes. I hear in the class updates they're going to take legs away from fighters. They might. We're just going to be like rolling around on the ground. Someone have to carry you from place to place. Throw me on like an ogre's shoulders. I'm a dwarven fighter. Throw me on an ogre's shoulders and I'll fight. Oh, yeah, they could do that, Dream. They'd be like, okay, this fighter talks too much. Just mute him. Speaking of fighters, and clerics, do you have any insight the devs intend to roll for other tanks, healers at the end of the game? Right now, all of the tanks and all of the healers are functional in the end of the game. I would say currently the Shadow Knight and for the tanks, and then the Shaman for the healers are the best classes. They can solo, they're good in groups, and they're good for in-game. They're just good all the way throughout the game. Feel like there are no shaman in beta right now. There's some shaman. They're at his high level. Haas is right here in chat. He's a 55 shaman. Right there above you. I mean, I played with a few just out of all the healers. I don't know. I think Shaman are becoming more popular as people realize that they're better than the other two as far as healers are concerned. Like, I think that Druid was very popular. You're going to see a bunch of those because they can solo. Cleric was popular because everybody thought they were going to be the best healer. And then as you actually get into the game, now we're finding out that shaman is the best. So now people are starting to make shaman. So they're just low level. People want that slow? Yeah. That slow is very, very, very good. Very good. I was actually talking to my buddy yesterday. When a shaman debuffs a mob with slow and like the cripple line or whatever it's called, those two spells, mobs go from hitting for like at high level 60, like 200 damage a swing every 2 to 3 seconds. And it could quad attack to like 100 damage a swing every 5 seconds or 6 seconds. Like, it's just ridiculous. A shaman can just they can make something go from just going to kill you to a joke with just 2 spells. I want some Sal. Are you casting Sal? Yay! Thank you so much. Okay. Let me go here. So we have 13 Gattlevine and we have 16 Dune Leaf. So we just need 13 though. 13. That means we can make 13 strength potions, maybe. We'll find out. Astral powder. We got all this astral powder. Whew. I can't wait to start using that up. Soon. Soon. I have plans. I have plans for that stuff. What else can I do with some of these other things? I've got tons of Nomad's Grace. Let's try to organize here. So we're gonna do Nomad's Grace. Nomad's Grace. Nomad's Grace. More Nomad's Grace. More Nomad's Grace. More Nomad's Grace. Look at that. We got 20, 40, 60, 80, 120 Nomad's Grace. 140 Nomad's Grace. Man. And then let's do Ghost Poppy. Ghost Poppy. What can I do with all the Ghost Poppy and... Okay, got tons of Ghost Poppy. What else do I have? Was that Nomad's Grace powder too? Wow. Okay. Iron Root. I've got more Ghost Poppy? I have so much Ghost Poppy and Nomad's Grace. Although I'm going to need, like, Nomad's Grace goes very quickly. Everything that uses Nomad's Grace is like, you need 52 Nomad's Grace per combine. It's like ridiculous. Okay, let's go make, try to make some strength potions. Do you think solo healer, shaman with tank, enchanter, 3 DPS would be meta group XP wise? Yes. It currently is. Yeah, the Nomad. That's why I've been picking up Nomad's Grace so much and saving it, because it requires everything that requires Nomad's Grace requires a lot of Nomad's Grace. So I'm currently saving it for once we hit those marks, and I can just like burn through a lot of it. Do you know where to get ectoplasm? I can't find it. Ectoplasm I can't find, and Drake scales I can't find. And then shaded shrooms I can't find. And Stygian moss I can't find. All of them are supposed to be in the game. But I don't believe them. I don't believe the devs at all. I think they're a bunch of liars. We added this to the game. No, you didn't. Must be some version of Ghost. Have you tried the Haunted Island? I haven't tried everywhere, but I would assume it's Ghost as well, yes. But I have not tried like all the different places. Tempered vials. We need 13 tempered vials. Tempered. 13. All right, 13 tries here. Let's see if we can gain some alchemy. 1. Ooh. We actually made a potion. Okay. We got to 126, so we gained 3 skill out of 13, and we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 potions. That's not bad. Stranglevine, Stygian moss. I don't know where Stygian moss is, so I can't make that. Strength potions, those are good. Abyssal breath. This is ridiculous right here. Look at this. Look at all this stuff you need. 2 Galdivine, a crude fish oil, and 2 of these great bright shark fins just to make an enduring breath potion that lasts for 30 minutes. Or you can cast the spell for the low cost of like 20 mana. Like, come on. Why? Stygian moss is on the trees. No, the trees is like sylvine root or something like that on the trees in Keeper's Bite, I think. But I may be wrong on that. Like, I have not found the Stygian moss. Which drakes have you tried? Every drake I've come across. I've killed so many drakes, and I've had other people in the guild kill so many drakes. I'm telling you, Drake scales, just a quote-unquote Drake scale, does not exist. I do not believe that it exists in-game. There's green Drake scales, there's glimmering Drake scales, there's, you know, other... But just a Drake scale? Nope. Doesn't exist. It lives in the caves. I've been in so many caves, I can't find Stygian moss anywhere. But yeah, this is what I needed right here. Ethereal ectoplasm. Can't find that either. Galdivine and Mage Bloom. Nope, we're not making that. This is Dragon's Vigil and Stygian moss. That would be an okay one to make, maybe. Oh, what is this? Enrage yourself, increasing your physical damage dealt by 20% and physical damage received by 20%. Stygian moss, basilisk tooth. Yeah, I gotta find that Stygian moss, man. Yeah, that's very good. That's very good. Like, that's pretty solid item right there. Yeah, well, you got to tell me where to find the Stygian moss. I have looked and looked and looked and looked for Stygian moss, and I can't find it. I'm guessing it has to be like in a cave while it's raining in a full moon on a Tuesday. Oh my God. Yeah, watch out, charm pets. Yeah. Now watch out, charm pets. If we stack if we get the best items in the game, and we stack sharpening stones, and we give you strength potions, and we give you the tincture of wrath, now you might be doing half of our damage of the charmed mobs. It's ridiculous. All right, well, let's buy another bandolier, I guess. You like charm, but not wrong. It's not wrong. That's the problem with it. It's crazy, dude. Charm mobs do so much damage, and for a player to do anywhere remotely close to that amount of damage, you got to get best gear in the game and stack up every single buff you could possibly find. And you're still not doing as much as a charm mob. It's just so stupid. But hey, charm mobs aren't broken. They're not broken. They're not a problem at all. You're close to the first moss spot? Yeah? Is there some down in that cave back there? Over in Sungreet Strands? Is there some over in Sungreet? Oh, is it in where like the Dwarven Cave is? Where all the dwarves are? I don't think I've looked in there. I want to like this game so much, but I just can't get over no maps. Don't let that deter you from playing the game. That is the least of this game's problems. I'm not, like, no maps is literally the least of this game's problems. The no map thing is actually really nice once you understand how it functions and all that. Like, it's not having a map is not that big a deal. Gemini says Dark Iron Mines? What, Google Gemini? You learn your way around. Not having maps only feels bad at first. Yeah, the no map thing, like, don't let that deter you from playing this game. It is seriously, if not having a map deters you from playing this game, I'm not trying to say this in a mean way, do not play this game. Because that is seriously, like, the least of your issues. It is not that big a deal. At all. You are going to find so many other things that you're going to be like, well, that's just dumb. So many other things. Let's go see if we can find that Stygian moss while we have Speed of the Wild. Is there a zone called Dark Iron Mines? No, I don't think so. Finding your way to your corpse during a sandstorm at night? Now that will break you? Yeah, that will definitely break you. That'll definitely do it. That'll do it. When you think Gemini is not telling the truth, question it, where it got its info, ask it where it's located for this game, and it'll tell you it messed up. Oh, dude, I love when AI messes up, and you're like, I don't think that's right. Can you check it again? And I love that AI apologizes. Have you ever noticed that? AI literally apologized. I am so sorry. You are absolutely right. I checked it again, and I really apologize. It's like, dude, just give me the answer. I watched a video the other day on a guy explaining how to use AI to do something, and I was dying laughing because he said, "Please, blah blah blah, whatever he was trying to do. Thank you, please." Like, he wrote "please" and "thank you" to an AI bot like 3 or 4 times in his description of what he wanted this AI to do. And I was like, are you kidding me? What? It's a computer. Just tell it what you want. You don't need to say please and thank you. It's not alive. It doesn't have feelings. Although I'm probably going to be the first one to die to the AI bot revolution. You broke ChatGPT yesterday? Asked it to help fix an issue with 3D print file and it just broke? That's what the guy was doing. That said please and thank you. It was a guy literally doing some sort of 3D print thing. I got a 3D printer for my son for Christmas. And I was trying to like learn how to do some 3D print stuff. And I was looking up like guides or whatever on it, or tutorials on how to do some stuff. And that was the guy. He was like, you could use AI to do this and this and this. Please, blah, 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 blah. Thank you, AI bot. Like, what? The guy is preemptively getting ahead of the AI takeover. Yeah, that's exactly what he was doing. I got to see if I can find that video again, because it was hilarious. I was laughing. Like, no one else was around me, and I was laughing out loud at this guy saying please and thank you to a bot. It was nuts, dude. AI is the bane of humanity's existence, saying please and thank you. Save the from the Overlord takeover. It probably will. That's what that movie that I was watching with my girlfriend the last 2 nights, and I kept falling asleep. I'm not falling asleep because it's a bad movie. It's actually a pretty fun, entertaining movie. But it's called Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die. And it's literally a movie about an AI takeover. And the guy comes back from the future, and he goes like into the past, into today's time, and he's like, I'm trying to save humanity. And it's a combination of people from this diner that you have to put together to save humanity or something. Can't wait to see that movie. It's a fun, entertaining movie. I just keep falling asleep because we start watching it way past my bedtime, which is like 9:30. But yeah, it's actually a pretty entertaining movie. I mean, a lot of stupid people relying on AI answers. There already are a lot of stupid people relying on AI answers. Dude, I want to find this thing. I don't want to waste my time right now. I really want to find it. You guys find a guy that does AI videos. He makes videos for 3D printing. He's a pretty big 3D printer content creator, and he uses AI to create 3D prints. That's what I was looking at. And it was just so funny listening to him. Just, please, thank you, AI, for making this amazing thing for me. Nuts. Nuts. Map sucks in games. Imagine staring at a map the whole time instead of playing the game. You know, that's what Burl says. And that's, you know, one thing that I didn't even think about until Burl said it. And, you know, like, once he said it, I was like, you know, I probably should have thought about that earlier. But, yeah, when you have a map in a game and you're playing it like World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy, you have the map right in the middle of the screen open like at least 50% of your gameplay. And it just takes up all the screen. You're not looking around and doing stuff. You're not playing the game. You're following a map. That's how I've gotten when I do Uber and Lyft. I kid you not. I literally just follow the map. I almost don't even look, and it's going to sound really bad. People are going to be like, don't get in that dude's Lyft. I almost don't even look where I'm going anymore. I just look at the map on the Google Maps, and I just follow the map. I like, seriously, it's crazy. All right, where's this Stygian Moss at? That's Ubisoft's open world game. Go POI to POI. Yeah, it really is. Let's find the Stygian moss. Does it have to be raining on a Tuesday? By the way, whoever told me that this is where the mob spawns for the cloak, the clicky cloak, was a big fat liar. Does not spawn there. Wait, is this it right here? Stygian moss! Stygian moss exists. Oh, there's more. Wait, there's more. It actually exists. What? There's 3 in this room alone. Open my inventory. It doesn't stack at all. But can we do this? It doesn't stack either. Oh my god. Failure. Whoever did this garbage. Come on, guys. Come on, devs. Seriously, this is rookie stuff, man. Rookie mistakes. Rookie mistakes. By the way, there's a quest update right here. I'm not going to tell you what quest it's for, but this is a quest update. Kind of hard to find. Just an FYI. This is ridiculous, dude. Are you kidding me right now? This should have been fixed the day it was discovered. It absolutely should have been fixed the day it was discovered. It can't be that hard to fix. Like, just go and flag it to be stacked. Come on. This is what frustrates me about this game sometimes. You know, like, game development is challenging. I'm not going to say it's easy. And sometimes bugs happen, and sometimes they're hard to fix. But things like this are like why people laugh at games like this, right? They're like, that is a huge rookie mistake. You know, trades are low priority, but dang. Yeah, it's like, I get it that trades are a low priority, but that's just terrible, man. Like, it's such an easy fix that somebody could do in a matter of, like, probably 10 seconds. It's probably, literally, go into database, go click, Stygian moss, and then click flag for stacking up to 20. That's probably all it is. It is most likely not challenging. I doubt it would take more time than I just took to do that. Like, and that's why people are like, oh, is this game supposed to be, is this game ready to ship in June? No, it was not ready to ship in June. Absolutely was not ready to ship in June. As a Unity user, allowing items to stack isn't hard to do. You can get it done in just a few minutes. They already have items that stack in the game. That's the thing. It's already in the game. All they have to do is just flag it. Like, items already stack. It's just a component. It's just silly. There's no reason for it. Other than somebody forgot to flag it. That's it. They just forgot to flag it. Same thing when they forget to flag the whatchamacallit. They forget to flag, like, oh shoot, hang on. We're going to get a bunch of Stygian moss, and I'm going to go make something. When they forgot to flag, like, disenchanting items. Like, items that can be disenchanted. You know? Like, it's just it's a flag. It's literally like a click. Yes, can be disenchanted. No, cannot be disenchanted. That's it. Memory leak should be #1 priority. They keep saying they fixed that. Is it still a problem for people? Yeah, it's just some of these things are just like frustrating bugs. Like super frustrating bugs. Your client got 30 gigabytes used yesterday? That's rough. Still not corrected those disenchanted flags too? No, they haven't. They have not. Like, there's just some silly, like, really, really silly rookie mistakes. And I know, like, I mean, I make mistakes too. We all make mistakes. But come on, when you're made aware of a mistake, correct it. Especially if it's easy to correct. You know, if it's not something that's like super challenging to fix, just correct it. I feel like they need somebody on the team that's just like an easy fix guy. They just scroll through the Discord and like easy fix. Click, 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 fix. It would go a long way. It would go a really long way. And it would free up time for other developers that need to work on things that are more challenging. Sorry to be that person that's mean, but I'm just keeping it real. Like you're driving down the road and somebody just turns left. You're like, nice turn signal, jerk. You know? In the future, just use your turn signal. Seems pretty simple. Simple fix. Probably didn't have enough blinker fluid. I saw a guy. There's a guy in the beta. His name is Blinker Fluid Fizzle Sticks. Literally his character's name. I was like, are you kidding me? What is this? Blinker Fluid Fizzle Sticks. You saw that guy? Oh, man. It was great. Great name. Goofy names weren't allowed? No, goofy names are allowed. Inappropriate names are not allowed. Goofy names won't be allowed probably on the roleplay server. I would imagine you have to have a somewhat serious name on the roleplay server. But... Ow. Just swallowed my own saliva. Or, in fact, didn't swallow my own saliva. That's the problem. Learn to swallow, dum-dum. Yeah, like, I don't think they care what your name is as long as it's not inappropriate. What server am I going to play on? We don't know yet. We haven't gotten that far. I've talked to the crew about it some, and oh shoot, we are at the no idea what we're gonna do phase. Waiting to see how it plays out phase. You know, the good thing about this is I can get Stygian moss very quickly over here. Like, this stuff is not hard to find. Or not hard to collect, I should say. There's a bunch of it in here. Unless you're a gnome, then goofy name is required. Fair. But is it really a goofy name for a gnome? What's my herbalism at? 183. Last I checked. Like 180 something. These are trivial to me. Stygian moss is. It's also in the VOZ Orc Caves and the Bat Spider Cave. Okay. Good to know. I mean, it's pretty abundant here, and it's spawning super fast. The only issue is, what can you use Stygian moss to make? I'll have to go look at what I can combine it with that I already have. As you showed the other day, Dragon's Vigil leaves lots to be desired. It does. Dragon's Vigil is rough. It's in the damage. Yeah, it's in that. But I need to go get Basilisk Fangs. I can go get some Basilisk Fangs, I guess. The Basilisk Fangs stack. Takes 2 Stygian moss and 2 Basilisk Fang. What do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 Stygian moss. 20 Stygian moss. My best bet right now would be get three herbalism pouches and fill them with Stygian moss and then run back to town. That might be the way to go. That might be a good way to do this. Why is Coke so delicious? It has no right to be that good. But yeah, I want to see what else I can use with Stygian moss. I think there's a couple other things you can make that's like 1 Stygian moss and then 1 of something else. So I'm going to check that real quick. Have you seen the video of the guy who recreates it? Recreates Coke? Like literally, like it's the same taste and everything. Somebody actually finally figured out the recipe. %. If he recreated the recipe, he could sell that for so much money. He gave it away for free. Weird.
It's mighty peculiar.
Can you copyright a flavor? Not a flavor, but you can copyright a recipe or trademark it or whatever. Yeah, you can do the recipe so that somebody else can't steal the recipe, which is what Coke has done. I think there's something you can make with just Stygian moss. Just like 2 Stygian moss and then like a in a vial. And honestly, that might be how we're going to level up alchemy right now. Because Stygian moss is a pain in the butt to collect, but it was very abundant in that cave. Like, extremely abundant. You just run around and you just get it. Just boom, 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 boom. So if we can put that into alchemy bags, alchemy pouches, I could work my inventory magic, get 3 alchemy pouches. There is a clarity potion, yes. Why not take a cauldron there? I could do that too. I could craft up a cauldron and a bunch of vials. I could do that too, yeah. So we're gonna go back and find out. Like I wanted to double check the Stygian moss first, but you are working magic there, Hoss. You're thinking, and I like it. I like people that think. I don't like the ones that don't think. They frustrate me. Oh my gosh, dude. But the cauldrons are not permanent fixtures, right? Like, they only last for a few minutes. So we got to take a few of those. Let's go over here, though, and see what we can do. Now that we know where Stygian moss is. Not sure the duration. It's like 5 minutes or something, 10 minutes. It's not long. But I think there's cauldrons that people have sold in here, so. Steel lasts for an hour? Does it really? Meow. Okay, Stygian moss. Is there anything that just requires Stygian moss and nothing else? Nothing that would give me skill ups. Okay, so let's go back down here. Stygian moss. Stygian. Why is this one not showing up? It's just the one. Okay, stamina. Stygian moss plus Dragon's Vigil powder. I have some Dragon's Vigil, so we can make those. Stygian moss plus Stranglevine, Stranglevine. Stygian moss plus Shade Shroom, which doesn't exist. I'm telling you, it doesn't exist. Okay, so here's the issue. What we need to do, Basilisk Tooth, do these stack? I'm thinking the Basilisk Tooth don't stack either, because they don't have a 1 next to them. Whereas anything that stacks have a 1 next to it. Right? That's a pain in the butt. So Dragon's Vigil powder We can make stamina and Stygian moss. Where is the best place to get our Dragon's Vigil? Dragon's Vigil is... Okay, I know where to get Dragon's Vigil. That wasn't too bad to get. Wasn't great. I think Stranglevine might be the way to go. And that's Charisma, which a lot of people are going to want to have. Stranglevine isn't too bad to get, though. It really isn't. I don't think I have any Stranglevine. Let's go see if we have Stranglevine or Dragon's Vigil left. Yeah, I didn't realize that either, Haas, that the potion, the cauldrons had better or longer duration. That's interesting to know. I want to buy a house once they add in like more stuff to housing. I should go house shopping today. We should go buy a house. How much money do I have? I got enough money to buy a house. It's going to be so funny when they do finally add in houses. How many people are just going to like flock to, or not houses, but when they finally add in uses for houses, how many of the houses are just going to disappear? Cost one. It depends on where it is. They all have different prices. Okay, we need Stranglevine powder. I got one of those. I think that's all I have. Dragon's Vigil. And that's it. Okay, so I have 1 Stranglevine and 8 Dragon. I think the Stranglevine we don't need. Arcane Fronds. We're going to put those in there. Iron Root. Nomads. Enchanted Frond. Okay. What we're going to have to do to make this work... We're going to have to go get a lot of Stranglevine. And make a ton of Charisma potions. Those would actually sell, too. And the only place I know of for Stranglevine, though, is... Ooh, how are we on to do that? What level is Stranglevine to start harvesting? Is it like... 80? Should add some politics. I think they should add politics, and we should vote in certain things to increase or decrease the cost of living and stuff in areas. I think they should absolutely add in that. Make it like what's that game? Like New World was. So tempered vial. So we need 8 tempered vial. When is the no wipe? October. October 1st. Okay, so we ran out of Dragon's Vigil. I know where to get more of that, but let's go get... Yeah, I know it's in Fallen Pass. What tier, what level is it to harvest it? The reason I ask is because my wizard, I needs to go to Fallen Pass to do quad kiting. And if I can get Stranglevine while I'm quad kiting on the wizard, that would be really nice. Yeah, I would wait. Honestly, like there's no reason to play this game right now other than if you want to just learn stuff and help test it. Literally the only reason to play. There's already a lot of people that are starting to quit and burn out. So I do not recommend currently playing this game unless you just want to learn and test. All right, let's find out. Stranglevine on the wiki says around 69.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know how accurate that is. Put this up here. But we have all this Stygian moss, like... Nomad's Grace, Iron Root. Okay. Hey, what's going on, Slam Bits? How you doing, bud? Need 80? Is it 80 for Stranglevine? Ugh. That's pretty high. It's pretty dang high. I got... Because my wizard has... And that's going to take a while to get up to 80. So basically, you would need to do Iron Root, right? Iron Root takes you all the way to 80. Is that correct? I don't think it takes you that high. I'm trying to remember getting to Stranglevine, like how easy or hard that was. I don't remember it being... Because that might... honestly, that's going to be the best way to go. Where else can you get Stranglevine? Other than Fallen Pass. There's that area in Fallen Pass. Where else can you get it? Anyone know? You got the Forge now, and the Brittle Weight Stone is 1 stone, 1 cloth. So they only upped the Sharpening Stones to 4, but they left it at... They left the other ones at 1 and 1. Stranglevine is also in Shallow Shoals. That'd be nice. But it's dangerous. And nothing in Shallow Shoals is dangerous. On the Orc Island? And the Goblin Island? Dangerous early? Yeah. He's fine. Well, what do I want to do? Do I want to get on the wizard? I kind of want to get on the wizard, level up the wizard some of the alchemy, but it's going to take a while to get to 80 alchemy on the wizard. That would take some time. And then I could take the wizard over to Fallen Pass, Quad Kite, and get Stranglevine at the same time. Or I could just go over there and run around in circles on my fighter and get it. It's a tough call. It's a tough call. But I think that's going to be the way to go. Get a ton of Stranglevine. You know what's really nice about the Orc Island, too, over there? You actually start out not KOS to orcs. So you could go over there. If you never kill the orcs over there, you could walk around that Orc Island and just harvest tons of Stygian moss, or tons of Stranglevine. But it is all the way out in Shallow Shoals. That's really far out there right now. Because you got to swim. There's no boat. You got to actually swim over there. Provided you have 80 herbalism. Yeah, I mean, you do have to get the 80 herbalism. Translocating teleports you to Shallow Shoals? It does, but nowhere near the Orc Island. Orc Island is really far out there. Like, it's really far out. Well, I'm not going to go out there on this character. I'm KOS to the orcs. Not that the orcs are going to kill me, but enough of the orcs would kill me. So I'm not going to go over there. We're going to go here to Fallen Pass. Hopefully there's not a bazillion people out here in Fallen Pass doing it. Make amends with the orcs. I don't think that's going to work out. I mean, I guess I can go kill a bunch of rats. I think you can do that. Like, go kill rats in Blacktide Bay and gain Orc faction? Maybe? Well, what's my Orc faction at? Oop, that's the wrong one. Faction. Black Shoals Orcs. It's not actually that bad. I could get that back to No, that's going to be Black Tide Orcs. So the Black Shoals Orcs, I wonder how I could get that back up, actually, to non-KOS. I don't even know. But it's really not that far. It's only like 2.5 blues. That's not too bad. But man, how much Stygian moss am I going to need? Or not Stygian moss. How much Stranglevine am I going to need? Because you need 2 Stranglevine powders. That's 4 Stranglevine. That's going to be a lot of Stranglevine. Or I could just go get Dragon's Vigil. Because you only need 1 Dragon's Vigil. But Dragon's Vigil is it's not easy to get either. That rotation for that is a pain. So I know I can get Dragon's Vigil in Keeper's Bite. Where else can you get Dragon's Vigil? Anybody know? I just know of Keeper's Bite. There's got to be more places for it, though. I think you just need to kill the Islanders to gain Orc faction? Maybe. But who wants to kill the Islanders? I feel like they're going to make, just because of the way that they're making the rest of this game, they are going to make faction such a pain in the butt. It is going to be a serious pain in the butt. People are not going to want to do it. Like it already is kind of annoying to try to level up certain factions. So I'm curious, like, what they're going to do later on. I feel like it's going to be brutal. We'll do anything if the juice is worth the squeeze. We will, but like right now, killing monsters to gain faction with a different group is extremely slow. Like in EverQuest, it was slow. In this game, it's extremely slow. That's where they keep dropping the ball. Oh, being the juice, is the juice worth the squeeze? Yeah, they are definitely dropping the ball on that quite a bit. I would agree. Okay, I know there's a lot of Stranglevine that can spawn over here. There's some there. Let's see how it goes. See how it goes. We can run around in a circle for a little while. See how much Stranglevine we get. I think some can spawn back here too. I don't see any over there, so let's go this way. But yeah, as far as like the juice being worth the squeeze thing, I feel like they're trying to do that on purpose. They're trying to make it so difficult that like back in the EverQuest days, people would literally swap factions back and forth. It was doable enough. It was tedious, but it was doable. And in this game, it's almost like they don't want to make it doable. They want to make it like a hard choice. You either side with the orcs or you side with whatever else. And you don't go back and forth. That's what I feel like they're trying to do. All right, there's those 3. Is there any more of these? It's going to be running around in circles forever. Forever. What's the game time right now? Game time, 10 p.m. Oh my gosh. Oh, there's one. It just spawned right there. Boom. You can go all the way up the ramps too? Can he go up the ramps? We're going to end up making such a big train by the end of this. It's going to be bonkers. I want to say some can spawn over here somewhere. There's some Stygian moss up here too. Oh, great. Yay. So exciting. Yay. That's what I need is more Stygian moss to clutter up my inventory. Eventually you just have all the dusty skeletons on you. Eventually. That's why I wanted to do this with while quad kiting. Because like I could quad kite and then harvest and quad kite and harvest, you know. Okay, can any more spawn back in this little corner? I don't think I've ever seen it spawn over there. I'm pretty sure I have seen some spawn like along this wall. But I don't see any now. Well, let's try to go up the ramp, see what happens. We're going to have a big train. Choo-choo! Look out, everybody! Like, where can it spawn up here? Up the ramp? Is it like on top of the ramp? Like up here? Or up here? Path to the rats? Oh, yeah. Okay. Are those tied to the ones... Why did I already run out of Sal? What the heck? How did I... What? Didn't I just get that refresh before I came over here? It hasn't been an hour. What kind of garbage is this? I literally just got that refreshed. Like maybe 20 minutes ago. It has not been an hour. I'd have to go back on the stream and look. But there's no way it's been an hour. No stinking way. Yeah, I don't know. I think our best bet... I hate to do it this way. But I think our best bet is to use the wizard. We're going to get on the wizard. We're going to level up herbalism. We're going to get a bunch of herbs I don't need. You mentioned the Necro to be so powerful. I cannot find the list showing top class played now, but Necro was about mid or lower on the list. That doesn't mean it's not powerful, Brian. Because something's mid or lower on the list doesn't make it not powerful. Let's see. Let me go buy some food. We have how much herbalism? 25 herbalism. I started with herbalism on this character, so hopefully hopefully I can level it up quickly. Okay, we got some cleric buff. Is nobody doing Sow? Sal, please. Sal, please. Where would we go? Like, I know where to go to start doing herbalism, but I want to say herbalism stops before 80. Where do you go to get it from like 60 to 80? Hey, thank you for Sal. Level of druid for quad kiting, if they can get that sort of nuke there. They can. Druids can quad kite. They absolutely can. Yeah, druids are just all around great. Like I honestly should probably level up a druid just for herbalism. And you could quad kite and then do herbalism, and you got Sow, and you could teleport everywhere. It's just amazing. It's just amazing. Well, I know where to go for now. We're going to get a bunch of herbs. I'll show you where my route is that I go to level up herbalism. At least in the low tiers. I just don't remember what I did to go up to the next tier. I think I had to go and get Whispering Sage. I think that's what we had to do. And it was a pain in the butt to get it up to like 80. Wow, dude, that's crazy. Smokey, buying your wool cloth any amount, 3 silver a piece. Dang, dude. Somebody really wants to get their wool, level their wool. They need to fix mining nodes. 10 plus people mining the ones outside Westgate. That's Necro money, right? Druid is top played class by a large margin. It really is, yeah. Druid is by far the number one. Well, it's actually not. Enchanter is right now, I think. And then Druid. Enchanter has definitely popped up to that top spot. Can I get this Nomad's Grace? I can. Nomad's Grace is still leveling me. Okay, well, we'll get Nomad's Grace. There's too many nodes outside of both North and West Gate, and so many fewer beyond the 2 zones. Sure, I guess. There are a bunch of nodes there, though, yes. The thing is, for that, you have to get to, like, 60 or something, 65, I think, before you can go any higher. That's probably true too, yeah. People get them to like level 20 or something. 24. Okay, so we can get Whispering Sage. That's good. This will help us level up some. $26, baby. We're on our way. We are well on our way. I don't think I can get Iron Root yet, though. I don't remember. All right, let's go up and down this. If we can't get Iron Root, that's not going to be good, but we might be able to get Iron Root. I don't remember what that starts at. There's one right there. Let's see if we can get it. Cannot get Iron Root yet. Okay. So we need to go up and down this until we can get to Iron Root. Which I don't know when that starts. Maybe 35 or so. Boom, boom, boom. Booda booda boom, 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 boom. Dooba dooba doo, boom, boom, boom. Nomad's Grace. We're going to need a bazillion of this anyway, so we might as well get it and use it to level up. No flower there. But yeah, getting a druid up to level 8 just to run up and down this is worth it. And level up your mining and herbalism. Lion Leaf. That's trivial. Okay, so the Lion Leaf is trivial. Great. Druid's Bisque Gatherer. It is. It really is. Druid is an exceptional class. Unfortunately, I don't need much Lion Leaf, but we need to clear it out to get other things to spawn, I think. I don't know enough about Twitch, but this PC is different here in chat. Such an old noob. Wait, what? Your name is different in chat on Twitch? You can change your name. There's like a command for it. / rename or something. I was on a different PC earlier and it's coming up. Oh, you probably just have a different account login. Oh, that was you earlier? And then NROE, Noro, whatever? SWAT PC? Yeah, it's probably a different account. That's okay, though. We won't pick on you too much for being an old geezer like the rest of us. I would imagine that a lot of people in here are old and don't really understand how Twitch works. Which is why I say that if I tried to go switch to a different game right now, I don't think the players would follow. Or the same viewers would follow. Because it's a completely different group of people. Wonder what the average age of Monster Memory player base is. People say it's in the 40s, but I don't know if we have an actual number. You know, this might be better to just use Nomad's Grace to level up rather than come over here and do this once I can actually get the Iron Root, which I think starts at like 30 or 35 or something, because I can't get the iron root yet. But there is a ton of iron root over here. Like a ridiculous amount. Is there anything that I can use with iron root at higher levels? Use the iron root. 80 is not the start of iron root. I think that's when it ends. Iron root, I think, starts around 30. 30, 35, something. The average the average level, or the average age. Yeah, it might be 80. I'm 80. I feel like the big thing with iron root was the strength pots. It is, yeah. It definitely is. Yeah, I'm well past that. I made a ton of strength pots and I used them all up. There's more iron root. But it'll level you up. The reason I like iron root is for leveling you up. I'm actually going to do this way. Because I know where some Nomad's Grace is over here. We're gonna use Nomad's Grace to level up until it's trivial. Because I know where a couple of those are, and they're not far apart over this way. And they're constantly respawning. There's actually like 3 of them that I could just run back and forth between those 3. And level up. And then, once that's trivial, we can go get iron root to level up. But I don't think iron root's going to take me to 80, which I need for Stranglevine. But it would be nice to be able to do Stranglevine and XP all at the same place. Like, just run around. So that's my goal, is to be able to, you know, 2 birds, 1 stone. 5 birds, 1 stone. That would be the best. Why are we killing so many birds? I don't know. It's kind of mean. Probably shouldn't kill all the birds. Birds aren't real. I've heard they're government drones. It's what I've heard. Feel like I was able to start Stranglevine at 65 or 70. It's been a few weeks. I had professional. Would have taken notes. Yeah, yeah, the herb journey is rough, dude. The herb journey is super rough. I'm running past. Wait, no, I'm not. Yeah, I am. Wait, am I? No, I'm not. Not yet. Yeah, I'm running past it. It should be right here. Right there. But I know I'm going to need a ton of Nomad's Grace. So we might as well use this time to get Nomad's Grace and level up. But yeah, I swear Stranglevine was higher than I expected it to be. I thought it was only going to be like 60 or so, but I'm pretty sure it was 80. Why does training alchemy benefit me? Because it allows me to test the game and make the game better. Which benefits all of us. Ghost Poppy. That's trivial. Wonderful. Is this another Nomad's Grace? I think it is. Yes. It is. $27. 27. Yeah, somebody's got to test this stuff out. I mean, what benefits me is making a good game. So I guess that's the way that it benefits me, is this is, you know, repetitions, trial and error, trying to figure out what's good, what's bad about the game. But as far as alchemy is concerned, alchemy makes potions for like stat potions, which is really nice. It also makes there's a defensive potion, which isn't in the game. It's broken right now. Gives you, for my tank character, so it allows me to tank better. So that's how it benefits me directly. But hey, I'm not all about me. Me. I'm not all about that. I'm about making the game better for everyone, if we can. Trying to. I think there's another Nomad's Grace over this way. Nomad's Grace is pretty plentiful. Gotta say. It's not hard to get, but it's also needed a bunch, so... Yeah, I think there's one right here. And then another one over here. Nope, this isn't a Nomad's Grace. This is a Poppy or something. What is this one? Ghost Poppy. Hey, Poppy! I was driving around in Lyft one day, and there was an attractive young lady that was leaning into a car. Dude rolls down my window, and he goes, "Hey, mommy!" And I was like, that's weird. I've never understood that. And it's like, why would you say that to somebody you find attractive? Like, I don't look at my mom and immediately think attractive. Right? Like, why would you do that? He wants her to be his mom? Maybe. Who knows? People are weird. There we go. This is the one I'm looking for. Oh no, there's nothing here. It was already looted. Okay, so now we get to run backwards. Pirate Software is developing this game or would never come out. Y'all are so mean to Pirate Software. I don't know much about the guy. You know, something that I do know about that guy, and somebody called out on me for some reason, and I was like, that's weird. So, apparently, Pirate Software uses like a voice modulator thing to like change his voice, supposedly. I don't know. But I made a video the other day, and somebody said something to me, like, in a comment, that it's weird that I would make a video and use the DJ radio voice in 2026. And I'm like, guys, I'm not trying to do a DJ radio voice in 20, like that's just my voice. I'm not changing it in any way. I'm just speaking. And I was like, I'm sorry that my voice offends you. It was really weird. It's a really weird comment. I was like, why? I don't know why that matters. Like I didn't know that I was doing a DJ radio. Maybe I am. You do have a radio talk voice? I've heard that several times, and I take it as a compliment. Like, okay, well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad that I have a voice that sounds like a radio host or whatever. Like, cool, thank you. I just don't know why it offended the guy. Like the way that he typed it out, the way it sounded to me was like making videos on YouTube in 2026 and using a radio voice is bad. And I was like, I don't understand. I was really confused. I was like, what? What are you talking about? But whatever. It's a unique pet peeve. It was a unique pet peeve, right? I believe it's called getting old. Maybe. Wait, I'm getting old or they're getting old for making the comment? I don't know. But it was a very unique pet peeve. Like the dude was like seemed upset. Maybe I misread his comment. Maybe I didn't understand his comment, but he seemed upset at my radio voice. I was like, okay. Whatever you say, buddy. We are all getting old. That is true. I just sent my brother an Instagram video of someone talking about the 5 best places to fart in Disney. What are you up to? Best places as in, hang on, wait. Let me think about this for a second, because we're gonna chat about that. Best places as in where you should fart, or best places to fart because it would get the biggest reaction. Maximum exposure. So not in the bathroom, because that's where you should be farting. Go to the bathroom and fart. But maximum exposure? Oh man. Those rides where they like pack you in, those areas. So like I bet you on that list is the Laugh Factory line. Right? Is the Laugh Factory line on that? Because, dude, they pack you in like sardines in that Laugh Factory line. Like, they shove like 200 people in a space meant for like 10 people. You fart there. Whoo! Everybody's going to be smelling that. Airplane mid-flight. Watching the pre-show. Number 1 is the stretching room and the haunted mansion. Okay, I didn't even know they had the haunted mansion anymore. They still have that? Farts in an elevator? Yeah. The line going to see like Mickey Mouse. That's probably another good line for that. I think the real question is, what should one eat to maximize? Oh, geez. All right, we got to 30. We're going to check to see if 30 is where Iron Root starts. Because if that's where Iron Root starts, then we're going to go do that. 1,000 Leagues Under the Sea. That's probably a pretty good one, yeah. Jungle Cruise, because you're in a slow-moving boat with 20 people. Yeah, but it's outside. I wouldn't say that one would be too bad because it is outdoors. You might just smell some hippopotamus poop. You know? Hip-hop anonymous? You give him the easy ones. I feel like Rob Schneider is on his way out, though. He's been too political lately. And I don't want to talk about politics, but I feel like Rob Schneider is starting to get too political, and I'm like, dude, I liked you, and I still like you, but stop being political, because I don't like that. I just don't like that. Just stop it. 1,000 Leagues is basically a submarine? Is it? Is that the one where you go underneath, like, under the water in the submarine thing? That would be awful. What about just getting in, coming in? If you think that the Jungle Cruise is a bad one, Burl, or if they said it was, just getting on the ferry ride into Disney, that's got to be a bad one. There's so many people that are packed in on those little ferries. Golly. Or inside of the monorail. Like, what? You just rip one in the monorail. It's all enclosed. There's nothing you can do until you get out of that monorail. Holy moly. Golly, that would be awful. That would be so bad. I remember the last time I went to Disney, my son was doing something on the monorail, and somebody was just like chuckling at him the whole time. I love going to Disney and just listening to the kids just be kids and say some of the darndest things. Oh, shoot. Where's my herb? There's usually an herb right here. I wanted to check the iron root. Well, poop. I wanted to see if I could get iron root at 30 or if I need to get to 35. It's a small world because it just funnels the whole... Yeah, it's a small world to be kind of rough, and I thought about that one. But again, it's a pretty open space, and you're moving constantly. So I don't think that one would be that bad. I would say the worst would be the ones where there isn't airflow and there's just like it's just stagnant. You know, those would be the worst to me. There's a whole underground city. Yeah, that's how the people get around inside of Disney. The employees, they get around because of the underground city. Yeah, it's like built on top of a thing. Where does this go? Speaking about a whole new world, it's a whole new world. That would be another good place. What about the Philharmonic? Or the Philharmonic or the what's the other one that people go to? Oh, nice. We can get Iron Root now. Heck yeah, punks. So 30, you can start Iron Root at 30. Good to know. Which means we can now go to the other place. That's the stretching room. It's like 30 by 30 room with 50 people. Which one? The Philharmonic thing? Which one are we talking about? I don't know which one the stretching room is. I got to go to the bathroom. I got to pee. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. If anybody has Sal for me, I would love to get a cast of Sal while I'm gone so we can refresh it. But I'll be right back in just a minute. Okay, did I get a Sal? I did get a Sal. Yay! Thank you, whoever gave me Sal. I appreciate it. You're amazing and awesome. It's probably that gutter gal. Let's see. Let's see. There's a cafeteria, gift shop, headroom where all the mascot heads are. Oh, the underground thing? Yeah. I don't know much about like the underground of Disney. I've never actually been down there. I don't know if anybody that doesn't work for Disney is allowed down there. I think you'd have to be like an employee or something special to be able to go down there and check it out. But I've also heard it's just terrible conditions too. It's just like awful. You can do anything if you pay them. That's true. Haven't there been like celebrities that just buy out Disney for a day or something weird? But even then you don't get all of it to yourself. It's like what they call like a friends and family day or something where only special people are allowed in, so it's just very limited a number of people inside. It's not really like a exclusive, it's just very few people. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go over here. We're going to get Iron Root. All the way up to... I need invisibility. We're going to get Iron Root all the way up to... until it's trivial. I don't really need Iron Root, though. Man, I'm going to have so much extra Iron Root. I really should get a cauldron. Oh, well. We'll figure it out. This is a good place to get Iron Root, though, over here. A very, very good place. They have tours. You could do a tour of like the down underground area thing. Interesting. What attraction was it? I thought it was at Disney a long time ago. This was back in like the 80s or 90s when you can go to Disney and you go into where they do the artists are actually drawing stuff, and you could actually walk through. And I remember these glass windows, these slanted glass windows, and you could look out those and see people literally drawing cartoons. Back when they actually hand drew all the cartoons. Is that a flock of birds right there? No, it's not. Okay, I thought that was a flock of birds. It's just like artifacts in the trees. But I thought that was like the coolest place. I loved going to that when I was a kid and watching them draw. It's called the server room these days. It might be. It might be. But yeah, I remember going through that. So that would be a good fart spot. Is going into Hollywood Studios. Is like, when we talk about Disney, are we talking about anywhere in Disney? Any of the Disney parks? Because I would say going to Hollywood Studios and going into like the Star Wars ride would be a really good one, because it's an enclosed area for like 10 minutes for that ride or whatever. Like you're just in a very enclosed, tight spot. Everyone, but that wouldn't be maximum exposure. You're only going to expose everybody in that one area. So I get, maybe that's why they say maximum exposure on some of those other things, is because like It's a Small World, you can rip one and then like 5 boats behind you, you keep hearing them like, it's a small world. Oh, but after all, it's a small. It's like every few minutes you hear somebody just being like, that's awful. Class design goals just dropped? Really? A look at our class design goals. Is it on the actual classes? What? All right, hang on. We're going to be reading this for a while. Let's go. Okay, let's read this. We got content to make, boys and girls. We've been doing a thorough review of all classes and wanted to share what we're working toward. We're sharing this early because you want to have visibility in our direction, though we are still hammering out all the details. Some of this will shift during implementation, testing, and tuning. So treat it as, hang on, let me turn that down. Let me turn this off. Yoink. There we go. So we're sharing this early because you want to have visibility in our direction, though we are still hammering out all the details. Some of this will shift during implementation, testing, and tuning. So treat it as a genuine look at our intent rather than firm commitment on every detail. Okay? I will do that. Our goal for every class, bring clear value to groups and genuinely fun to play. I like that. Have a distinct identity even when sharing a theme with another class, cleric and paladin, druid and ranger, and so on. You mean no more hybrids? Holy moly, this is already turning out to be awesome. Feel familiar to genre conventions while having a unique flavor in monsters and memories. Again, yes, thank you. No more copy paste of EverQuest. Like, some of that is okay, but too much of it is bad. Stay true to what you expect from the class, even where mechanics shift. Offer meaningful progression and milestones across the full 1 to 60 journey. That's huge for all those like the fighter, the monk, the archer, the rogue. They stop getting stuff at like level 15 or so. Beyond individual classes, we're also looking at where ability overlap is mudding roles and identities. Too many classes with pets. What? Too many crowd control options. What? And making sure every class has genuine strengths and weaknesses that reward grouping with others. Oh my gosh, I feel so justified right now in everything they're saying, because this is what I've been screaming about for months. A few things worth knowing as we go into the class-by-class detail. Class design is inherently subjective, and there's rarely one right answer. I can also agree with that. We have a direction we're confident in for each class, but we want your feedback, especially on whether a proposed treatment fits the class fantasy and how you feel we might improve it during implementation. Oh, this is music to my ears. It's like candy for my brain. I love it. Alongside the class updates, we're also continuing to tune and improve the game systems that feed directly into how classes feel to play. That includes health and mana regeneration, resist rates, shield effectiveness, character stats, time to kill on enemies, and lull and charm mechanics. Oh my gosh! These systems are tightly connected to classes, combat, and NPCs, and getting them right is just as much a part of the work as the class changes themselves. We'll be sharing class-by-class breakdowns with changes ranging from small tweaks to more substantial refreshes depending on the classes we're working toward. Having this in good shape for early access, so the window for bigger changes is limited, but we're excited to share this update with you. Oh my goodness, I'm excited because everything that they have said in here are things where I'm like, yeah, these are points of an issue. These are all like the resist rates, the shield effectiveness, character stats, TTK, lull, and charm. Holy moly, so much of this is like what I've been screaming for a while. Not that I feel like I'm like a super important or whatever, like what I'm saying is correct, but I feel like the community as a whole has been screaming this for so freaking long. We're finally starting to see some of these changes. Let's go through these. We're going to go through all of these one at a time and read through them. But let's read this first. Classes are still in development. Please see the update post below the class links for more information on where we are in the process. We'll keep this page and other pages updated as we go. Okay, so these are going to be all the classes. And then this is what he just posted. Yes. Okay, this is what he just posted on there. So we can go through class by class. Archer. We're just going to go in order, even though I want to go straight to fighter. Archer, high mobility marksman tinkerer. Tinkerer? Wait a minute. That's interesting that they put that on here. Sean did say something about having certain classes or certain races maybe being better at certain trade skills. I don't know how I feel about that. I think it depends on how they do it. And we'll have to see how that plays out. But if the archer becomes some sort of tinkerer, that could be kind of neat. I don't know. We'll see. Range DPS, the races they can be, very neat. Identity. The archer is a range combatant focused on debilitating targets with a diverse selection of gadgetry before striking them down with exceptional precision. That sounds very well edited for the editor that we were waiting for so long. Good job. That sounded really good. The bow is their primary weapon, but specialized arrows expand their utility. These arrowheads give every shot a purpose, and arrow crafting before an adventure ensures that Archer is ready for any situation. So it sounds like they're going to be adding in tinkering to create arrowheads to then put on the arrows to do special abilities, like maybe a snaring shot or things of that nature. That's really cool. I like that. It adds more utility to the archer, but still gives them like high DPS because it says range DPS. So hopefully it still gives them high DPS, but it also has high mobility. So let's read about that. Archers are highly mobile, having the ability to reposition themselves and escape when pressed. They have fire. They can fire while on the move, create distance in a hurry. Ooh, they're probably gonna get some sort of leap ability, and temporarily conceal themselves in order to line up a devastating shot, rewarding patience and timing. Ooh, so archers might get a hide type of ability and a leap type of ability to leap out of combat. That is actually really nice. I like that. I like that a lot. Where rangers rely on their fieldcraft, archers utilize tinkered solutions. Mechanical traps, deployable gadgets, and crafted contraptions give them unmatched control over the battlefield, a strength few would dare to challenge. I like it. Deployable gadgets. I wonder if we're going to get like a deployable, what do they call it? Like a dummy target, right? Something that's going to taunt something in an area for a second. Like that kind of thing. Mechanical traps. I wonder, oh man, I'm curious what they're going to get with all this. That sounds good. I like where they're going with Archer. They're going to be using traps, and they're going to be using their range damage. That's the direction I was hoping we would see with Archer. So defining traits: physical range DPS with no magic. Cool. Can fire at reduced speed while moving. Oh, there you go. That's going to be a nerf to the archer soloing. They're not going to be firing as quickly while they move. They can still do it, but that is a nerf to soloing and archers, and I'm here for it because I think we need to have more grouping. So an archer in a group will be able to do more DPS because they don't have to necessarily move because the tank will be tanking the mob. Love it. Thank you. As access to specialty arrows, including explosive traps, entangling nets, concealing smoke, and more. Key abilities require specific arrowheads, so what you can carry matters. That's awesome. I don't know if I like this. Like they're going really hard into the inventory space. We'll have to see how this plays out once they actually get mounts working properly into the game. I don't necessarily know if I like that direction, but once it is all in and we can actually test it out properly, then we'll have to come back to that and say I do or I don't like it. So that's kind of a wait and see situation for me. But Utilize tinkered traps, including caltrops, nets, and bombs. Their tools feel crafted and mechanical. That seems like a really weirdly worded statement, but we'll go with it. Rather than foraged like a ranger. Okay, so they're saying that it's crafted and mechanical, as in it is tinkered and it's crafted, rather than they just find it out in the world like a ranger. I don't know if I like that they're constantly trying to say how it's different than a ranger, because I know a lot of people are saying, what's the difference in a ranger and an archer? And they're kind of in your face saying, here's how it's different. Just explain what an archer does and then explain what a ranger does. And we hopefully are intelligent enough to find the difference in those two. I don't think we need to necessarily be told how it's different than a ranger. But moving on. Can fire a quick volley while repositioning. I like that. While repositioning. That sounds like they do like a quick volley and jump back at the same time. Can leap backwards when enemies close in. There's the leap back. Can temporarily conceal themselves to empower their first shot upon re-emerging. So this is like a rogue stealth backstab kind of situation, but for archers. So I do like that. What's changing? Archer updates are primarily thematic. We're not overhauling their core abilities, but rather tightening up their focus. You can expect the same ranged DPS role with a stronger emphasis on what makes the class distinct. Power from preparation and positioning. So I'm wondering how much that positioning is going to matter. Like if you're behind the target, is that going to matter more than if you're to the side or in front? I wonder if they're going to have positional shots maybe. We'll have to see what they do with that. But I like the power of preparation, meaning that if you prepare yourself, you have the right tools in place and all of that, then it really works out. And again, on that same note, the arrowheads. So are you going to have to swap out arrows mid-fight, or are you going to be able to put arrows into a quiver, and if you use a certain skill, as long as you have that arrow, the correct arrow to use, will it automatically pull it from the quiver? I would like to see how that's going to work as well. I would like it to go that direction. If I could put, 10 different types of arrows at a stack of 1,000 each into a 10-bag quiver, and then be able to pull the right arrow based on the skill that I'm currently using. That would be really nice. More physical skill and technique as the primary source of power. Loadout-driven gameplay using specialized arrow and traps. So that kind of explains it a little bit. Loadout driven. So how maybe it's what you put into your quiver and then that's how it works. We'll have to see. Emphasis on planning, positioning, and resource management. Okay. Less magic and elemental abilities. So we're not going to see like the fire arrows and that, that were added previously. That's actually good. I didn't like that they had that. The illuminating shot, maybe they could still do illuminating shot with like using certain arrows that light up things. They could do it, like an alchemical kind of light, but that whole direction of elemental damage that they were getting, I didn't like it. Passive or automatic damage. So it's not going to be so much about just turning on auto attack and firing arrows constantly. It's going to be about using the correct arrows at the right time. I like this a lot. This one's feeling pretty good. One thing that I do, and I can't emphasize enough, is this right here. Can fire at a reduced speed while moving. This is going to take a lot of the solo ability out, but still allow them to solo, but be better in a group setting. Absolutely love that they are going that direction. All right, next up, let's go see what is next. We got the Bard. This one's going to be interesting. I'm nervous. Anybody else nervous about the Bard? Ooh, man. I'm nervous. Do we think they're going to put in any type of melody? I don't think so, but I think a lot of people are hoping they put in melody. So we'll have to see. I think that means you can run while shooting instead of stop and shoot, but slower. Yes, that's 100% what it means. You can run while shooting. Yeah. We need a hurdy-gurdy. What's a hurdy-gurdy? Good feels from the Archer direction. Yeah, good feels so far. I'm loving the direction of the Archer. All right, next up, Bard. Bard is fast-moving song twister. Okay, I like that. Role, support and utility. Again, I like that. Identity. The bard is a constant performer while moving and weaving music into the flow of battle. Their magic comes from their layering multiple songs together, creating shifting waves of support, disruption, and control that follow them wherever they go. The bard fights in rhythm, striking between verses while carrying the instrument that shapes their style. This is a very important sentence, and I'm hoping that they wrote it in this way because it means that the bard will be able to continue to fight and melee while playing their instrument. So it will automatically continue, and while they're trying to sing their song for the 3 seconds or whatever their cast time is, they will continue to fight. That's how it currently works for the bard, and I hope it continues working that way, because if you have to stop to sing a song and they can no longer fight or melee in combat, it really reduces the effectiveness of the bard. So hopefully that's what that sentence means, and hopefully it is worded that way on purpose. Their range is wide. They can lift allies, weaken enemies, steady the pace of a fight, or turn its momentum with a well-timed performance. Instruments define their approach, each pushing their music in a different direction and giving them a stronger sense of identity. So they're going to be able to use specific instruments to do, which is what they already do, like a wind instrument to do certain types of spells better, etc. I like that idea, and I hope they continue to do that. One thing I'm hoping for with the bard is maybe adding double attack and getting away from dual wield, so they can always have an instrument in one hand but get double attack with their other hand. That's something that I think that they should do. But maybe their idea is you can either choose better songs in lieu of having additional damage. So we'll have to see what happens. A bard's mastery comes from keeping their performance alive under pressure, choosing the right blend of songs, maintaining the flow, and adapting their rhythm as the battle changes around them. Cool. I love it. Defining traits. Support-focused hybrid class. Hybrid class. I don't like that word. Oh, I wish they would get rid of that. Support-focused hybrid class with broad access to most spell types, including buffs, debuffs, crowd control, damage over time, and regeneration. So no direct healing spells, but they do have regeneration. So they're going to have the continued regeneration health spell, which is nice. And I think it stacks. I'm pretty sure that currently Bard mana and health regen stacks with all other forms of mana and health regen, which is really nice, and it makes a bard useful and wanted in groups. Songs function as group auras that affects all allies within range, so that hasn't changed. That's good. Songs have short durations and rely on twisting to maintain multiple effects simultaneously, so that's not changed. Songs typically have no mana cost and can be used while moving, again, not changed. Has access to different families of instruments, including brass, string, wind, and percussion, each providing category-specific bonuses. Some are required to play specific songs. Makes sense. That's currently how it is, except for this last part, required to play specific songs. That's interesting. I wonder what they're going to be doing with that. I can't think of any spells where you have to have an instrument to play it right now. It just makes them stronger. Can temporarily charm enemies, so charm is staying, as means of crowd control, but not relying enough to serve as a rotation option. Whoa, this right here is a very important sentence. Very important. They can still charm enemies as a means of crowd control. So they charm them to crowd control, not necessarily charm them consistently as a use of damage. Hopefully that's what this means. That is huge. Very, very big for the bards. I love to see that charm as a crowd control with a little bit of damage, and I think it should be utilized that way. I think it's very powerful that way. And so hopefully that's the direction they're going with that. What's changing? The bard already has a clear and distinct role, so the update is more about filling gaps. Their current song selection is thin on the damage side. I agree with that. And instruments have functioned more as an optional bonus than a central part of play. Both are changing. I agree with that 100% as well. More, the depth and range in song selection, including a larger and more meaningful damage offering. This is something that I've been saying about their line of, the riffs. They have 5 or 6 different riff spells, and they could potentially rotate 5 of those at once on one mob, and it limits all the amount of the other things that they can do. You don't really want to do that, though, because the damage wasn't meaningful enough, and it was actually better to buff everybody else in the party or just use charm. So hopefully this is the way that bards are going to be able to solo, is by getting a little bit more meaningful damage rather than charm kiting mobs. They just have this meaningful like rift damage that they can do. And then they can decide, well, do I want to go as a DPS bard, or do I want to go more of a utility bard buffing the entire party? Should I be buffing the party and giving them mana regen and haste and attack speed, all that, or I guess a haste is attack speed, and all that kind of stuff? Or should I be weaving in some damaging abilities? And right now, those damaging abilities aren't enough. So maybe this will be enough to weave those in with those other things. We'll have to see what happens there, but I would love to see that. Instruments as part of normal play, including more songs that require a specific instrument. That's very, very big. Social and non-combat songs, giving the bard room to contribute outside of fights. I wonder what that is. Social and non-combat songs. Well, are they going to be able to like sing some songs in the tavern and give buffs to people? Excellent. Would love to see it. Less charm as a sustained play style. Thank you. I'm so happy about that. So happy about this right here. It's not going to be about just constantly charming mobs. It's going to be about buffing your party, using the utility, doing the damage. Holy moly, these devs are making me so happy today, and we're only 2 classes in. We are only 2 classes in. All right, let's move on. Let's move on to Beastmaster. Beastmaster needs a lot of love too. I'm hoping to see more synergy with the pets. A lot more synergy with the pets. Less spells from the shaman and more buffs to the pet, or like if the pet does this ability, I do this ability. More of that. More of that. A tavern shanty. Exactly, bro. That's what I want to see about the bard. A little tavern shanty. A couple bards getting together and be like, and they're playing their song, and you get like an hour-long XP bonus rather than having to sit around a campfire, and you get like this super long XP bonus or something. That would be great. Would love to see it. All right, Beastmaster. Beastmaster, Animal Taming Primal Brawler. Oh, I love it. I love the sound of that. That sounds awesome. Melee DPS with a pet. Okay. Identity. The Beastmaster is a leather-armored melee brawler who fights without magic. Boom! Get rid of those shaman spells. Thank you. Instead, choosing to have a bonded beast at their side. There are other classes channels. Wow. Where other classes channel supernatural forces, the Beastmaster draws on something rawer. Physical power and a deep connection to the animal world. Love it. I love it. One animal fights alongside them as a persistent combat partner, while others aid them through their toolkit of bestial abilities. So are they going to continue to have the swarm pets, I wonder? That's where, like, while others aid them through their toolkit, that swarm pet idea, I think, was a good idea at first, but when you put it into gameplay, a lot of people were complaining about that, saying it's very tedious gameplay to have to keep up the swarm pet every 2 minutes. So hopefully we don't see that. The Beastmaster is capable of strengthening both themselves and their companion. Nice, love it. Emphasizing the bond they share and their reliance on one another. Oh, this is fantastic. Animal-inspired stances shift how the Beastmaster fights. but they aren't magical. They invoke the instincts of someone who's spent so much of their life living among animals that they've started to become one. Oh man. This is great. This is great. Defining traits. Wields two-handed weapons or double-fisted claws. This right here, you might finally be getting your two-handed barbarian style. This is Conan the Barbarian with a pet. This is literally Beastmaster the movie, right? That's what I'm seeing out of this. This is going to be great. And then double-fisted claws. So I wonder if they're only going to be able to use dual wield if they're using claw weapons. And is that going to be hand-to-hand, or is this going to be slashing? That's another big one. That's another very big question. We'll have to see what they do. Maintains one persistent animal companion that fights alongside them in melee combat. One persistent animal companion. That's perfect. That's exactly what we want. We don't want to have a constant, like a bunch of companions. I mean, they could do that, but if you have too many, it becomes a problem, especially when you start grouping up. If we were to take the Beastmaster and they had multiple pets, and then you put them in with, say, an Elementalist with an air pet and give them all that additional proc chance of attack, it really just makes the Beastmaster super powerful, and it would make them overpowered. So having one persistent pet makes sense. Companions must be healed, cared for, and revived if it dies in combat. So that's currently what's happening. Uses a taming mechanic to acquire companions that is distinct from summoning. So this is one thing right here, the specifically distinct from summoning. This is really nice to know and really nice to hear, because hopefully we start seeing some tamed animals that have abilities on them. So you might want to tame a crocodile for its chomp ability. You might want to tame a spider for its ability to cast a web or poison, a snake to poison, things like that. I would love to see more abilities. Ooh, this next one temporarily calls upon hawks, rats, and other creatures in specific abilities. Ooh, it's kind of like a Pied Piper here with the rats. So they're going to be able to call upon these other abilities to do maybe like, we're going to call upon a plague of rats, and they come out and they disease your target or something. That would be really neat. Has abilities that can buff them, their companion, and party members. So they're still going to have these buffs and abilities. However, they're not going to be magical in nature. It's going to be hopefully more of a spiritual in nature or animalistic, like a rage type of ability where they just are stronger and they can buff their pets through that, through like a dance or something. We'll see. We'll see. Has bestial themed stances for different combat, damage and defense. Ooh, what are they going to do there? A utility modes, speed, stealth, and resistance. What? That's 5 stances. That is 5 stances. Holy moly. Has survivalist abilities, including self and companion heals. Ooh, this is huge right here. Because of the way that they wrote this, survivalist abilities, including self and companion heals. They're no longer going to be healing other players, maybe not have regen for other players. I feel like this is more like a bind wound type of skill, but exclusive to this class, where they're going to be able to bind wound on themselves or bind wound on their animal companions at a better rate. That's what it sounds like to me. So we'll have to see what they do with that. But I like this idea, and it means that the Beastmaster is no longer going to be used as a healer. I think that they were getting like greater regen or something. I think they were getting like the second best regen in the game, which I didn't agree with. All right, what's changing? The Beastmaster is leaving behind its roots as a shaman hybrid. Hallelujah. Thank you. Thank you. The spirit world connection, shamanistic abilities, and swarm pets are going away entirely. This is amazing, guys. This is amazing. What replaces them is more grounded identity as a primal melee fighter whose power comes from physical mastery and their bond with animals, not magical tradition. More two-handed weapons and double-fisted claws as weapon options. Love it. Love it so much. And now the only issue that I see with this is, are these two-handed weapons going to be as good as dual-wielding claws? So are we going to be getting double attack when using two-handed weapons? And then when we have claws, are you going to be able to dual-wield because you're going to be able to get 2 strikes with the claws? Usually that means more stats coming from the claws and additional attacks coming from the claws because you get to do them twice. Right now in the game, double attack and dual wield are better than having two-handed weapons, even if you have double attack with a two-handed weapon. It's still better in most cases, so we'll have to see what they do with the actual skills that revolve around two-handed weapons. If they have specific skills that they can use with those, that would be amazing, and it really emphasizes the use of those rather than everybody still running around as dual-wield claws. All right, next. Animal-themed abilities and contextual creatures throughout the toolkit. Love this. I cannot wait to see what kind of creatures they actually put into the game to help these out, because this is like, and the animal-themed abilities, love it. Like poisoning from snakes and spiders, and like we talked about before, like that's going to be great. Primal stances that buff the Beastmaster, their companion, and the party. So it's going to be primal stances that buff them rather than spells that buff them. So we're up here somewhere where they were talking about that. That's where they're going to be getting that from. It's going to be the stances rather than actual buff spells or abilities. That makes sense. Beastmaster and companion specific survival abilities. They've talked about this with the healing. So I wonder what other kind of Beastmaster and companion specific survival abilities they're going to have. That's going to be interesting. Less shared abilities with Shaman. Oh my God, I love it so much. Thank you. Traditional hybrid role, less of a traditional hybrid role, instead becoming a unique class. This is literally what I've been asking for. Swarm pet mechanics, so less of those. Love it. Love it. Beastmaster is going the direction that I would love to see. The two-handed weapons, we wanted a two-handed weapon class. A lot of people want a two-handed weapon class, so we're getting that, getting away from the hybrid role, adding more just abilities with the beast. This is nailing it, guys. They're nailing it. It sounds good. Okay, it sounds good. The only issue I have with these so far is, are we going to Pantheon this thing? And I don't mean to bring up Pantheon in a negative way or anything like that, but are they just going to be all talk and are not going to follow through with this stuff? I really hope we see some follow through with some of these class changes coming. Really hope we see it. Legit, am I blind? The first 3 classes he read all do the same thing, just in a different way. All have a version of attack, buff, stealth. No, they're very, very different, Burl. They're all 3 of these are very different. So the archer is going to be more about doing damage and utility with their different arrows. The bard is going to be singing songs and buffing the entire party, which the archer is not buffing the entire party at all. And they're going to be doing low damage most likely compared to these other 2, but they're going to be buffing and giving a lot more bonus to the party. The Beastmaster is going to be utilizing their strengths with their pet to be doing melee physical damage with their pet quite a bit, and then buffing the entire party, but at a lower rate than the bard will be. So some of these might sound similar, but they're in my head, they're playing very, very differently so far. Cleric. I'm very interested in the cleric. I really hope we see some more stuff, some more buffs with the cleric, HP buffs, AC buffs, more things that the cleric can do outside of just healing better and preventing damage. Really, really hope we see that. Going to need double attack. They are. I'm hoping, though, what it is, the double attack on Beastmasters, double attack while using two-handed weapon, or you can use single, like, one-handed claws and dual wield and no double attack on the dual wield. So they're going to have to choose one or the other. I hope that's how they do it. Otherwise, two-handed weapon will be completely pointless if they don't give it something to to work with the dual wield side of things, right? So we'll have to see what they do. But yeah, big changes there. You hope Battle Cleric becomes more viable? Let's find out. All right, Cleric. Divine Conduit. Ooh, I like the way that sounds too. Support. This to me already sounds like maybe they're going to call down upon the gods to be able to do something special, like big abilities that they couldn't do before. Like a lay on hands type of ability that Paladins has, but more cleric centric. All right. Healer support. Got it? Identity. The cleric is a servant of their deity, bound by divine law. They look the part of a holy warrior clad in heavy armor with shield and weapon, but their power flows through their words. Prayers, invocations, and divine commands are how their faith acts in the world, healing the wounded, shielding the faithful, and smiting the unworthy. So it sounds like they're not going to be going that battle cleric route necessarily, because they're saying that they look the part of a holy warrior clad in heavy armor and weapon, but their powers flow through their words. So it sounds to me more like they're going to be still more focused on their spells, casting things, rather than a battle cleric. I like that, but they did smite the unworthy, so I'm wondering if we're going to be getting some sort of more damage output from the cleric, or maybe even debuffs based on, I smite thee, blah, 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 in the name of this good god or whatever, that kind of thing. Let's see. In a group, the cleric is indispensable. Resurrections, healing, and divine protection make them the gold standard of healers. Very important, gold standard of healers, meaning that they're probably going to be the best healer in the game. That is going to be the meta healer to go to, but not that the other clerics won't, or other healers won't be able to heal, but they will just be the best at it, is what that reads to me. Not flashy, but extraordinarily reliable. Their heavy armor means they can take hits while casting. Ooh, are they going to be changing the way that armor works? I feel like this is worded in a weird way that is not going to work out the way that it is worded. Like heavy armor is going to somehow make you be able to channel better so that when you take a hit, maybe it just means that you reduce the damage because you're wearing heavy armor. So you reduce the amount of damage, making it easier to get spells off. So we'll have to see how that one plays out. But that's my guess, is it's not necessarily going to mean that heavy armor makes you cast better, but that it just reduces the amount of chances that you're going to get interrupted because of the reduced damage. And they can hold the line as an off tank when the situation demands it. What? This is really good because if you, as a healer, you pull aggro, this is going to be a good thing that the shaman and the druid aren't going to be getting. If they pull aggro, they're going to get just demolished. So maybe this heavy armor is going to come into play for that. Against the undead and other abominations, the cleric is particularly formidable. Their deity's authority, channeled through spoken command, can drive the walking dead back or destroy them outright through holy word alone. Whoa. Dude, are they going to have a destroy undead spell that's going to be like a really good damaging spell for undead? And if they're low enough level, it just destroy, like just boom, gone. Get rid of the undead. That could be huge. Defining traits. Premier healing class. Again, emphasizing the cleric is going to be the best healer in the game. Love it. Uses prayer-based healing and divine magic. Wears heavy armor and shield while bearing blunt melee weaponry. Capable of off-tanking. Their heavy armor lets them absorb while casting. Cool. So I feel like they need to not emphasize this off-tanking so much unless they're really wanting to lean into that, because people are going to be like, nope, clerics can tank now because they can be off-tanks. They can tank. We already have that as an issue with monks being good off-tanks, and people are like, no, monks can tank. They don't. They are good off-tanks, not tanks. So we got to be careful with how we word this, but this sounds really good, meaning that a cleric can get aggro and won't just instantly die. Very, very nice to hear. Has access to resurrection spells, powerful heals, and defensive buffs. I wonder if they're going to keep going more with their defensive buffs. Right now, they have the one buff that gives you a lot more health, but they need more like armor class buffs and health buffs and a mixture, like more of that. Maybe even more resistance buffs, at least to corruption and holy resist and all those kind of things. Would love to see that. Has dedicated anti-undead spells. This is very, very specifically worded, dedicated. So it's not going to be like smite, like a the current judgment spell or whatever that just does damage. It's going to be exclusive, it sounds like, to undead. That's huge. That means that they may not be able to do good damage against everything else, but they will be doing good damage against undead exclusively. That's how I read that. All right, next up, what's changing? The biggest additions to a cleric are on the healing side, including a larger toolkit with more situational options instead of more of the same. Love it. Love it. It's also receiving a clearer separation from the paladin, where clerics channel divine power through word and prayer. Paladins do so through martial devotion. Spells that blurred the line are going away. Oh my God, I love that the hybrids are going away. Their heavy armor is also going to play a bigger role. They keep emphasizing this heavy armor. I'm curious how they're going to be changing armor class. This heavy armor, like, is being emphasized quite a bit to where I feel like armor class is going to be changing throughout the entire game. They'll be able to take hits while casting, and that's being leaned into rather than treated as a footnote. I feel like this is also going to be a huge change for the Paladin, the Shadow Knight, and the Inquisitor, because that heavy armor being able to prevent casting or help you to not stop your casting and increase your channeling abilities is going to be huge for those three classes as well. All right. More situational options in their toolkit of heals. Love it. I would like to see like a heal over time that they might be able to get, a proc heal that they could put on a player so that when they swing and they could proc some heals back to themselves, or maybe like what they had in EverQuest where, and I know this is, it's another EverQuest ability, but that ability where they put like the mark on the target and then you hit them and you gain healing back. I know that Paladin currently has that. I'm wondering if the Cleric will end up getting something like that, or if they're going to leave that as a Paladin Mark of Crusader type of spell. So I'm wondering like what their situational options are going to be. They could also have more AoE, like Healing Prayer, where they have AoE. What about out of combat type of healing that's just like they can sit down and pray and heal up the party, like a kind of like a bard regeneration spell, like an aura type of thing that they can do that they channel. That would be a really cool thing to do as well, to heal up the party after a hard fight outside of combat. Could be interesting. Anyway, durability from their armor, capable of absorbing hits while casting. Man, they are really putting an emphasis on absorbing hits while casting. Really, really focusing on that. They have said it like 4 times. Durability from their, this is, so more of that. Yeah. Unique utility that separates them from other healers. Again, huge. This is something that the clerics really, really needed. Less spells and identity shared with the paladin. That's fantastic as well. Less of the hybrid stuff. That's what I've been screaming. That is what I'm seeing here so far with 4 classes out of the way. Let's keep on reading. Next class up is going to be the Druid. The Druid. Let me read chat here for a second because I may have missed some stuff. Double attack, dual wield, even melee after level 16. Yeah. Let's see. Cleric off tank confirmed. Yeah, it is. Your mom is a tank. Awesome. Good direction. I love it. Yeah, this is such a good write-up communication. It really is. I feel this is how EQ worked, but you still needed to gear a cleric with wisdom such that you always sacrificed AC. Well, as long as they put enough AC or enough wisdom on the heavy armor, that could work out really well for the cleric. So I think that could be okay. This almost 100% depends on itemization more so than the class. Well, I think that the heavy armor does. I like that they're emphasizing itemization. I really like that they're emphasizing itemization because there too many of these classes, especially the 7 caster classes, don't rely on items nearly as much as the martial classes, and that is a very unfair advantage for those 7 classes right now. And I know that the martial classes also have their advantage as well. So just some more balance in that would be really nice to see. They must be implying the cleric will be pulling more aggro. They might. I mean, it does sound like they might be pulling more aggro. Maybe they're going to be doing debuffs and more damage, especially against undead, where they might be pulling more aggro. Their heals, I don't know. This class update is going farther away from their EQ roots. That is good. It is very good. I love it. I'm curious what role the mace will play if they are prioritizing casting. It doesn't sound like the mace is necessarily going to be prioritized, like they're going to become battle clerics. It sounds like they're still going to be casting spells as their primary way to play the game. So I don't see anything, or I didn't hear anything or read anything that makes me feel like they're going to be going in and meleeing. I feel like that's going to be more of the focus of the paladin. All right, let's move on to the druid. Druid, jack of all trades caster. Love it. That is exactly what the druid is. They are a healer, magic DPS, and support, which means that they're not going to do any of these exceptionally well, but they're going to be able to do all of these things. That is fantastic. That is what the druid should be. Now, this is where people are going to get upset, is are druids going to be able to be exclusively healers for groups and leveling up? Or are you still going to want to have a cleric in your party as the primary healer and then get a druid as a support healer with some support DPS and then other spells for support? I personally think that they should be able to be a healer for small groups, but when you get into larger groups, you might want to bring a cleric along. That's my take on it. Some people are going to probably disagree with that. So we'll have to see what they actually do with the druid. The druid is nature's magic's broadest practitioner. Though a healer first, they're equally capable of shaping battles through versatility, persistence, and raw elemental force, meaning that they're going to still be a healer primarily. However, they are still going to be able to do decent damage through magic, is what it sounds like, or using their magic to do other types of effects. Their magic draws upon storms, wind, and the living world, giving them tools that far reach beyond simple restoration. Simple restoration. They're like, those clerics and their simple restorative magic, that is below me. I can call on the storms to be able to blast down my foes with lightning. Anyway, their connection to nature extends to movement and protection. I'm wondering, so the movement we know, speed of the wild, but the protection, are they going to continue to get the AC buffs, and will clerics be able to get AC buffs on top of that as well? They can transport their group across great distance and pull allies out of danger when a fight turns against them. I like that. So they're able to yank allies. Now, one thing I will say about this is don't do this incorrectly. Make it to where you have to be in a party to be able to pull an ally. You cannot just yank people outside, because that's going to be a problem. And then also, I don't know, just they got to really work on that, because that could be abused very easily. If they're going to allow you to move players and pull them and yank them, people will abuse it. They need to fix that. They mean evac. They might be talking about evac, but it sounds to me like they're able to grab a player and move them to them and kind of move them away from danger. Their protective magic answers every strike with nature's retaliation, turning aggression back on the attacker. So I wonder, this sounds like just the Thorns ability, but it's protective magic answers every strike with nature's retaliation. So I'm wondering if that's going to be considered a protective spell. So up here where they talked about that, their protection right here, are they going to be getting away from druids having armor class buff? Or are they still going to have armor class buff? And then in addition to that, that's going to also include the Thorns. So we'll have to see what they do with that, but it sounds like it's going to kind of stay the same, but a little different. The druid is also exceptionally self-reliant. Their influence over animals allows them to bend nature to their will, giving them powerful advantages when traveling or fighting alone. Adaptable and resourceful, they move comfortably between supporting a group and thriving independently. So this sounds like the druid is still going to be a pretty good solo class. Hopefully they're still going to get their quad kiting, they're going to get their root rotting, maybe even snare dotting. Things of that nature would be awesome. It sounds like their influence over animals allows them to bend nature to their will. I don't know what that means, but this sounds like a very Charm-esque thing. Like maybe they're changing the way that Charm is going to work with animals, but we'll have to see what they do with that. Defining traits. Specialize in nature magic ranging from damage over time and elemental nukes to healing over time and snares. So basically the exact same thing that they currently have. Doesn't sound like it's going to be much different. Maybe when it's raining or something, they get a boost to elemental magic. That would be really fun and cool. Wields teleports, evacuates, damage shields, regeneration, and high impact nukes as signature tools. High impact nukes, like a gust of air ability for the druid would be nice. I think that the shaman currently has something like that, where it's like a knockback and root. I feel like that would be more geared towards a druid than the shaman. Functions as a primary healer with strong direct damage capabilities at the cost of lighter buff suite than the shaman. So they're going to be fewer buffs, more damage, but similar healing maybe as the shaman, but less healing than a cleric is what it sounds like. Excels at solo play through control over animals, so more charming of animals, and self-sufficiency. There we go. One of the strongest solo classes. Okay. So if you want to be a soloer, you might want to go the route of a druid and not necessarily be part of a group as much. But there are tools that make the druid beneficial in a group, but it sounds to me like you're going to want to probably play solo small group as a druid, which is kind of where I was thinking that they were going to go with it. What's changing? The druid's role isn't changing. There remain a primary healer with genuine damage capabilities and strong solo utility. The update focuses on depth over breadth. Breadth, yes, that word. Key spell lines are getting better, upgrades, and scaling. I hope that we get Speed of the Wild has upgrades rather than you get it at level 8 and it just grows to level 60. I would like to see Speed of the Wild have a or like you get it at level 8, you get another one at say like 16 or 20 something, 24, every few levels you get a new one and it increases the speed rather than you just get one spell that carries you all the way. Giving the class more to work with in the areas it already owns. In exchange, some of the more generic utility is going away, particularly where it overlaps with other priest classes. What overlaps with other priest classes, I wonder? I'm trying to think. Anyway, let's keep going. More depth in core nature magic lines. Nice. I like it. So more like lightning spells and things of like, I think that they should get away from the fire nukes and give them more like of a lightning nuke kind of spells. Upgrades and scaling for existing spells. Love that. Unique utilities that feel distinctly druid. A remove weather effect would be really nice for the druids. Less elemental spells without a nature theme. Yes. Why are we casting fire instead of using lightning? Love that. Spells shared with ranger. Less of that. More of the separation of hybrid classes from their parent classes. I cannot stress how much that is awesome. This is like, it's killing me that I've been trying to say this for so long that I'm going to keep stressing it over and over and over. These hybrid classes feel so bad because they are just these two classes put together. All right. That is the Druid. Druid sounds good. Doesn't sound like a lot is changing with the Druid. It just sounds like they're going to be broadening the Druid's skill tree and narrowing it down. Instead of having like fire-based spells, having more thematic nature-based spells. And they're going to have better dots, it sounds like. They said damage over time and then elemental nukes. So maybe lightning nukes with like the poison or disease, hopefully poison dots, and then shaman maybe gets disease dots. That's kind of what I'm seeing here and how I'm reading it. Let druids stop sandstorms. Those are horrible. That would be nice. Maybe they made the whole game dark because they want to have a druid in your group to make it bright. Maybe. All right, let's move on. We are what, 5 down? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down. Elementalist. All right. What do we think the Elementalist is going to be? More synergy with the element, this pet. Less nukes from the wizard. I think that's what we're going to be seeing out of this. That's my guess of what we're going to be seeing. And if we're not seeing that, then I might have to slap a dev. No, I'm not going to do that. But I might have to have some words. All right. Let's see. Elementalist. Elemental Binder. I love it. Magic DPS with a pet. I hope, another thing that I hope I don't see out of this is too much of like, oh, it's just a Beastmaster, but with elements. Maybe that is what I want to see. I don't know. That seems kind of weird. Like it could be a Beastmaster with elements, and so they're just an elementalist, so it's more of the summoned rather than taming a beast. That might be the direction they go with this, but then the Beastmaster is going to have more melee focused, whereas the Elementalist will have more caster focused. Identity. The Elementalist commands the classical forces of fire, water, earth, and air, shaping them into both destructive magic and living servants. Their power is rooted in direct elemental expression rather than arcane theory, setting them apart from casters who rely on abstract schools or non-elemental disciplines. Their magic is forceful, focused, and tied closely to the nature of the element they choose to wield. Choose to wield. This seems like you're going to be choosing, I want to go with fire, I want to go with air, I want to specify what I'm going to be good at. We'll have to see. This sounds really good to me. Their elemental servant is the centerpiece of their craft. Thank you. I love that. A manifestation of raw elemental power that fights beside them and responds to their guidance. The elementalist blends their own spellcasting with the actions of this companion, layering effects, amplifying weaknesses, and creating combinations that reflect the strength of their element. Oh my God, I love it. Thank you. More synergy with the Elementalist and their pet. Putting those things together, amplifying the weaknesses, layering effects, and combinations that reflect the strength of each element. Combinations here, guys. This is exactly what they've been needing to do with the Elementalist, is have that synergy between the two and have them work together more. They're comfortable fighting alone, relying on their servant to hold the front line while they strike from afar. Their bond with elemental forces grants them the resistance to elements they command. Awesome. So I wonder if this is going to be like they're going to be able to choose one at a time. Are elementalists going to be getting stances that's going to allow them to get more bonuses? Or are they going to be like the auras from the different elements? You're going to get a boost to that? We'll have to see. and their deep study of elemental behavior produces practical expression of their mastery. Cool. Love it. Defining traits. Specializes in elemental magic, fire, water, earth, and air. Functions at, I wonder if they're going to take wizards and now make wizards do magical damage rather than elemental damage. Ooh, I can't wait to get to wizard. All right, moving on. Well, let's get these other ones out of the way first. Functions as a pet-based summoner with strong direct damage nukes. Commands an elemental servant that can fulfill unique roles based on its element. Okay, I love that. This fulfill unique roles based on its element. So different elements, elemental servants will fill unique roles. That's like right now, it's basically their pet is you put it out and it's for DPS for the most part. Like you don't really pick a pet for different things. You can, and the earth pet is a little bit better maybe at tanking, but not enough. Not enough. Uses spell and pet synergy to apply elemental debuffs, trigger elemental procs, and stack imbue effects. This is huge and exactly what I was asking for. So thank you for putting that out there. Summons elemental weapons and focus utility items. This is currently already in the game. I feel like they might need to get away from this. Like the summon elemental weapons, cool, but focus utility items like summoning the food and water and summoning bandages and summoning arrows, I don't necessarily like that because it's not a summoner class. It's an elementalist class. I would rather see something along the lines of the elementalist can imbue a target's weapon with fire or different types of procs. Like they target a player and say, you now have fire procs, you now have water procs, air procs, earth procs, whatever. Or they could take some arrows that are already made. Like an archer can hand an elementalist a stack of arrows and they can cast fire on those arrows. And now they become flaming arrows when the archer uses them. I would like to see it more that route because this just screams more of the summoner or magician to me. But again, we'll have to see when they actually put the abilities in what they are. Performs well solo by relying on their pet to tank while casting from afar. This right here concerns me. I'm glad that they can do it. I want elementalists to be able to solo and I want their pet to be able to tank for them. However, it's got to be very, very careful that the elementalist tank does not take over the role of a tank class. So hopefully they balance that right. Same thing with the pets. Any of the pets in the game should not replace DPS classes. They need to be underneath a DPS class, which is why I am so for this right here, the synergy being the big thing. Like an elementalist synergizing with their pet to do certain effects is very important because it makes it to where you can have the pet be lower damage and not equal to a DPS class, and the elementalist still has to do something to bring the entire class up to the par of DPS classes. Hopefully that made sense the way that I'd explained that. Benefits from innate elemental resistances tied to their chosen school. Chosen school? What? They're going to be able to choose a school and then they're going to be really good. So is this going to make like 4 classes in one? Like, is there going to be a meta here where we want to have, like, if they choose the Earth school, they're going to be really good at solo because they're going to have a good tank, or they're going to be able to choose a fire school and they're going to be able to do more damage? How is that going to be? How is that going to be worked out? That's going to be hard to balance. I don't know how they're going to do that. We'll have to see how they actually implement it into the game, but that could be extremely hard to balance. Man, I don't know. All right. Gains access to thematic elemental utility effects. I don't know what that means, but sounds cool. What's changing? The Elementalist core is staying intact. The update is about tightening the theme and adding depth where the class currently runs thin. Direct damage is getting more variety. I love that, as each element currently only has one spell line. See, that's what I'm talking about. That is what I've been trying to say. Why can't we have a fire damage spell, a lightning damage spell, or like an air damage spell, an earth damage spell? Like, you should be able to have a physical damage spell where they just summon up a boulder and throw it at something, and it's just high damage physical earth damage, you know? That would be awesome to have for the Elementalist. Elemental servants are also getting more to do with deeper interaction between pet abilities and the Elementalist owned spells. This is my biggest thing that I've been asking for the Elementalist. Just more of that. On the Conjuration side, generic utility items like food and bandages are being replaced with elemental themed equivalents that better fit the theme. Literally what I said just a few minutes ago that they should do. I love that they did that because summoning food and bandages just doesn't fit the theme of the class. Summon things that fit the theme of the class that are elemental based. You know, an elemental like a rock or something that you can summon an elemental infusion that you can infuse into your weapon for a certain amount of time or into your arrows or whatever, like stuff like that. Oh my gosh, it's huge. Huge. Devs, I'm going to cry here. I'm going to cry. You're making me feel great. All right, more elemental servant interactions and spell and pet synergy. More of that. Yes. So much of this. It's not even funny. More. You can't do enough of that. Do it all. All of it, please. Elemental themed conjurations like that. Now, the only thing that I don't like about this is I'm hoping they get away from you can summon 4 different pets, right? Like every 4 levels, you have to buy a new pet and summon 4 different pets. Let's have one pet, and then you can take that pet and you can have it turn into the other elements automatically. Just in your pet window, you can hit a fire stance, a water stance, whatever, have stances for the pets, and then you cast your synergy on top of that. That would be a lot better way of doing it, in my opinion, and rather than having just tons of pets that you have to buy all the way up. Variety and direct damage spells across all 4 elements. Love that. Less generic convenience conjurations. Love it. And spells that don't fit the elemental theme. Love that. So they already got away from like the summon hero, the commune with the honorable, where they summon somebody to you. They already got away from that. I don't think they're going to be bringing that back. It doesn't sound like they're going to be bringing that back, which is good. That they're going to continue to focus on making it a DPS class, and it's going to be getting utility through all of the different elements in the game rather than just these weird generic utility that is more of a summoner or more of a magician than it is elementalist. So love it. This is fantastic news for the Elementalist. Let's keep going. What is next? Let me drink some water here. Hang on. All right. I prefer separate pets, like different identities. Well, they could still do that. Like one pet, and then you click on like a fire pet within the pet window, and it takes like a 5-second cast time and turns into a fire pet. So it still has the 4 unique pets, but they're in one pet, right? They can just change to the different elements rather than I have to buy a fire pet, I have to buy a water pet, buy an earth pet, and buy an air pet, and I have to put it on my bar, memorize this new spell, and now I got to change my pet. I got to dismiss this pet, summon up a new pet. Like, I would like to get away from that. Summon a pet and then be able to change the element of the pet is the better way to go, I think, right? Yeah, I'm talking about the UI of it, right? Not having to go into your spell book and pick out a different pet and some, like, that's just clunky and it feels bad. Have one pet that you summon, and then that pet can change to the different elements. That's what I would like to see. I want to be able to have all the elements, not just like an elemental pet that is all elements combined or anything like that. No, it's a fire pet, an air pet, or like have them different, but only one spell. All right, Enchanter. Please less charm. Please less charm. Please less charm. Okay, let's see what happens. Am I channeling the less charm? Enchanter. Archetype. Masterful Conductor. Oh, I love it. I love how he's holding the wand like a conductor. I love it. That's actually great. Good job on the art. I'm assuming Goblin did this art. Perfect. It's perfect art. Good job. Whoever did this, Goblin, if you did it, great job. If it was somebody else, fantastic job. I love it. Roles, crowd control, support, and utility. Love it. Now, notice it says crowd control, so not charm monster, send it to attack, DPS, right? Crowd control, and I hope we go in this direction. All right, identity. The Enchanter is a master of mental influence, shaping the flow of battle throughout sheer force of will. Their magic bends perception, alters behavior, and disrupts enemies in ways no other caster can match. Where the Bard supports through music and presence, the Enchanter supports through focused spellcraft, turning the battlefield into a stage they control. Oh, I love it. I love it. They are a conductor. Just like their title says up here, they're a masterful conductor. Man, that is just really, really eloquently put. I like that. Their strength lies in managing threats rather than confronting them directly. They can halt enemies in place, redirect their aggression. So this means charm. Redirect their aggression does mean charm, sending them in, or turn them against their own allies. Again, emphasizing that charm is still staying. I just hope it's not to the point where charm is overpowering the Enchanter's identity. A minor summon companion adds to their presence, but their true power comes from orchestrating the fight itself. Da, 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 da. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. It's funny that they're using things like orchestrating and conducting when they're talking about the Enchanter rather than the Bard, because the Bard is literally a musical thing and orchestras. I find that kind of comical, but also it's fitting. It really works because the Enchanter or a conductor doesn't play any instruments, whereas a bard plays the instruments. The Enchanter just, tells people and conducts and tells them what to do. So it really fits the theme, and it works really well. So amazing job on the editor or whoever actually wrote up all of this and made it sound this amazing. Very, very good job. I love what you're doing over there. Keep doing that. These kind of things are just like candy for the brain. Their enhancement magic is highly prized. They can sharpen the minds of casters, accelerate the strikes of melee fighters, shield allies with protective wards, and weaken enemy resistances to amplify the damage of every spellcaster around them. This is an interesting way of saying this. Weaken enemy resistances to amplify the damage. That's extremely... That's put in a certain way that makes you feel like resistance, if they reduce the resistance, you're going to be able to do more damage with your spellcaster. But does that just means that you're going to be resisted less, or you're actually going to be doing more damage? I don't know. Like, can we go to negative resistances maybe and amplify that damage? I don't. That one's worded a little bit funny to me, depending on how they actually put it into the game. Illusions further define their identity, allowing them to shift appearances in ways that carry real social and practical impact throughout the world. So more illusions. That's going to be nice to see. I hope we start seeing some more of that. Right now, we don't really need it with faction-based stuff not really being implemented in the game the way the game is currently, but they are planning on adding more factions later on, and maybe we're going to be able to modify our factions in the future. I wonder if this is going to be exclusive to enchanters, though, so that they're not going to have to modify their faction as much, but other classes will. Are they going to be able to cast illusions on other players or increase other players' factions to certain types of NPCs? It sounds like it's just going to be to themselves, but we'll see. The Enchanter demands constant awareness. Their tools are powerful yet fragile, and maintaining control requires attention to every moment of the fight. A good Enchanter elevates the group. A master is irreplaceable. Okay, This reads to me, their tools are powerful, fragile, and maintaining control requires attention to every moment of the fight. I wonder if that means that charm is going to become channeled, or certain effects are going to become more channeled where they can only do so much while they're focusing on doing those. If they're trying to mez like 10 different mobs, are they going to be like limited on other things that they can do while doing that? Premier crowd control class relies on charisma as a primary stat, directly affecting the strength of their spells. This is fantastic news. Charisma should not be for charm, lull, and fear exclusively. It should also be for mesmerize. It should also be maybe for other types of things like stuns, or like these things right down here, these incapacitating effects. I think it should be for those. Controls encounters through incapacitates, stuns, and charms, enabling CC-driven strategies that can manage the most chaotic situation. Love it. Love it. Has a suite of powerful buffs, including mana regeneration, melee haste, and damage absorption. So these are all the same. That has not changed much. Hopefully we start seeing more emphasis on people using these. Well, more emphasis on the damage absorption through enchant ally kind of spells rather than just focusing on exclusive charm stuff. Has debuffs that reduce enemy resistances and slows their attacks. Use illusions to alter appearances for social, factional, and situational utility. I'm really curious how they're going to do this. Like, if they give enchanters the ability to change their factions very easily, but it's exclusive to illusionists or exclusive to enchanters, that's going to really be a huge benefit to them as far as being able to do more quests and things, whereas other classes are going to have to constantly bring their factions up and down to be able to do more of the quests in the game. Hopefully they have it to where enchanters can cast those spells on other people. What's changing? The Enchanter's existing toolkit is solid and their identity is clear, so the update focuses on scaling and depth over addition and removal. Charm is being tuned. Da, 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 da. I love it. The charm is being tuned. Okay. Unlike my vocal tune, I can't sing. I am not in tune, but charm is being tuned. This is huge, guys. Huge. It's currently stronger than intended and will be brought into better balance. I'll let that sink in. Please let that sink in. Please. All you people that are like, charm isn't too strong. Yes, it is. But it remains a core part of how the class plays. And that's fine. It should be a core part of how the class plays, but it is stronger than intended. Clearly. It's clear as day. And then now the devs have said it. So it's out there. We're done. We win. Yes, we win. Thank you. I take my leave. Exit stage left. Which way is stage left? Illusions are getting more practical value, expanding their usefulness in social and factional situations. I like this. I just hope that we can cast illusions on other people. More scaling and upgrades in core ability lines. Fantastic. Practical value from illusions. I love that too. Less generic utility spells that don't reflect the enchanter's focus on mental influence and control. Read that again. Generic utility spells that don't reflect the enchanter's focus on mental influence, and so less of the generic stuff. More focus on charming mobs, mezzing mobs, stunning mobs, incapacitating, all of this. Love it. Love it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, devs, for listening to our plea on charm and making the enchanter still good, but less charm reliant. Absolutely love that. All right. You got me tacos. Taco break. We're going to have a taco break before I read Fighter because I'm going to need all the energy in the world for reading Fighter. Holy moly, this is like Oh, she got me a whole box from Taco Bell. We even got the the little swirly things. Sorry, I had to crunch it once. A taco break timed right before Charm Bombshell generational run. Dude, it's perfect. It's perfect. The Cinno Twist, yes, that's what they're called. Cinno Twist, they're fantastic. I love them. Oh my God, we got a cheesy double beef burrito or something. Or wait, cheesy bean and rice. I don't know. A burrito, and we got a taco, soft taco, and we got two soft tacos, a burrito, and and Diablo sauce. Wait, can I get it? Diablo sauce. All right, what are we gonna do first? I'm excited. Pardon me for a moment while I eat this delicious food, and then we're gonna read the fighter. Oh, those boxes should come with toilet paper. They do. You can use the wrapper after you're done. Oh my gosh, guys. I should read fighter first? Nope. I'm going to get energy for fighter. I got to have my energy for the fighter. Give me a second. Oh my goodness. Oh. That's good. I won't need energy? Uh-oh. I need the energy. Whether it's good or bad, I'm going to need the energy. What was I going to say? I forget what I was going to say. I will be putting these all on YouTube, by the way. I'm going to separate them out and put them individually on YouTube as separate videos. So please go and watch them if you're interested. But I don't want to do it all as one big video because that's going to be too much information. So we're going to separate them out as separate videos. See? Toilet paper. Right there. I know what I was going to say. This stream is not sponsored by Taco Bell. That's what it was. Not sponsored by Taco Bell. We're just eating it. No spoilers, but Fighter's new charm is going to be strong. I swear, guys. Fighter's getting charm. No. I'll eat this fast. Don't worry. I know a lot of you are like, just read more. I'm at work and I can't do this right now. I get it. Give me a minute. I promise I'll eat fast. This is money. So stinking good. They are changing a lot. They have a lot of work ahead of them, for sure. All right, let me drink some water. I'm going to eat my burrito. We're not going to eat the cinnamon twist yet. That's going to be dessert. I'll skip those for now, and I'll eat them. I'll eat them after we're done reading all these. This Diablo sauce is so good. Who else likes the super hot Diablo sauce from Taco Bell? Is it just me? Am I the only one? Diablo sucks? What? You guys got fire? Mm-mm. I like the Diablo sauce. Diablo sauce is fire. I think the Diablo sauce is fire. Bean and rice burrito, by the way, for anybody that was interested. So we had 2 soft tacos and a bean and rice burrito.
I forgot your Dr. Pepper.
Oh my God, I got a Dr. Pepper too? What? Thank you, honey. I'm so loved. I don't know why I'm so loved, but I am loved. Jury duty company retreat. I don't think I saw that one. I don't think I saw that. All right. I'm almost done, guys. I promise. We're going to read more. We're going to read more. I also love that they're getting away from the EQ copy and paste. That's a very, very, very smart direction. All right. Dr. Pepper, man, so good. All right. Let's go. I ate way too fast right there. Way too fast. That's probably gonna sneak up on me later. Okay. Are we ready for Fighter? Am I ready for Fighter? I don't think I'm ready for Fighter. I'm gonna get emotional. I'm going to get so emotional here, guys. If this says Premier, we already had a Premier Healer, and we've had a Premier Enchanter. We're about to see Premier Tank. It's going to be the best tank. And if it's not, I'm going to cry. All right. Here we go. Fighter. The Fighter. Armored Juggernaut. I love it. I love it. I love it. Armored Juggernaut. Tank. Melee DPS. Cool. The Fighter is the purest expression of physical defense, a frontline specialist built to withstand punishment and command enemy attention. Their strength comes not from magic or supernatural force, but from discipline, training, and the instinctive understanding of how to survive in the thick of a fight. Okay. I like it. Their approach to battle relies on practice stances that shift their strength to match the situation. These aren't magical transformations, but the refined habits of a veteran who knows how to read a battlefield. Their presence is reinforced by powerful shouts that rally allies or unsettle foes, giving them a small but meaningful layer of utility. Small but meaningful layer of utility. So they already do this a little bit. They have a shout, one shout that gives them strength to the party, and they have another shout that gives a damage reduction to mobs around it. Hopefully they kind of build on that a little bit and get a little bit more. They don't need a lot more with that, but maybe a little bit more of those things would be really, really nice. What sets the fighter apart is their ability to anticipate danger. They can brace against incoming harm, shrug off threats, and disrupt enemies with crushing physical force. More stuns? More stuns coming to the tank? They only have one right now, but that would be awesome. But what I like about this is brace against incoming harm and shrug off threats, which means that they might get more abilities. They currently have one, but more abilities that allow them to reduce damage or block more often or something along those lines. That sounds really, really awesome. Their strikes can weaken armor. They can already do that. Stagger opponents. They can already do that. Create openings that turn the tide of melee engagement. Okay. In a group, the fighter is the anchor. No other class holds enemy attention as reliably, and no other frontliner maintains control with the same consistency. They are the best at threat. Right there. That is what I just read. They are the best at threat, at least single target threat. Their combination of durability, pressure, and presence makes them the default choice for any ambitious adventuring party. This to me reads primary tank. This to me reads they are going to be the best tank at as far as reducing damage, as far as maintaining threat. Love it. Love it. All right. Defining traits. Fights exclusively with melee weapons, utilizing a shield for tanking. I hope they emphasize the shield for tanking. And dual wield or two-handed for more damage. So again, I love this. This is exactly the direction that fighters are supposed to be going. When they're tanking a hard mob, they put on a shield. Shields should be used. Shields should be something that you want to have on, and maybe add more to that to make them really, really stand out when you're fighting something challenging. When you're not fighting something challenging, still go dual wield or two-handed weapon for the added damage, which again helps you hold control with the enemy's attention reliably. I love that. Has a strong toolkit for physical debuffs and preventative counters to incoming damage. Strong toolkit. Preventative counters to incoming damage. Love, 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 love. Operates on a shared cooldown pool that forces meaningful choices in each combat cycle with stances that shift the kit toward offense, defense, or control. Charm confirmed. Now, I like this, though. This is good. So you can go offense, you go defense, or whatever control is going to be. Sounds good. Like you're meaningful. This is the thing. Operates in a shared cooldown pool that forces meaningful choices rather than you always want to be offensive unless you're fighting something super duper hard, then you go defensive, and that's it. Meaningful choices. Hopefully you're going to be swapping between offense and defense often instead of just, spamming a few attacks in offensive mode. Love it, love it, love it. Stuns for control? Maybe. Yeah, that could be where they're going. They might be getting more in the case of stuns, kicks, interrupts, that kind of thing. That could be where they're going with it. Performs best against melee opponents and gains additional value when defending due to retaliatory mechanics. Are we getting riposte? Riposte? Riposte confirmed? I think we might be getting riposte. I'm telling you, that's what that sounds like. Possesses the strongest aggro control tools in the roster, enabling unmatched threat generation and stability. Oh my gosh, guys. They're doing it. They're doing the thing. All right, what's changing? The fighter is being reshaped into a dedicated tank rather than one that also competes on damage. Thank you. I don't want to compete on damage. I don't care about my damage. That's for the DPS classes. The fighter should be getting high threat and defensive skills with some damage. Mediocre damage is fine. They'll gain a broader aggro and survival toolkit, more ways to counter incoming damage, and a stronger retaliation suite. Overall damage output comes down in exchange. I'm fine with that. Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't care if I'm good damage. Love it. More taunts and threat management tools. Good. Tanking problem solvers. I like that. Retaliation abilities. Less melee DPS, but still competitive. And that's all I've asked for. All I've asked for. This sounds to me like the fighter is going to be a physical damage mitigation powerhouse. They're going to be holding threat, they're going to be taking hits, and they're going to be mitigating that damage as much as possible with more abilities to do that. So less spamming your abilities to do damage, like your Rend and Frenzy and things like that, and more, oh crap, I'm about to get hit by something big, defensive stance. Oh man, let's get some riposte in there. Let's get, other like that. I love it. I love it. This sounds absolutely what I've been wanting the fighter to be, which means this reaffirms me being a fighter for early access so far. I don't think we're going to be switching up our main class. All right, let's move on. Fighter sounds beautiful. Beautiful. Exactly what I wanted. Yeah, more productive defensive buttons. Yes, more buttons for defense. More buttons for defense is what I want. I do wish they gave more concrete examples, but I think overall these changes in the right direction. Hybrid changes especially. Me too. The hybrid changes are huge, and that people have been asking me what's my biggest take on this, what I'm hoping for the most, and it's getting rid of the hybrids, and they have done that. They have literally so far gotten rid of the hybrids. However, we haven't seen a hybrid class yet. Now we're about to go into the Inquisitor, our first true hybrid outside of maybe Beastmaster, it was a hybrid class, kind of, because it had the shaman spells, but it also had the Beastmaster pets. So let's see what they do with the Inquisitor. Let's go. Gotta get prepared for this. Gotta be prepared because hybrid classes going away is massive. Massive. Inquisitor. The Inquisitor. Anti-magic tyrant. Ooh, that sounds good. Sounds great. Tank and crowd control. Notice that the fighter was tank melee DPS. This is tank and crowd control. So I want to point that out to people. So the fighter will still be probably a good DPS compared to other tanks, but way less than it currently is, which is exactly how it should be. All right, identity. The Inquisitor is a plate-armored enforcer built around a single premise, the denial and destruction of magical threats. They're cold and forbidding, shaped by a philosophy that treats arcane power as something to be broken, drained, and turned against the wielder. I read that as they are not going to be having spells anymore. I don't want them, and I know it says CC up here, I really don't want them having like the mez spells that enchanters have. I'm really hoping that the Inquisitor gets away from that and maybe reflects spells onto the target or something along those natures, takes a spell and just absorbs it into them as far as healing or something. I don't want the Inquisitor really casting spells. I feel like the Inquisitor is anti-magic, meaning that they should not be using magic themselves. They should be preventing magic and using other people's magic back on them. That's how I read it, and that's what I'm hoping for. Where the fighter is the answer to physical danger, the Inquisitor is the specialist called in when the enemy wears robes. Fine with that. That is excellent. And I think you should want to bring an Inquisitor as the main tank of big fights where magic is the main damage, as in like more than 50% of the damage is magic based, then you bring in the Inquisitor as the tank. If more than 50% of the damage is physical based, you bring in the fighter as the tank. The fighter is still, in my opinion, going to be the best tank in the game because majority of the damage throughout the game will probably be physical. However, this means that the Inquisitor is going to have a much bigger role against certain types of monsters. All right. Their toolkit is built on the philosophy of dominance and magical disruption. They interrupt spells mid-cast, strip abilities entirely. Hopefully we start seeing the damage shield removal from these, or being able to be like wipe all debuff or all buffs on a mob like that. Like just one cast and it's just like strips them away. And seize brief control of enemy minds in turn to turn them against their own allies. So it looks like they're going to continue to have that charm effect that they currently have. I wonder if it's going to reduce the duration of the charm effect, reduce the cooldown, increase those things. I don't know. But it says brief control of enemy minds to turn them against their own allies. So we'll see what happens there, but it sounds like they are going to maintain charm, which I think goes against the thematic of anti-magic tyrant, because they're kind of using magic to control another creature. And if they are supposed to be anti-magic themselves, then why are they using magic? But we'll see what they do with it and how they make that work. The longer a fight goes on, the worse it gets for spellcasters. Their options are shut down and their fate sealed with a blade. Love, love, love. Hopefully that means that the Inquisitor might get maybe a proc type of ability where it procs a dispel or a what do they call it? The debuff, the removal buffs, purge, like a proc purge kind of thing. That would be really nice. Stolen magic never goes to waste, as the Inquisitor's deep understanding of magical workings lets them redistribute what they drain to allied casters or use it to enhance their magical abilities. This is awesome. Being able to drain the mana from one target and give it to your healer or your wizard or something, that is huge, guys. That is huge. I love, love, love that. They become a conduit for power rather than a true caster, making them unexpectedly valuable to caster-heavy groups beneath the surface of an otherwise predatory class. Oh, that is amazing. I love the stolen magic thing. And then they could also steal the magic to enhance their own abilities as well. So steal magic, enhance their abilities, steal magic, give mana to the healer that's getting low on mana. Perfect. This means that the Inquisitor not only is going to be a good tank against magical targets, so in an in-game focus raid style thing where people are like, well, if you're a tank class and you're not the main tank, then you're worthless in a group. No, this will be a really good class to have in like the healer group. Have a bunch of healers in a group, and that means that the Inquisitor can keep pumping that healer to heal the main tank. That is going to be very, very, very beneficial, it sounds like. And I love it, and it gives them something to do at end game outside of just wanting to tank. If you want to tank, I still say that you want to probably be a fighter if you want to be the main tank, but it sounds like they still will be good tanks against caster mobs, but they're still going to have a defining role outside of that, outside of just a main tank role. Love it. Defining traits: plate-wearing melee tank with a focus on mental domination and anti-magic specialization. Can silence, dispel, mana drain, and produce magical barriers. All of these things that they can already do. Hopefully we see more emphasis on this in the future. I want to see NPCs have more mana pool. And if they have more mana pool, that means that Inquisitors are going to be even more beneficial, because they're going to be able to drain that mana better than anybody else, hopefully, and be able to drain that mana and give it to their other allies. So that would be really nice to see, increase the mana pool of NPCs to make those caster mobs even harder to deal with, making it so that Inquisitors are going to be more wanted in a group against spellcasters. Excels against spellcasters while remaining capable against physical opponents. Capable against physical opponents, but excels against spellcasters. Perfectly worded. I don't think anybody can misinterpret this and be like, well, why isn't an Inquisitor, a better tank, etc.? It's because they're good against spellcasters, but they're capable as tanks against other things. Employs mind control tools, including a brief charm. So that's staying. Ability denial. I love that. And mental shutdown. That sounds like a day in my life. Just mental shutdown all the time. All right. Redistribute stolen mana to allies and can enhance their own abilities. This right here is going to be their bread and butter, it sounds like. That's going to be their bread and butter. People are going to be like, oh, they're just mana batteries. Well, they're mana batteries while tanking and removing the ability for casters to cast spells and giving that power to their allies. I think it's more than just a mana battery. What's changing? The Inquisitor's identity is being separated from the Enchanter. Excellent. No more hybrids. Both classes are mind control and ability denial, but they'll feel very different in practice. Inquisitors' versions of these tools are being rebuilt around aggression and proximity rather than finesse. So maybe they're going to have AoE mana drains, AoE mezzes, AoE stuns. They already have the AoE stun. So that's really good. That means that they may be one of the better crowd control classes as far as tanking multiple mobs. Could be great. The grab bag utility is being cut and consolidated, freeing up ability slots for tools that actually fit the class. Wow. That's funny. Hey, somebody might have put some tools in here that don't actually fit the class. We're going to actually put some things in there that fit the class this time around. Against melee opponents, the Inquisitor now has options, but using them costs mana, which creates a real trade-off against their primary role. Okay, so now they're still going to be good, but it's going to cost them mana to be able to be really good against physical damage melee opponents. That really, really, really sounds cool. That sounds to me like what the Spellblade was getting, where they were able to use their mana to put up a shield to like absorb damage. It sounds to me like maybe the Inquisitor is going to be getting this, and they're going to have to use their mana to be a really good tank, or they can use their mana to like steal mana. So are they going to be stealing mana from their opponent, giving it to themselves, giving it to their party members, and then using that mana back? It sounds to me like they're going to be really good tanks. Like maybe even better than a fighter in some ways, because if they're able to get up this like mitigation shield that can absorb physical damage, it might make them better tanks than a fighter, because they're not going to have to be healed as much. So you could actually have an Inquisitor in your party with, say, a Druid or a Shaman in your party rather than a Cleric, which is going to be the primary healer. Sounding very interesting. I think this sounds really good for the Inquisitor. Fast casting and short range abilities. Fast casting. This right here is what I've been asking for as well for all of the hybrid classes, all of the tanks that are trying to tank and cast spells. They need them to be fast cast, low efficiency, but very needed, right? So short range abilities. These aren't going to be like 30-meter range abilities. They're probably going to be like 10-meter range at most, something in this general area. So they're not going to be casting spells all over the place. I really, really like that. This really works well for a tank being able to do things, because they're going to be in the face of the enemy anyway. All right, unique abilities focused on eroding an opponent's willpower, making them more vulnerable to attack and damaging their psyche. Ooh, I like that. That sounds really good. I wonder if this means that you're going to be able to do more damage. Like, it sounds to me, somewhere up here it said over time, it's going to make them weaker. The spellcaster is weaker over time, to where it's going to be like the Inquisitor builds up. The longer the fight goes, they become more and more and more powerful. So I wonder if Like an Inquisitor fighting against a raid boss that might be like a 5 or 10 minute long raid fight, they might actually end up being super duper strong, like building that up. That'd be kind of cool. I would like to see that. Consolidation of existing abilities to take up less slots while being more effective. This is really big for all of those hybrid classes because they had so many abilities that they needed to use and only 10 slots to put them in. So that's really, really nice. Differentiation in their tanking style. Again, very, very awesome with this melee opponent role right here where they're talking about using mana to be able to tank a little bit better as a trade-off. I like that. Tools to help against melee opponents at the cost of mana. So it will cost them mana. I hope it's a high mana cost, right? And I know that people are going to be like, no, it shouldn't be a high mana cost. It should absolutely be a high mana cost when going up against melee opponents, and then they go up against caster opponents, and they get that mana back, and then they go up against melee. So it's kind of like you want to fight a melee, then you want to fight a caster, then you want to fight a melee, and kind of going back and forth to maintain that balance of getting mana and using mana, and then getting mana and using mana. That to me, it would be a really fun gameplay. I might be leaning towards an Inquisitor at some point soon and trying that out because that could be really, really powerful depending on how they do it. Less shared abilities and identify with the Enchanter. That's huge. And less broad utility. So less broad utility, probably less haste ability. Maybe abilities like they don't need haste, right? They don't need to be casting haste on other players. I don't think they need that at all. I think it needs to be focused on debilitating the caster that you're fighting. And that seems to be the direction they're going with the Inquisitor. I love that. I love that. All right. What else we got to say? I'm going to try to read some more of this. My preference for raids, fighters is best 50% of the raid targets. The other 50%. Maybe Goonie. Maybe. What I would like to see for the raid targets, we can talk about that for a second since we're kind of talking about two tanks back to back. I would like to see more like the fighter being the main raid target, right? That's going to be your main tank, taking the most of the physical damage and reducing that as much as possible. Now, what it sounds like they're going to be doing, though, is making a tank rotation to where you have a fighter tanking a raid boss, and then another fighter will come in, taunt it, and use their cooldowns. And then if it's a spellcaster happening, like they're about to do a big nuke, the Inquisitor taunts them and takes the big nuke hit, and then a fighter taunts them back off and uses their cooldown. And it's about utilizing the cooldowns of different classes or different players. Like you could have 3 or 4 different tanks in a rotation to take down raid bosses. It sounds to me like that might be the direction they're going. I personally don't like that a whole lot, but it sounds like that might be the direction they're going to go for at least some fights. All right. Only halfway done. I know. I need an energy crisp here. That's what we're calling these. EQ is bad at tanks other than warrior being raid tank. I want more tanks involved with main tanking. Yeah, but I don't. Okay? And I'm not saying that other tanks shouldn't be raid tanks and then they basically have nothing that they do in a party. But like they explained with the Inquisitor, it's going to be utilized as a mana battery, debilitating the caster mobs, pulling mana from the raid target, giving it to their party members, and debuffing the raid mob for casters to be able to do more stuff with their casting abilities, interrupting their casting abilities. So if we make it to where all 4 tanks are equal in raid tanks, then you end up going to just find which one is going to be the best, and you're still going to have a meta. So you might as well make a class that is the meta and then make the other classes equally as good in raids without having to be the focus target, right? If you want to be the focus target of a raid, then right now, from what I've seen so far, you want to play the fighter. It's going to have the highest threat, and it's going to have the best physical damage mitigation with abilities that allow it to reduce damage to them. It's going to be the target or the target player. But the Inquisitor is going to be debilitating that, going to be interrupting, draining its mana, that kind of thing. So every class should have a unique role, and if all 4 tanks can main tank equally, then what is the fighter going to be? What is their role going to be? They're the best at threat? Okay, well, that doesn't matter what is the fighter going to be doing in a raid situation if they are not the main tank, right? They literally do nothing. So that's, if they give fighters abilities to be a part of a raid outside of tanking, then yes, they can absolutely do that. It sounds to me like they're giving the other 3 tanks other things that they can do inside of a raid, but they're still also pretty good at tanking for like groups and things. That's my take on it. I hope they add Zerker or something to compete with Rogue DPS. With the change, looks like Rogue will be the only DPS class for pure DPS. No, it sounds to me like Beastmaster is going to be a huge DPS class. DPS, like Beastmaster is going to get 2-handed weapons in their claws, plus their beasts, and they're going to be synergizing that together. They're going to be a very good DPS class. But we haven't gotten to Rogue yet, so we'll get there. We'll get there. Let's read Monk. All right. Monk. Perfected weapon. Ooh. Melee DPS and puller. So deep elf, human, and an ogre. Okay. Identity. The monk has trained their body into a perfected weapon, requiring no heavy armor or magic. Their power comes entirely from physical mastery, bare hands, kicks, fist weapons, and staves, making their feats seem supernatural, but every one of them is the product of relentless training. Sounds to me like they might be taking the monk and removing their different stances of fire, earth, wind. They might be removing those. It really sounds like they're doing that, which wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing if you remove those and give monks something else in return. In a group, the monk is the premier puller. I'm going to read that again for those in the back. In a group, the monk is the premier puller. What I've been saying this entire time is monks are the best pullers, and they should be the best pullers, and devs apparently do agree, so we're going to be seeing them as the premier puller. Their feigned death technique allows them to instantly drop a bad encounter or cleverly split an enemy away from its pack, while fast movement and its indifference to vertical terrain gives them a range that no other class can match. When the group needs a target brought to them cleanly, the monk is the answer. This sounds awesome. It sounds like they might get some sort of leap ability to jump up higher than other classes so they can like pull a mob and jump up on a cliff or something. That sounds absolutely amazing. Their durability comes from movement and positioning rather than armor. This is another really, 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 really big one, is they basically can move around. Like if they get jump in, jump out kind of abilities, I would love to see that. They avoid punishment by not being where the blow lands. They can hold the line as an off tank when needed, heal themselves in the field, and apply physical techniques that impair both melee and caster opponents. That is awesome. I love that. So it sounds like they have like stuns and interrupts, and they still have the mend ability so they can heal themselves, and then they can off tank as needed. It sounds like they're avoidance tanks, but I feel like they're wording this properly so that people don't think that they're avoidance tank. They avoid punishment by not being there, not by dodging, right? But by literally not being there, using their movements and positioning so they move out of the way. Like their character actually moves. That's what it sounds like. Hopefully that's what they mean. The monk stance system lets them emphasize different aspects of their martial art depending on the situation, while long cooldown burst windows reward patience and timing. Long cooldown burst windows. Are we getting like some sort of 1,000 fists kind of ability? They're just going to be like, da, 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 da. It's going to be awesome. Love that. Their damage has a distinct rhythm that's not about big hits, but instead a relentless flowing storm of rapid attacks. Yes. So we're going to be getting some sort of long cooldown, 1,000 hit kind of thing. Something else like their distinct rhythm, not about the big hits right here. Maybe they should have some sort of like delayed palm fist where like it puts it on there and then 6 seconds later or 12 seconds later, it goes off for a big hit. That could be a way that they do that. It sounds like they're not doing that, but that could be another way that they could add damage to the monk later on if they need it to have a little bit more damage, and it's still physical in nature. So it really does sound like they're taking away from that magical nature and attuneness to the different elements, which I think is a really good direction for monks. Utilizes bare fist, kicks, fist weapons, and staves in combat. Can feign death as a cornerstone pulling and escape tool. Can serve as an avoidance-based, so this is where they say avoidance-based, off-tank via dodges and parries. Currently, monks cannot parry, so that's new. Monks actually get dodge and block. They do not have parry. Limited in taunt toolkit. So they probably are going to have taunt to be able to gain threat temporarily and then be able to dodge and parry quite a bit. So they have that avoidance type of tanking. I hope that they get like a long cooldown on the avoidance type so that they don't end up becoming the best tank. If you stack a monk with like a ton of agility, are they going to end up becoming the best tank in the game? Hopefully they balance that properly, since they do want them to be an off tank, not a tank. That's going to be kind of where we were talking about with the cleric earlier, saying that they are off tanks. People need to really, really, really read that they are not going to be made for main tanking. And if they get to the point where they are made for main tanking, they probably should reduce their effectiveness some. Has stances that enhance their damage, avoidance, or speed with shared cooldowns that create meaningful combat choices. I like that as well. So they can go in a damage stance and then, oh crap, I need to switch to avoidance stance to be able to off tank temporarily. And then maybe I need to switch to speed so that I can pull a mob, run away super fast, and maintain or get that distance and then feign death to be able to separate mobs. Sounds really good to me. Has disciplines that provide powerful, long cooldown burst of offense or near invulnerability. Maybe like a 90% damage reduction or 90% avoidance chance for like 20 seconds, 30 seconds, like some sort of thing like that would be really, really cool for a monk, so that when they're pulling, they can actually use their avoidance so they take nearly zero damage while they're pulling a big boss to get it in position so that the tank can then take it. That sounds really, 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 really good. I like that a lot. Has physical debuffs to impair melee and caster opponents. So physical debuffs. I wonder what that means. Like prevents them from casting spells. Like is a stun considered a debuff in this situation? Or is it a debuff that prevents like a silence, like that it prevents the usage of certain abilities for a time? That would be really, really cool. Capable of soloing due to their self-reliance and can mend their own wounds. I was not expecting them to be soloers. So capable of soloing, not the best soloers, where it said that the druid was like a really good soloer. Who else was a really good soloer that we saw before? But these are going to be soloer. Oh, the elementalist was a good soloer. So that's actually interesting that they're going to be capable of soloing. I don't mind classes being capable of soloing, and I do want classes to be capable of soloing. I just really hope that soloing is not the main focus. Absolutely not the main focus. What's changing? The biggest change involves monks' combat choices. Their current toolkit is lean in a way that flattens a moment-to-moment gameplay. So through expansion of the shared cooldown system, players will be able to make genuine decisions during a fight rather than settling into a fixed rotation. Ability scaling and upgrades are also being fleshed out across the full level range. Awesome. Love it. The other change is thematic. The elemental theme and their current abilities is being replaced with lore and aesthetics that belong specifically to the monk. The class earns its identity through what it does, not through buffs it hands to others. The ability design is being brought in line with that. So more meaningful combat choices through expanded shared cooldowns, more depth scaling and upgrades across the full level range, more monk-specific lore and thematic identity and ability design, more tools to assist with scouting and pulling. That's going to be awesome. Like if they get like a snare type of ability or something like or multiple stuns, like they could do like a stun this mob, pull the other ones away. Wow. Self-reliance. And they need the self-reliance. I feel like that's why they're going to be capable at soloing, because they need self-reliance, because they are, when a monk goes out to pull, they're by themselves. They don't have their team backing them up. They have to be able to be self-reliant to bring mobs back to the camp safely, and that is an awesome change. Less generic elemental themes, that's a good thing. Less buffs for other players. Also, I think a good thing. I like that a lot. So monks sound like they're getting more DPS, possibly. They're definitely getting more DPS. It doesn't really sound directly like that, but through their physical DPS, like their 1,000 Fist type of ability or whatever, it sounds like you're going to get more that way. And then they're going to get more tools for pulling, which really is going to make the monks stand out in what they were supposed to do in the first place. Absolutely love that. Oh, okay. We're doing well so far. Druid, Elementalist, Monk so far out as the soloable classes. Yeah, being called out as soloable classes. Yes. Found Monk called out as a soloable slightly worrying. Hope it doesn't set a trend for more soloing. I don't think it will. I hope what it is that you're going to have 4, 5, 6 classes maybe in the game that are decent soloers. We know at least the Necromancer. We're about to read Necromancer. It's going to be a solo-heavy class. But my hope is that there are going to be classes that are made for soloers, and then there's also going to be classes that are more for the group-focused, but the entirety of the game hopefully is going to become more group-focused. Everybody needs to have something they bring to a party, and the monk, being a puller, is what they bring to a party. Even though they are capable soloers, but they are really good pullers. So you're going to want to have a monk in a party for that. The Elementalist, that one's kind of tough. Like as far as what it brings to a party anymore, it doesn't feel like it brings a lot to a party outside of maybe its debuffs that it's going to be doing. It's going to be doing synergy with its debuffs to maybe boost the rest of the party. So that sounds really good, but I don't know. The Druid and Elementalist didn't feel very group friendly to me. So we'll have to see what ends up happening with those. All right. Whew. I knew they were going to make ogres a monk. You can already play an ogre monk. Yeah, you can already do that. It's very vague in the wording. If they think Min makes us soloers, they're wrong. That is true. Yes, Min doesn't make you a soloer. It makes you, able to get health back a little bit easier. I don't know what they mean by that, but they're capable soloers. I'm thinking they're going to have more ways to prevent spellcasters and melee to do abilities, so that monks are going to become better soloers because they're able to interrupt spellcasters. They're able to stun their opponent more often while they're beating them up. I think that might be the direction that they're going with that. Again, we don't have exact examples of abilities, so we'll have to see when they actually put it in. Will there be a VOD of this stream? There is going to be a video. I'm going to splice out every single one of when I read through each one of these as a separate video. So Archer overview, Bard overview, Beastmaster, etc. for all of these. So yes, I will be putting that out on YouTube hopefully later today. And I'll just be doing all of them all at once, not breaking them down over days or whatever. We'll just do them all today or whatever, whenever I can get them broken down. Guess I didn't know the Ogre could already be Monk. Yeah, Ogre could already be Monk. That is currently in the game. They put some soloable classes because some people are just not able to play with groups due to the time, but still want to play. Yeah, and I'm fine with that. I think having solo classes that can do it are great. Now, the worry that I have is solo going to be better than grouping? So is a druid, elementalist, or monk going to be better at solo than grouping as far as efficiency of leveling? Or, I still think they should put emphasis on groups for every single class, but have some classes that are capable of solo. Thank you for that. And being quick as you are, Criddle. Yeah, no worries. I'll try to get it out today. Okay, depends on how long I stream for today, but I'll try to splice it up and get it out today. If not, it'll be tomorrow morning. Necromancer. The Necromancer is Master of Death. So magic, DPS, pet, and utility. A lot of people don't realize that the Necromancer is actually a utility class and not a DPS class. However, they did put in magic DPS first, pet second, and utility third. So it is not going to be as much of a utility class. It looks like it's going to be more of a magic DPS class, unless they're doing these all in alphabetical order, which I have not paid attention to, in which case it would be this order anyway, right? So, anyway, identity. The Necromancer channels power through death rather than wielding it directly. Their undead minion holds the front line while they work from afar, and much of their impact flows through that bond, empowering their pet and casting in concert with it. That's different. That is very different than how the Necromancer currently plays. It sounds like they're going to be empowering their pet and then having their pet do everything that they want to do. Maybe they can empower their pet and make them really strong, increasing their health, increasing their damage output, and just really pushing into that pet. That synergy that elementalists are getting with their pets, maybe the Necromancers are also going to be doing something similar. I hope that they don't do too much of that, because then these classes are going to become too samey. But it would be kind of cool if they're able to empower their pet with like more strength, or maybe even gear them up or something. They wear enemies down through corruption and decay. So it sounds like they're still going to have dots, constantly stealing their life force and redirecting it towards themselves or their next spell. Ooh, that seems cool. Steal power and then empower your next spell that you cast? That sounds really cool. Each victim provides value to the Necromancer in some shape or form, whether by bestowing life, granting power, or becoming their next servant. So they're still going to have charm. They're still going to be able to charm as a Necromancer. But it sounds like they're going to be ripping the life out to increase, maybe to heal themselves, heal their pet, or just granting themselves power. That's definitely a different. The dead answer to the Necromancer in ways they refuse everyone else. And that dominion shapes both how they fight and what they can survive. They live on the red line, perpetually trading vitality for power, and those who know exactly how far they can push it are the ones who reap the greatest rewards. This sounds like very much a berserker style of Necromancer, where the lower your health pool, or the lower your health, the more damage you put out, is what that reads to me. So maybe they're going to want to like lower their health and really put out damage and then heal themselves back up. That could be really, really cool. I would love to see that with the Necromancer. And they're really, because then they are not only like just dominating the dead, but they are almost killing themselves. They are teetering on death themselves to become more powerful. I like that. I think it's a really good way to make Necromancers more powerful, but adding in more of that risk versus reward kind of scenario. Probably just Lich. I hope it's not Lich, because the way this sounds is how far they can push it are the ones who reap the greatest rewards. This right here, that part to me reads, the lower your health, the higher the reward. That's how it reads. I hope that's the direction they're going. That would be really interesting gameplay. Defining traits. Pet-focused magic DPS. Like they're going to be empowering their pet to do the damage for them. Uses corruption and decay as primary damage sources, along with life drain effects for sustain. Undead minion functions as a capable tank. Capable tank. Again, this is a very, 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 very challenging thing for devs to do, is to get pets to where they can tank, but they don't tank better than a tank class. That is going to be huge because tanks are going to require getting gear. And if a necromancer doesn't require gear on their pet, they can just buff it and boom, they are better tanks. That's going to feel really bad for every single tank in the game. Holding aggro and absorbing punishment while they cast from afar. This is very concerning to me as a main tank, that they're going to have to balance that properly. I love that they can make minions tanks for certain situations, but they cannot make them to where they are better tanks. They just can't do that. They got to be very careful with that. Pet progresses from humble skeletal form to increasingly dire undead types. Unique pets types are collected through world exploration. That is cool. I like that a lot. They start out as a humble skeleton, and then they build up over time to make them different types. Maybe like to be able to be a zombie or a ghoul or a ghost or a specter. That would be awesome as you get better ones, and then you go out and you explore the world and find other ones. Great. Fantastic. Love, 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 love. Can temporarily raise fallen enemies as additional pets. That's interesting. This means that a necromancer could be good at solo, but this will make them really good in a group, because if you can raise enemies as additional pets, the faster you kill, the more pets the necromancer can raise, more damage that they can put out. So if you're in a group that is killing super duper fast, that could make a necromancer huge. They could just start raise enemy, and just send them in. I like that. It really puts a lot of emphasis on necromancers in a party. Can control, disempower, and bend undead enemies to their will. So this is the charm of undead, which is going to stay. Drains life force, strength, and vitality from enemies and redirects it to themselves, their pet, and their allies. So this is another really good one. It's almost like the Inquisitor pulling out the mana and giving it to their allies. They're pulling out health and giving it to their allies. Another great thing, they could put that on a tank and hopefully damage their target and heal their tank directly, and kind of be an off healer in a party while still damaging their target, rather than just targeting the tank and using like really weak heals to heal the tank. Has defensive shielding options that offset the health cost of resource mechanics. Has defensive shielding options that offset the health cost. That's interesting. So they're going to be able to put up a shield on themselves instead of using their health. So maybe get really low on health, put up a shield, and then use a big spell to nuke to get more damage. That's awesome. Has a variety of CC options, including fears, snares, and the ability to drop out of fight entirely. So a feigned death, I'm guessing, is just a feigned death here. I guess that's what it is. Or maybe it's not going to be feigned death. Maybe it's just going to be like I don't know. It's probably going to be feigned death, though. That's got to be what that is. One of the strongest solo classes in the roster, and I expected that wholeheartedly. It's going to be a very good solo class, but hopefully this ability right here, raising the fallen as enemies, is something that it helps out with grouping. So, all right, what's changing? The Necromancer's fantasy isn't changing. The update is about delivering more of it by pulling away from generic caster utility and expanding on the theme it already owns. The biggest shift are in spell design, life and death manipulation, corruption, and the bond with their undead minion are all getting more depth and mechanical expression. I like that a lot. They're going to be getting more, they're going to be buffing up their pet more and utilizing their pet to do more rather than just send pet in as a pseudo dot, right? The pet currently in the game, the way that it functions is just a dot. It's just a permanent dot. Generic arcane utility that can belong to any caster is going away. I wonder what this is referring to. I don't know what that's referring to. The pet system is also expanding with more progression, collectible pet types. This one is huge. I love this. I wish that they would do that with more other classes, not just the Necromancer, but like the Beastmaster also is going to be able to have their pets. You know, they're going to be collectible pets or whatever. But like the Elementalist may be getting different types of elemental pets rather than just they summon these very generic elemental pets. I would like to see more collectible types of things, because like the martial classes, the melee, the tanks and melee classes, they already have that in their gear. They look really cool wearing their plate armor and having really cool weapons. So they already have those collectible things that they can go after. Whereas I feel like the caster classes don't have that as much. And more distinct interaction tempo that separates Necromancer from Elementalist, despite both being heavy pet classes. This is huge, separating the Elementalist and Necromancer so they don't feel too samey. That is very, very big, and I like that. Health and resource management are getting a risk-reward mechanic. Exactly what I thought based on the wording. That makes the red line feel like a genuine play style rather than a hazard to avoid. Absolutely, that is the way they should go with this. The more health, the less health that a Necromancer has, the more health removed from the Necromancer, the more damage they do, the stronger they become. They want to try to teeter on that like 20%, 30% health range, try to stay down there if they can. What that means, though, if they pull aggro, if an area effect spell goes off, boom, they could be dead instantly. So they got to be very careful with that. But hopefully it boosts their damage enough to where, you know, what we talked about earlier today is the juice worth the squeeze? I'm hoping that the juice is worth the squeeze in that management. More unique utility tied to death, corruption, and life drain. Pet collection and expanded pet progression. Awesome. Resource tap and transfer abilities. Risk reward mechanics around health and resource management. And less generic magical utilities that don't fit the death theme. What this means to me, or what it sounds like to me they're getting rid of here with those, is the like bubble that Necromancers currently have. The immunity bubble that they can put up. I think that they're going to get rid of that. I just don't see that happening in the future. I don't think that they never needed it, really. They have the ability to feign death. They don't need a bubble. So, sounds to me like that's what they're doing to the Necromancer. I like the risk versus reward. I like the focus on their pet. I'm a little leery, though, of their pets being able to be really good tanks. It just depends on how they balance that. But outside of that, I think the Necromancer sounds really, really, really good. To me, this reads as they do not have charm. They do have charm. They summon undead pets and specifically called out control the undead, not control the enemy. Well, it sounds like to me they're still going to have charm undead. It really does sound like they're going to have charm undead based on whatever I read in here somewhere. But it's going to be like summon the dead enemies and put them back into the fight. But they can still, they said in here CC, crowd control, somewhere, wherever it was. Yeah, right here. A variety of CC options, including fears, snares, and the ability to drop out a fight entirely. They didn't put charm in here, but I think they're still probably going to have charm undead. And they probably should, you know? But as long as they reduce the effectiveness of charm, that's fine, which they said they were going to do with the enchanter. Now, if they completely remove charm from the undead, sure, that could be fine too, I think. I wouldn't, or from the necromancer. I think that could be fine too, and removing charm from druids could also be fine. But I don't feel like they're going to do those things. I think they're just going to be adjusting how strong charm is. A few bullet points up from that. Contemporary raise, control, dismember, and bend undead enemies to their will. Yeah, like they control undead enemies. I feel like that means they're going to get charm. I really do. Yeah, I think they're going to have charm. Not control. Yeah, no. That's all they have currently, Burl. Necromancers can only charm undead currently. That's all they've ever been able to do. They can't charm anything else. So I think they're going to continue to do that. All right, Paladin. Oh, let's see how Paladin's going to change. This is one that I think needed some of the most changes. Elementalist being one, and Paladin being a second one of needing the most, in my opinion. Let's do it. Let's do it. Paladins, Warrior of Faith. Love it. Tank, healer. So again, fighter was tank, melee DPS. Paladin is tank, healer. It's going to have focus on its healing while still being able to tank. I'm totally expecting fast heals, low mana, or like not very mana efficient heals, but fast and healing a decent amount on themselves. Hopefully they get a lot of self-healing and not so much as heal others, which would make them really good and still make them exceptional tanks. So let's read into it. Identity. The Paladin is a protector bound by oath on their deity. They're frontline fighters whose divine power flows not through words or spells, but through their body, their weapon, and their will. With heavy armor and shield raised, they deliver divine fervor in every strike. So we're going to be getting some smites, some holy smites, very shield defensive tanks. So that's going to probably mean that they're low damage, but very heavy in the defensive category, and then able to heal themselves. So their effective health pool is probably going to be really high. Their healing reflects the same physicality. It comes through touch and force of devotion rather than incantation, a direct transfer of divine energy that can pull an ally back from the edge in an instant. Lay on hands, staying in there. They can also turn that devotion inward, absorbing harm that would otherwise fall upon someone else. That's another one that I've been asking for, is the ability to take damage for somebody else. So maybe this is what a Paladin I think is going to be really good at. Put a Paladin in the same group as a fighter for your main tank in in-game raids. The Paladin will take 20%, let's say, of the fighter's damage, and then the fighter takes the other 80% and then also reduces that damage even further. That would be a really, really good way to put Paladins into raids and make them very strong. I love that so much. Their faith radiates outward even when they aren't acting on it. Allies fight better in their company. Hopefully we're getting some auras that give them increased offense, maybe smite abilities within the group kind of thing. The Paladin can shape the ground they fight on. Ooh, consecrated ground maybe to increase healing or effectiveness of healing spells within an area or damaging of undead in that area. Creating zones of divine power that extend their influence beyond their own strikes. This could really be awesome if they could put like a divine ground on the ground, and then everybody that's meleeing inside of that gets the ability to proc damage like a smite. That could be huge. I would love to see that. Like a consecrate ground, yeah. Consecration, that would be amazing. Against the undead and other abominations, the Paladin is relentless. Where the cleric smites the undead through holy word, the Paladin drives them back through direct combat and sheer divine presence. I wonder if they're going to get a fear undead spell, or if they're going to get more defense against undead. This could also make Paladins Like, what if a paladin got 10% damage reduction against undead because of their divine presence? And then if you have some sort of undead raid boss, you might have a paladin that would main tank it. So that would be paladins also getting some sort of tanking role outside of just strictly fighters. I still say, and I will continue to say, that fighters should be the main tank because they don't do much of anything else, whereas all these other classes, the other 3 tanks, have other things that they can do outside of just tanking. But, you know, specialty type of situations is really, really nice. Defining traits: wears plate armor and a shield for tanking, or wields a 2-handed weapon for DPS. Divine power is expressed through melee strikes and physical contact rather than spell casting. So we're not going to see spell casting. They're not going to be healing other players. They're not going to be nuking from afar. They're going to be doing touch type of attacks, like a lay on hands touch type of attack. That sounds really good. I like that they're doing that. Even if they could use their lay on hands as a harm touch to undead, that would be really cool as well. Fast casting emergency healer at high mana cost. Boom! Knew that was coming. I've been saying for a while, this is exactly what they should be getting. Fast casting, but high mana cost heals. That is exactly what a paladin should be. Excelling at the last second save rather than sustained output. 100%, this is what paladin should be. Is, oh crap, I'm getting beat on, my healer's out of mana, I'm going to spam heals on myself to hopefully save the day while my DPS finish off the mob. 100% how a paladin should be. Can absorb harm intended for allies, sacrificing their own resources or health in service of others. I wonder what this means, their own resources. Does that mean that they can use their mana? Or are they going to get other resources? Are we going to start seeing endurance used? Or are we going to start seeing like the ability for paladins to gain holy sigils or something, you know, where they build up some other resource as they play? Can consecrate the ground with distinct properties. That's cool. Does this mean that they're going to have multiple different consecrations that they can put down, giving them terrain control that feels physical rather than arcane? That sounds really cool. I wonder if they're going to have different types of things. Like you could have consecrate the ground so that everybody in that area gains healing over time, or everybody in that area gains a smite against enemies or whatever. Like have different types of consecrated ground that have different effects for the people that stand in them or the enemies that stand in them. Love, 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 love. Has a passive divine aura that provides ongoing benefits to nearby allies. They already have one of these, and it's a armor class buff. I'm wondering if they're going to do more with this, if they're just going to keep one aura up, or if they're going to have multiple different auras. I would like to see multiple auras and then also multiple consecrated ground. I think that could be cool. Has a strong anti-undead toolkit expressed through combat and presence. So yeah, it sounds again like these are not going to be nukes. Like the cleric is going to have the undead nukes and the destroy undead type of ability, whereas paladins are going to be like they smite undead with their strikes. So instead of casting spells on them, has a distinct tanking style built around divine resilience and protection. This I think is going to be more like, as they take damage, they're able to heal themselves back up. So again, they're going to be really, really good tanks, but like the Inquisitor, it's going to come at the cost of some other thing like mana, where, you know, like you're going to have to use their mana to be able to be a really good tank to get that effective health pool up. So they're going to be really excellent, but not for long durations. And that's where the fighter is really going to shine, in my opinion, is the fighter doesn't have to burn up any type of mana or other type of resource to be able to do the job that the Paladin and Inquisitor can do, but has a resource. What's changing? The Paladin is gaining some distance from the Cleric. Love it. Both serve the Divine Protector fantasy, but they're being separated at the mechanical level so they feel nothing alike in practice.
Thematically, the cleric works through prayer and incantation, whereas the paladin works through physical action, touch, and presence. Abilities that blurred these lines are being removed or reconfigured. The other shift is in healing. The paladin is becoming more distinct by using fast, mana-intensive heals as last-second saves rather than providing sustained healing. The ability to take damage on behalf of their allies reinforces this theme. So how this sounds to me, which is what's really good, and I kind of hope that their healing is more self-focused and less about healing other players. So what they could do is you could say a paladin as kind of a paladin puts up a buff on a fighter to take 20% of the health, and then the paladin maintains their own health through their own abilities, while a cleric is now healing the fighter, but that fighter is now taking less damage because the cleric or the paladin is taking some of that damage. And then it can make raid bosses extremely strong, hitting for like 300 damage. Because let's say a raid boss right now is hitting for 300. There's no way that a healer could really keep up with that. But a raid boss hitting for 300, and if the paladin is taking 100 of that, and the fighter is taking 200 of that, and then the fighter is mitigating that 200, the paladin is mitigating that 100 separately, and then the paladin is healing themselves, and the cleric is healing the fighter. You see how that synergy can work, and it makes it to where all classes are needed rather than just a fighter and a cleric. Right? It puts the paladin in the mix and makes it where like, okay, now we need the paladin there, and they aren't just like a random class just sitting there twiddling their thumbs. Auras and consecrated ground are becoming the primary vehicle for party utility, replacing more generic buff and spell options. I like this as well. You're not going to have paladins just going around and heal, and buff, that kind of thing. Because right now, paladins just are going to have weaker cleric buffs. Doesn't feel great. But if they have like more of the utility, their auras, kind of like a bard song, that's excellent. One thing they haven't said anything about is resurrection. Are paladins going to continue to get those resurrection spells that clerics have, or are they completely getting rid of those? They have not said either way on that throughout this entire write-up so far. More physical expression of divine power through strikes, touch, and presence. More auras and consecrated ground as primary party utility, fast mana-intensive emergency healing, sacrifice mechanics that absorb harm on behalf of allies, distinct tanking identity separate from other tank classes, ability shared or derived from cleric, traditional spellcasting incantation, and generic utility. So getting less of those things. I think the paladin is starting to sound really, really good. I think it's going to be a fantastic party healer. It's starting to sound more like a Shadow Knight currently is in the game, where you're going to want to have a paladin or a Shadow Knight as your primary healer. We haven't looked at Shadow Knight yet, but it sounds like you're going to want to have, not as a primary hero, but as your primary tank for grouping, because that consecrated ground is going to be fantastic, and it's going to add a lot of utility, make your party stronger through that, so that they're going to be very, very party-focused classes. All right. Phew. More to come. Paladin's done. We are 2/3 done. Ranger coming up next. The Ranger, I think, needs a lot of work. I feel like the Ranger was kind of getting to the point where it was just too much of Spellblade procs and Druid spells and all that garbage. And it was just like, ugh, this feels bad. Consecration sounds OP, though. AoE damage in this game is kind of broken. It doesn't say AoE damage. The way the Consecration ground sounds to me is they might consecrate the ground, and it might put a debuff on any mobs that are in the area, or it might increase the effectiveness of the party if they're standing in the consecrated ground. So think about it this way. It's consecrated ground, and the paladin is tanking in it, and then you have a rogue that is behind the mob, also in the consecrated ground. The rogue might get divine strikes added to all of their attacks, so that they get like a divine proc on top of their normal physical damage is how it sounds. Not that it's going to be doing AoE damage and hitting everything in the area, but that it's just going to boost the abilities of the party members. So we'll have to see what they actually do with it, but that's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like a stationary bard song. Very much sounds like a stationary bard song. Yeah. And they're going to be able to put it down in certain areas. All right. Whew. Let's do Ranger. Ranger. What was I thinking of? Was that, oh my God, what are the Rangers called? Chip and Dale, Rescue Rangers. Rescue Rangers. That's what I... Okay, Ranger. The Ranger is Wilderness Veteran. That doesn't sound nearly as cool as some of the other classes sounded. But, melee and range DPS plus utility. So they are going to continue to do the melee plus range DPS. Now, my only question is, are they going to be jumping in and out of combat to do this, or are they going to have to choose one or the other? I feel like they should focus more on the melee DPS because they have the archer is focusing on range DPS, but we will see what they do with that. Identity. The Ranger is a chain-wearing martial class whose identity is rooted in the wild. Their skills have been honed by a lifetime spent living off the land, not by channeling nature as a magical force like the Druid. What seems like magic to others is accumulated fieldcraft, old wisdom, remembered paths, and skills refined through years of necessity. I don't know what that means, but let's find out. In combat, they move fluidly between bow and blade. There you go. That was the question I just had. Depending on what the situation demands, and are capable of holding the line in a pinch. So it sounds like they're going to be jumping in, doing some melee, jumping out, shooting some arrows, jumping back in. I like that a lot. I feel like it's going to add to the Ranger quite a bit. What they were doing previously with the Ranger was choose ranged or melee, and there's like a middle ground there that felt really bad, and it did not flow at all. Outside of combat, however, is where the Ranger's full value emerges. And this is very true of the Ranger. A lot of people don't realize that the Ranger is a high utility class. It does decent damage, but it's not meant to be a primarily DPS class. It's meant to be a DPS class with lots and lots and lots of utility. And it sounds like they're going to try to keep that going. They're masters of travel, moving themselves and their group across the terrain with ease. I wonder if this means that they're going to get a better speed of the wild than the Druid, or, what if they get an AoE run speed buff? Anybody in their group automatically gets speed of the wild, indoor, outdoor, either one. And then we don't have to have speed of the wild that's indoor. Oh my goodness. That would be awesome. Their affinity with the land runs deepest in outdoor zones, okay, where they can track down what others would miss, move through dangerous territory unseen, and live off the land unabated. There we go, if I can read. So it sounds to me like they're getting stealth, maybe, unless they're going to just have the camouflage spell, which is what they had previously, because that's what druids had. But I'm hoping they get a limited version of stealth, like rogues having stealth, and then it sounds like the archer's getting a limited version of stealth, and then maybe the ranger also getting a limited version of stealth to add a little bit more. Rogue should still be the best at stealth, but these other classes having a little bit of it would also be nice. Between fights, practical knowledge replaces spells. Wounds are dressed, ailments treated, and downtime cut short through their fieldcraft. That is awesome. If they're able to put down some sort of thing to heal up the party, use a campfire, and it increases the regen rate of the party, that would be great. Maybe removes disease or removes dots that may be on people kind of outside. Yeah, it sounds like these are buffs to the campfire skills. Now, we talked about that with the cleric as well. What if they gave Cleric the ability to kind of pray outside of combat to heal up their party members out of combat? And then when they're in combat, like there's no differentiation in this game between in combat and out of combat currently, but it sounds like they might be going in that direction where like between fights, you know, so it's not really out of combat, in combat, but when you're not fighting versus when you are fighting. Like I'm guessing that during a fight, they could probably still do some of these abilities and try to dress wounds. They're probably going to get like a boost maybe to bind wound type of ability, and then get some campfire buffs that allow you to heal a little bit faster between fights. That could be really, really nice. The Ranger skills turn a simple camp into something more. A group recovers better, and the wilderness provides in ways it wouldn't for anyone else. So it sounds like they're just going to get campfire boosts that can heal you, maybe mana regen campfire boost, maybe lessens disease or corruption in areas that have corruption. Sounds really, really, really good for the Ranger to be able to kind of benefit everyone. This makes the Ranger very, very, very focused on group play. And it doesn't sound like they're going to be as much of a solo class. They haven't said anything about it being solo, but it probably can still solo using its ranged abilities. Okay, defining traits. Proficient with a bow and dual-wielded blades. Capable as an off-tank with limited aggro control. So they're going to have a hard time maintaining aggro. They're going to be capable off tanks because they're only going to be wearing chain. So that's my guess of why they're not going to be very good off tanks, but they're going to be able to do it in a pinch. Can track nearby creatures. I wonder if they're going to be changing track. Right now, track for Rangers is massive. You could track things across like all of just big, like huge zones, not Vale of Zintar, not from like one end to the other end. But if you're in the middle of Vale of Zintar, you can track really, really far. Master of snares and movement impairing effects. Master of snares. So it sounds like they're going to have a better snare probably than Druid or Bard, some of these other classes. So they're going to get some crazy amounts of snare. That's good. Hopefully this means that their snares last longer and reduce the movement speed more than the other classes. Has travel and escape abilities that benefit their party outdoors. So it does sound to me like they're getting kind of like a Bard run speed buff that is exclusive to their party, that they can just put up for just their party, not necessarily cast it on other people. Can draw food and unique supplies from the natural environment. So they're going to have forage and then other unique supplies. I don't know what they're going to do with forage with these unique supplies, other than, right now you can get worms for fishing. But if you could get other things, that'd be really cool. Can enhance campfires to provide a suite of beneficial rest effects for the group. I'm hoping that these beneficial rest effects are things like increased mana regen, increased health regen, maybe even increased to your resistances. Things like that would be really good. Offers out of combat healing and curing through natural remedies. So bind wound enhanced is how I'm reading that. So if they probably going to go that direction where you probably want to level up bind wound, and then the Ranger is just going to be really good at bind wound maybe. Yeah, we'll see. Strongest in outdoor zones. Very cool, very cool. And then what's changing? The Ranger is moving away from his druidic inspiration and towards a distinct identity as a wilderness veteran. The core remains familiar, sword, bow, and deep knowledge of the natural world, but the toolkit is shifting to match that theme. Generic magical utility and elemental abilities are going away, replaced with tools that feel physical rather than conjured. I like that. So they're going to be more physical damage, not conjuring up spells. I didn't like that they gave druids the fire nukes, the whole line of fire nukes. Like, what was that? Why are you doing that? No, give them more physical damage type of abilities. Add poisons if you want to them. They can coat their weapon in poison. That's going to be more of a rogue thing, but that would be much better themed than having the nukes and things. All right. A fieldcraft side of the class is getting more room. Campfire enhancements and natural remedy healing are new additions that give the Ranger an out-of-combat utility role. Travel and escape abilities are expanded, reinforcing the mastery of outdoor movement as a class identity rather than a footnote. Snares and movement impairing effects are becoming genuine areas of depth rather than identical tool. Not identical. Incidental tools. So snares and movement impairing effects, genuine areas of depth. I really hope they emphasize more of this, because right now snares are good, because if a mob is not snared and you're in a dungeon, it can run around a corner and aggro a bunch more mobs. And that's really the main use for it right now. I'm hoping that you want to have a ranger to really do that and lock those mobs down rather than just anybody with a snare. Like necromancers, shadow knights can snare, druids can snare, the wizard can snare. Like there's a ton of classes that have some sort of snaring effect. And it sounds like they're trying to give that to rangers to really give them more use in a party outside of just being like a druid with a few druid buffs. So sounds like a good direction they're going with rangers, and I love that they're working with the campfires to enhance those and make those campfires better. Now, my question is, will a ranger be able to go up to a campfire and enhance somebody else's campfire, and then they get most of the benefit of the druid or of the ranger, even though a ranger's not in their party? Like, can you pay a ranger? Is it going to end up being meta to pay a ranger to come over and give you like some sort of crazy good campfire, just like it would be to pay an enchanter to come over and give you haste and clarity? More distinct identity from druids and other hybrid classes, depth in snares and movement impairing effects, campfire enhancement, and natural remedy healing as out of combat utilities. I still want to understand how they're going to do the out of combat, since there is no differentiation really between out of combat and in combat. My guess is going to be the bind wounds, less shared druid abilities, and less generic magical utility and elemental themed abilities. Yes, less of the elemental theme. There's no reason they need to have fire and ice procs and nukes and all that kind of stuff. So it does sound to me like they're going more physical in nature. I don't feel the ranger as well as I felt a lot of the other classes is like, oh man, I really want to have a ranger in my party and I really like them. But I can see where that utility could come into play with their campfires. And then if the master of snare, if they're going to be like the only class or the best class at doing snares, then that could be a really good reason to have them in your party. But if they don't give them enough of that reason, then they're going to kind of feel bad. So we'll have to see how it actually plays out once we get them in game and can see their different abilities. Making the ranger campfire thing equivalent to Sow or clarity is dope. Yeah, well, I think it's going to be like a regen spell or a clarity type spell. That's what I'm seeing out of the ranger. I just foraged a haste belt. Oh my God. So many subtle jabs at the classes having random abilities that didn't make sense. There are a lot of subtle jabs to classes. There's so many. I've been saying this for so long. You've heard me so many times, bro. Like, why are you giving that spell to what? Why? That makes no sense. Where's the theme? God bless, dude. So many poor choices. So many poor choices were made in making a lot of these classes currently in the game. All right, Rogue. I think that the Rogue, I would say out of all 18 classes, the Rogue needed the most love. The most love. So, what are we thinking from the Rogue here? I'm thinking the Rogue is going to be high DPS class. I'm thinking those poisons, they're going to emphasize those poisons hard. Hard. Much like they are with Tinkering and the Archer. Instead, they're going to be Rogue. So, I'm super excited. Super excited to read this one. All right. Let's go. Rogue. Opportunistic Striker. I love it. Melee DPS, nothing else. Notice that there's nothing else. That points the Rogue as being premier DPS class. They are going to be the top DPS class, which is exactly what people want out of them. It's what I want out of them. It's what a lot of people want out of them. Identity. The Rogue is a purely martial class built around stealth, daggers, and the art of striking before being seen. They use no magic, only exceptional physical skill, a pair of blades, and a collection of debilitating poisons. Other classes may pass through the shadows, but the rogue lives there. I want to talk about that. That's basically saying that the rogue is going to be the master of stealth, whereas the ranger and archer sound like they are getting stealth abilities, but the rogue is going to be the master of stealth. So I do like that quite a bit. Where the archer brings specialized arrowheads to control a situation, the rogue brings poisons. What did I literally just say before clicking on this is that I feel like the rogue is going to get poisons, much like the archer got the tinkering with the arrowheads. Poisons are an essential part of their toolkit, applying debilitating effects, persistent damage, and physical impairments that compound over the duration of the fight. Ooh, I like the sound of that. So they're going to be able to put poisons on their weapons, which are going to get debilitating effects, but persistent damage, meaning they're going to be able to put dots up, right? They're poison their target, puts a dot up, and then physical impairments that compound over the duration of the fight. To me, that sounds a lot like a snare effect that starts out at like a 5% snare, and then as it goes on, it builds up to a stronger snare type of thing, right? Or maybe it whittles away at their armor, starting out at a little bit of armor, and then over time, their armor gets worse and worse and worse and worse. Like it just eats away at their armor class. That's what it sounds like. So their debuffs are going to be great for longer fights. Now, one thing that concerns me about this, and then another, the Inquisitor also sounded very similar to this in that over the course of a fight, they're going to get stronger. Makes me a little concerned for TTK. Right now, TTK is very short, and hopefully they're going to be increasing that and making TTK a bit longer, which would make some of these longer duration fights make it better for the rogues, make it better for the Inquisitor, make it better for a Necromancer who might have dots up. So hopefully we start seeing that in the future. Preparation matters, and a rogue never travels far without the right toolkit of vials at their disposal. I hope that they get, like, there's the bandolier, right, that you can get, that you can put vials in. I'm wondering if they're going to have that. I feel like they need to make exclusive items for the rogue and the archer that hold a lot of arrows but don't like limit their amount of carry capacity. Maybe like the backpack, for example. If you take a backpack away from an archer and give them a quiver, it limits the amount of things that the archer can carry. And that really hurts on a non-combat side of the game. So hopefully we start seeing some specialized bags that these classes can use that help them to be able to carry a lot of things in like one pouch rather than taking up larger inventory spaces. Because I think that's a really big drawback to those classes. Outside of combat, their stealth opens parts of the world that are simply impassable to anyone else. They can scout ahead, slip past dangers, and set up a fight on terms entirely of their own choosing. In combat, the same mastery becomes an escape and re-engagement tool. They can disappear from a fight and return from the shadows when the moment suits them, making the rogue as hard to pin down as they are dangerous to ignore. So it sounds like to me they're going to be able to go into the shadows and then maybe reduce their threat. Like it kind of reads that way. So yeah, reduce their threat a little bit and then pop back out for a big backstab. So exactly the way that they're currently playing, but just better with their toolkits. Defining traits. Melee dagger specialist. I really hope that they kind of make this the thing. Right now, rogues can use bludgeoning weapons. They can use swords. They can use all sorts of different types of weapons. I think they should really limit rogues on what they can use, but make those weapons special for rogues so that when a dagger drops, rogues get like first dibs on it, right? And make it special for them where rogues do more damage while using a dagger than other classes or something along those lines. You always want to try to give the dagger to the rogue. Right now, like if a good dagger drops and I'm playing a fighter, I may be like, oh, I want that dagger too because it's really good for me. No, you should want to pass those daggers to the rogue, and then a fighter should want to have a different type of weapon. Masters of thrown weapons, capable of landing critical hits with them. Okay, so they're going to make critical hits with thrown weapons, but are they going to be able to do critical hits without thrown weapons? I feel like rogues, if they're going to have critical hits in the game, they didn't say anything about it with fighters, about taking critical hits away from them. They did say they're going to reduce their damage, but they didn't say anything about the critical hits. I really hope they just give rogues critical hits, period. Don't make it thrown weapons only. That sounds bad, but we'll see. Primarily deals damage with backstab, requiring careful positioning. So it means you got to be behind them. Utilizing alchemical poisons from which they can choose a variety of different effects, including debuffs, damage over time, and physical impairments. Can incapacitate an unsuspecting target without breaking stealth. So they're still going to maintain sap. Sounds like they're still going to have that. Has the most powerful form of invisibility in the roster, capable of traversing areas impassable to other classes. This to me reads that stealth is going to be invis and IVU and invis to animal, all encompassing in one ability, is what it sounds like. Which is really strong. And then only things that are super powerful are going to be able to see through that. The only issue I have with this is that I think that mobs that are like 10, 15, 20 levels higher than you should be able to see through that stealth. You should have to have a really high stealth skill to be able to get past really powerful enemies. So maybe they're going to modify that some. I don't like the idea of being able to take a level 1 rogue and then go into any place you want in the game without being seen. I don't like that at all, but maybe they're going to want it. Can break engagement by jumping into stealth mid-fight. So it does sound like stealth reduces threat and like they can just jump into stealth. Now, the issue with that is that going to make, because they say that they want to have monks be the best pullers, but if rogues can sap, which is like a mez, and they can break engagement through stealth, if stealth is a like 10-second cooldown, very similar to feign death, then it's going to make rogues the better puller than monks. So it depends on what they do overall with the monk kit, because we didn't get all the abilities with that, and then what they do overall with the rogue kit. So they got to be careful with that, but having rogues be capable pullers is fine, but they're going to have a lot more damage, it sounds like. Has more escape and evasion tools than any other class. That right there reads to me that rogues are going to end up being the better puller than monks if they're not careful. This scares me. Those two things together really scares me for the monk being the best puller. Like, if they're going to emphasize that monks are pullers, then they probably shouldn't emphasize that too much on rogues. What's changing? Poisons are the biggest focus. The update expands the poison suite into a genuine preparation system with more options, more meaningful choices between them, and better scaling across the level range. The combat ability selection is also getting fleshed out. The current rotation offers limited room for skill expressions or meaningful choices. That's being addressed with a broader damage ability kit that gives experienced players more to work with without complicating the core. So maybe more abilities rather than just backstab and then auto attack and then backstab and then auto attack. They're going to have more other abilities they could do. I would like to see a rogue with debilitating abilities like snare. That might be part of their poison. But, something along those lines where they're just doing more damage. More. You notice that there's no less. There's no less category here at the rogues, which tells you every other class had a less category, which tells you that the rogues don't need less. They only need more. They were the weakest class in this game. More options for poison and meaningful pre-combat choices, more depth and variety in combat abilities, and more ability scaling and upgrades across the full level range. Sounds fantastic on the rogues. I like this. They're really focusing on the DPS side of the rogue. They're really focusing on the poisons and the stealth side of the thing. Now, I just don't think this right here is the only concern that I have, in that it might take away from monks a little bit, depending on how they do the escape and evasion tools that rogues have. They might end up being better pullers, even though the plan is to make monks the best pullers in the game. Those things could make the rogue better. All right. Moving on. We only have a few classes left. 1, 2, 3, 4 classes left. Rogue crit would be nuts. It'd be awesome. I think they need to have it. This is a skill that's already in game. Which one? Vanish? It is. Vanish is a long cooldown, but it sounded to me like their stealth ability. It depends on how they do it, right? It depends. It's not comparable, yeah. So it depends on how they, like I said, guys, listen. It depends on how they do it, right? It completely depends on how they do it. Like the monk right now is still the best puller in the game. I've been saying it for a long time. Monk. However, because the rogue has the ability to vanish, well, not vanish, to sap mobs, and then also has more escape and evasion tools than any other class. Not just one, but more than, right? So they're talking about it's going to have multiple different abilities that could potentially get out of combat. If they have multiple ways to do it, that could end up making them the best puller. Vanish is one way. One. So they specifically said the most. That's where the concern comes from. They could work well with monks for splitting, though. Could be fun. Yeah, could be. Okay. Shadow Knight. When do these changes go in, become available in the beta, or is this all conceptual for now? It's all conceptual for now. They have some of this stuff on the dev build, and they're starting to work through it in the dev build, and eventually they're going to be putting it out into the beta before early access. These are going to be things that they're changing over the next several months. So we'll have to see when they're going to actually push them out. I don't know if they're going to be pushing them out as they finish them with each class, or if they're going to try to get all of these in place and then push them all out at once. We will see. I'm a little concerned, though, that they might, hopefully they don't do this, push these all out at once and then open up a new beta server and make everybody start over again, which they could do. And if they do that, it's going to feel really, really, really bad because I don't want to start over again. But, you know, that's what we're here for. We're here for testing. I'm here to make this game amazing because I'm really, 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 really into it. Shadow Knight. Let's read up on Shadow Knight. Anti-hero monster hunter. I like it. It is tank and melee DPS. So very much like the fighter, it is also tank and melee DPS, meaning the Shadow Knight and the fighter are going to be very comparable, I feel like, as far as tanking and melee DPS. I think that the Shadow Knight probably will come out on top of DPS, and the fighter will come out on top on the tanking side of things. But let's see. Identity. The Shadow Knight is a plate armor tank who wields the power of darkness, not in service of evil, but against it. Where the paladin draws strength from devotion to a faith, the Shadow Knight has learned that fighting monsters often requires becoming something like one. Ooh. They're relentless, morally gray hunters, and a career spent hunting monsters leaves marks. The Shadow Knight studies what they fight, adapting techniques and methods from a diverse range of enemies. They're formidable combatants in any encounter, but against monsters they know, they wield an invaluable edge. In fights with in fights that would exhaust a more conventional tank, the Shadow Knight is sustained through force. Life steals and ability drains replenish their strength at the expense of their foes. They're built for aggression as much as they are endurance, and that shapes every choice they make on the front line. So yeah, it absolutely sounds to me like they're going to make the Shadow Knight a very offensive tank. There's probably going to be the highest DPS tank out there based on these new changes so far. They're going to be debuffing the mobs and empowering themselves. They're going to be drawing the life from their mobs to maintain their own health. So they're going to be very, very, very powerful indeed. And they specifically call out the more conventional tank, which is the fighter, saying that the more conventional tank solo would lose health and not be able to maintain and continue to fight, whereas the Shadow Knight will be able to continue going through if they don't have somebody else buffing them and healing them. Defining traits: wears plate armor and prefers a two-handed weapon, but is capable of using a shield if needed. So it sounds again like they're going to be two-handed weapon fighters, but they could use a shield. So they're not going to be as defensive, it sounds like, as the fighter or the paladin. The fighter and paladin sound like they're going to be definitely better tanks. Yeah. Has higher damage output than the paladin, but less pure mitigation than the fighter. So there you go. There you go. Uses life and strength drains, which can be distributed to themselves or the party. That's very cool. I like that. Now, is it going to be all of the party or individuals of the party? Again, putting a paladin and now putting a Shadow Knight in your main tank group, having the fighter be the main tank, and then having the paladin, the inquisitor, and the Shadow Knight as supporting the main tank might be the way to go in the future. Paladin puts up the ability to absorb some of the damage. The Inquisitor is going to drain and be able to boost the magical defense of the fighter, and then maybe the Shadow Knight is going to be able to steal life from their target and give it to the fighter as well. Sounds to me like it's going to be kind of a synergy of tanks for big raid targets. Cast fast, short-range abilities suitable for tanking under pressure. Can collect monster hunting abilities from past encounters. That is cool. They're going to be able to kill monsters and take their abilities? What? That sounds so cool. Distinctly thematic from the Necromancer. No pets. No pets. No death magic. And undead are just another monster to them. So they are not necromancers anymore. Thank goodness. They did not need pets. They did not need the death magic. I wonder if this means that feigned death is going away. Shadow Knights are no longer maybe going to have feigned death. I don't know if that's what that means, but that's what it sounds like to me. But I'm happy with that. Shadow Knights are going to be very highly defensive tanks. All right, let's keep reading though, and then we'll talk about it. What's changing? The Shadow Knight is stepping away from necromancy as its driving lore and towards the monster hunter anti-hero fantasy. The sinister tone stays. The undead trappings don't. I was going to say do not. Whatever. The biggest addition to the monster lore system. Collectible abilities learned from specific monsters gives the Shadow Knight a combination layer that rewards experience and planning. Drains and transfers remain central, but the ability suite around them is getting more depth and scaling across the full level range. So they're still going to be draining health from their enemies and transferring that to other places, but they're going to be getting some of these abilities from other monsters. That is a really, really cool. I'm surprised that they put that into the Shadow Knight, not the Beastmaster. Like having the ability for Beastmasters to learn abilities from beasts And then instead, the Shadow Knight, you're just going to learn it from all sorts of enemies throughout the game. I really like that. It's going to be a really cool class, I think. The class is also gaining the same fast-casting, short-range capabilities of other Knight classes. Exactly what I've been saying that they need. It retains its role as the high-damage tank with the Dark Edge, but the dedicated pet and ability sharing with Necromancer are being cut. Love, 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 love that. More Monster Hunter anti-hero identity and lore. More drains, transfers, and debilitating effects. More collectible abilities for monster encounters. We kind of talked about that with the Necromancer. I would like to see more classes that go out and get things from different places. That journey that Sean keeps talking about is you want to explore new areas rather than just sit in a camp and do for hours and hours and hours and hours. You want to try to get out there and find different things. And this is going to be one of those classes that's going to want to spread around and get those abilities from different classes or different monsters. More depth, upgrades, and scaling across the level range. More fast casting, short range abilities. I wonder if that means that they're going to be removing the harm touch, or if harm touch is still going to be there. Because technically, I mean, it's not really a Necromancer ability. It's kind of its own unique thing that Shadow Knights had, but it doesn't really fit the theme of Monster Hunter. Less necromantic lore and strictly undead theming, less dedicated pets, so no dedicated pets, less generic magical utility. I really like this. This means that a lot of people are going to want to play this class. Two-handed DPS powerhouse. You want a two-handed DPS powerhouse? This sounds like it's going to be the class for you. You want to play this, get a big two-handed weapon, go crazy, destroy, make an ogre or a troll, and get that fell cleaver, whatever the heck it's called, that has like the best damage delay ratio of any other weapon in the game. Do it. Boom. You win game as the Shadow Knight. I really like the direction they're going with this. They're basically, with all of the different tanks, they're basically saying the fighter is still going to be the best pure mitigation tank, which it should be. That's its role. But all of these other tanks are going to be able to do other things that really make it stand out and shine in combat so that you don't feel the need, oh, well, why can't I tank as well? You know, why can't I take a hit as well? Because you have the ability to drain monsters and take that health back. You have the ability to steal abilities from other monsters and use them against your foes. Like that kind of stuff is huge. It's going to be a lot of fun, it sounds like. And this class is going to absolutely shine. I don't know which one's going to be better, the Shadow Knight or the Paladin as far as a group-focused tank. I really don't know which one's going to be better. I can't wait to actually see the abilities. All right. Fell Cleaver, you say. Yeah, it's like a giant's battle or axe, tree feller or something like that. All right. You'll find it. Yeah, it's in Scarwood. If you want to know where it's at, it's a named giant in Scarwood. Drops it. That's all I can tell you. I don't remember exactly where the named giant is, but it's a named giant in Scarwood. That'll narrow it down enough for you. You should be able to find it from there. At the end of this is love to hear your thoughts on favorite and least favorite changes. Sure, we could do a all-encompassing thing at the very end. We're 3 away, ladies and gents. 3 away. Let's read the Shaman. Shaman right now I feel like is one of the better classes in the game. It's very well-rounded. It can solo. It's really good in a group. It's needed in raids. It can heal really well. It's got great debuffs. It's got a lot of good things. But some of the things that I hated that they did previously, adding in the cold nukes to the Shaman, why the Shaman has a freaking pet doesn't make any sense. Make the Shaman buff like crazy, debuff like crazy, heal well enough, and that's about it. That's really what all the Shaman needs. It doesn't need much else outside of those. Some dots for a little bit of damage here and there is fine. I'm hoping for disease dots on the Shaman, whereas we're getting poison dots on the Druid. So that's where I'm hoping the direction we go with the Shaman. Let's jump into it and check it out. Shaman, Spirit Caller, Healer, Magic DPS, and Support. Love, love, love the sound of that. Identity. The shaman draws power from the spirit realm, ancestors, ancient forces, and the wisdom of those who've passed on. It's a reverent relationship distinct from the cleric's divine law and the druid's communion with the living world. Where others command or petition their power source, the shaman listens, channels, and gives it form. In a group, the shaman's most defining contribution is enhancement. Good. Perfect. That's exactly what I want out of the shaman. Enhance the power of the party. Powerful physical buffs make companions stronger, faster, and more durable, and their heals often sustain recovery rather than short-lived burst. That's exactly how they are currently. They heal over time, longer time than the other two healers, but they can keep a party going and keep a tank healed even in a group situation. So I really like what they're doing with that. I'm hoping that all of the healers can heal in the leveling process from 1 to 60, but I do like that the cleric is going to be the best overall healer, and the shaman is still going to be able to do it, but with its boost of physical buffs, which are going to be, like they said right here, making them more durable. So that's really nice. If the shaman can make a tank more durable, then it doesn't need as much healing, and it's a good balance there. On the other side of the battlefield, devastating debuffs sap the enemy's strength and blunt their ability to threaten the party. Again, exactly what I've been asking for. More debuffs from the shaman, more buffs from the shaman. That should be their role. That should be how they stand out. A skilled shaman doesn't merely support, they reshape the terms of every fight. Absolutely. By if you can increase the abilities of your entire party by 20% and decrease the abilities of the enemies by 20%, that's a 40% shift in power. That's huge. Absolutely huge. And they could probably do more than that. It could be like a 50% boost and a 50%. That's a 100% shift in power. That is massive, depending on how they do that. The spirit realm bleeds into everything they do. Ancestral forces take visible form in their spells, not with companions or pets, but with vivid expressions of their power they channel, giving the shaman's magic a presence that other casters lack. Wait a minute, let me reread that. The spirit realm bleeds in everything they do. Ancestral forces take visible form in their spells, not with companions or pets. So they no longer have companions or pets, it sounds like. They're going to be taking away the spirit wolf, but with vivid expressions of power they channel. So they're going to be channeling, maybe they're going to be creating like an ancestor and channeling their power through them, giving the shaman's magic a presence that other casters lack. That would be really cool. Like, what if you, Berserker Strength, for example, they cast it on a player, and then behind that player is like an ancestral ghost-like form that appears behind them and is like fighting kind of with them, right? That's what I'm envisioning here, is almost like a spiritual barbarian behind a fighter that's just like adding into their damage and adding into their blows. That sounds really, really cool. Like maybe totems. Yeah, they could be bringing totems up and popping them out with like, oh, that sounds really awesome. I hope that they add visual effects to all of these and really make them stand out in combat. The shaman sounds like it's going to have some of the coolest spell casting VFX out there, just based on this one little paragraph right here. That sounds fantastic. Can't wait to see what they do with that. All right. Defining traits. Specialized in spiritual magic built around physical buffs, debuffs, healing over time, and damage over time. Great. Love it. This is exactly what I want to see. Has the strongest physical buff suite in the roster, capable of enhancing strength, speed, and endurance. Okay. Has signature melee slow and stat drain debuffs. This isn't changing right here, and that's one of the defining things of a shaman right now, is being able to slow the target and then also debuff the target so much that you can basically take a mob from 100% down to like a 50% of their abilities. And that is huge, and I'm glad that they're not getting away from any of that. They're gonna maintain the melee slow with the debuff drain. What I would like to see, though, kind of in conjunction with the Inquisitor and the Rogue being able to build up over time, maybe have the Shaman where they put the drain on them or they put the melee slow on the mob, and it starts out as like 10%, and then it builds up over time to where it gets to a 50% slow or a 50% debuff, so that it takes time to get to the max, but it does eventually get there over the course of a fight. Would love, love, love to see something like that. Healing is built around sustained recovery. So you basically, as a shaman, you want to keep that buff up all the time. You don't want to be like a cleric, which is just going to cast it and it's there. You want to maintain that. Can cannibalize themselves as self-maintained mana ability. So that's not going away. We're still going to have the cannibalization thing, which some people are going to like, some people are not going to like. This right here, this one ability makes it to where shaman are some of the best healers in the game and best group content healers, because they can maintain mana better than the other two healers. So I don't know what they're going to do with the druid and the cleric to maintain that. Maybe the druid and the cleric are going to need something like an inquisitor to pump mana into them every once in a while. But it sounds like they're going to keep that in for the shaman, which is good. These things right here, the signature melee slow, the debuffs, and the cannibalize is going to make the shaman a really, really, really powerful group healer. I don't think they're going to be going away anytime soon. Damage is focused on persistent dots with limited direct damage options. Holy jeez Louise, thank you. That was such a bad take to give them direct damage spells. It says limited direct damage options. Maybe they should have a few here and there, sure, but they don't need a whole line of cold spells all the way up and doing like 1,200 damage nukes. That was ridiculous, and I think a very bad take, and I'm glad that they were doing away with that, and they're going to be focused on dots. The direct damage spells being more of a druid thing makes so much more sense. Manifest spirit animals as expressions of ancestral force in their spells, but not as pets. So it sounds like they're taking away the pets from the shaman as well, and they're going to manifest these spirit animals. So instead of what I said before, where they might have like a spirit ghost barbarian appearing behind a fighter helping them, they might like have a ghost form wolf or a ghost form bear. That would be really cool for the tank. You cast like ghost form bear on the tank, and this giant bear, like a grizzly bear, appears behind them, and it just increases their physical damage, or increases their armor class or whatever, something along those lines. Or maybe you could put like a spirit of the cheetah, and make them run faster. Instead of giving the shaman the speed of the wild and druid speed of the wild and ranger speed of the wild and everybody having these same run speed buffs, it sounds to me they might be getting away from that a little bit, and you're not going to have speed of the wild on every one of these classes. Sounds like you're going to have rangers going to have their own group run speed buff. Bards are going to have their probably group run speed buff. And then you might have like a speed of the cheetah where they can put the spirit into, and it's going to be more of a short-term duration buff that they put into their target while they're fighting or while they're running or whatever. That would be a really cool take on this. I hope that's the direction they go, and it would make the shaman, instead of just casting a heal, casting buffs on everybody that lasts for an hour, and just healing every once in a while, to adding more things that the shaman does in combat on top of their healing. I don't know if that's where they're going to go with it, but I really hope that's where they're going with it. Has utilities tied to spiritual influence, including party escape and recovery tools. Party escape. I wonder what this means. I don't think that's going to be an evac. I think that's going to be Spirit of the Cheetah. Right? Spirit animals, Spirit of the Cheetah. They can run super fast, 50% run speed, boom, go for 30 seconds just to get them out. Gets them to escape. Or Spirit of the Gazelle. Like they're good for like hopping around and getting out of danger. That would be, man, I really hope that's the way they go with these shaman. That would fix a lot of the issues with Speed of the Wild as well, and everybody wanting Speed of the Wild and just getting a 1 hour long buff on everybody sitting at West Bank. You get your 1 hour long SAO, you go out XP, you come back, you get a 1 hour long SAO, you go back out in XP. No, get away from that. Let's focus on the groups, getting super spells in the groups like that, so that you want to have these players in your party rather than just have them as buff bots. Man. Oh, I'm so excited about all this. All right, what's changing? The shaman remains a strong healer, buffer, and debuffer with genuine damage potential. The update is about thematic focus and separation from classes they've drifted too close to. Love that sentence. Love that sentence. They have drifted too close to the druid, in my opinion, because they're getting all these cold nukes. So they're basically becoming druids, but then they also still have their debuffs and buffs, and it just kind of makes it, I don't like it. All right. The biggest shift is in lore and ability theming. Nature and cold magic are going away, replaced with expressions of the spirit realm. Generic magical utility is being cut and replaced with abilities that feel distinctly ancestral. The damage lineup is being focused more heavily on dots, and new spiritual utilities are being added that focus around party escape and recovery. I love that so much. I think that these new spirit spells, casting them onto other players as temporary buffs to like speed up recovery, allow them to do more in a temporary manner rather than a bunch of buffs that you just like having 10 different buffs that the shaman constantly has to cast on people. You know, it's been an hour. I got to go and buff the entire party, 6 different people, individual buffs, and I've got to give them 5 buffs each. It's so taxing. I'm hoping that we're getting away from that. And now it's more like ancestral speed of the gazelle or ancestral, grizzly bear, whatever. I hope they start getting into that. That would be really nice for the shaman. And it still gives them the buffs and then, still makes them very powerful in a party situation rather than just buffing outside of a party. Healing is also getting a pass to sharpen the distinction between shaman, cleric, and druid. Each healer should feel like a different tool for a different situation, and for the shaman, that means leaning into their self-sustaining character. I'm guessing that means, I don't know, how I hear this is because they can self-sustain their mana through cannibalism, their cost of healing might be higher than that of the druid or the cleric. So they might have to have more mana costs, but they're going to need to use cannibalize to offset that. But I don't know that's what they're doing. It just sounds kind of like that. More spirit realm lore and ability theming throughout the toolkit. More dot focus on the damage lineup. More utilities tied to spiritual influence, including escape and recovery. I'm really wondering what the recovery is. The escape sounds like speed of the gazelle or cheetah or something to get out of situations. But the recovery, like, is this going to be like Spirit of the Troll and everybody's going to get regen for like a short amount of time? Or like, I wonder what that's going to mean. Distinction as a healer from the cleric and druid. That's very nice that they're going to actually feel different and not just all of the spells, just heal. I don't like that. Less nature and cold themes. Thank you. Less generic magical utility. Less animal transformations and pets. Less pets means no pet to me. I do not want them having a pet. I really hope that druid also doesn't have a pet anymore. It sounds to me like the druid may not get the pet, or if they do, it's very limited pet. But they didn't say anything about the druid pet, so I don't know. Oh, and less overlap with druid utility. To me, that is less Speed of the Wild. I really think that this is a big nerf, I think, to Speed of the Wild that is not being said directly, right? It's really not being said directly. No mention whatsoever of Speed of the Wild in any of this, but lots of mention with including the spiritual escapes and the ranger getting run speed buffs in a party and the druid not having any type of mention whatsoever of run speed buff. It sounds to me like Speed of the Wild's going away. It really, really does. Anyway, overall with the shaman, this sounds really good. I love what they're doing with this. I'm hoping we see less like hour-long buffs that a shaman has to keep up in their party, but more group-wide ancestral buffs that they're going to be casting almost like a bard, right? Instead of like a bard is going to be casting their songs and they're going to be giving these bard inspiration buffs every 3 seconds. The shaman sounds like it might debuff the target, but then use ancestral magics, right, that buff the entire party all at once rather than individual spells. But we'll have to see when they actually add that in, how that's going to work. All righty, let's move on. Two left. What do you guys think so far? What are you feeling? How are you feeling about all this? Sounds more like familiars than pets. Kind of sounds that way, yeah. Ghost frogs, yeah, that would be cool. Bard speed buff is unique, and I like it. Yeah, you're cooking gazelle. The zone trains will be amazing, dude. There's not going to be trains anymore if they get rid of Speed of the Wild, which I feel like they're going in the direction of Speed of the Wild going away, or at least being limited in use. I feel like you're going to see less trains because people are just going to flat out die. They're going to get hit by mobs, and they're going to be like, oh crap, and then they're going to start running away, and they're just going to die. I love that. Makes the world way more dangerous. I'm glad they decided to push EA. Me too. Basically all the changes Nick made. I mean, I disagreed with Nick very, very, very much on a lot of his changes. Absolutely disagreed. I was pretty vocal about it. So yeah, I hope it does go away. Let's see. Sal is a get out of jail free card. The mobs would need to daze you for it to stay in balance. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Was excited to see what they are doing for Spellblades. Yeah, we're about to read it. About to read Spellblades. Crazy how one guy set them back. I mean, I'm not going to speculate on any of that, but I very much disagreed with a lot of what Nick was doing. All right. Two left. I have a lot of ideas and thoughts on the wizard. Spellblade is one that I don't know what to think of. I really don't. What I'm expecting, what I'm hoping out of the Spellblade is no clue. I don't know what they can do with the Spellblade. So honestly, this one's probably going to jump out at me and be very, very special. Like somebody within Niche World's Cult has probably got some ideas. Remove it. I mean, I would say remove it at this point. I don't think the Spellblade's going to have a place in the game. But maybe somebody is going to surprise me at Niche World's Cult and come out with some sort of crazy idea around the Spellblade and make it sound fantastic. So let's jump into the Spellblade and let's see what it is. Spellblade, highly mobile magic swordsman. Okay. That's exactly what the Spellblade sounds like it should be. Hopefully they get away from wizard spells. They don't have like, oh, it's just a wizard nuke and you proc wizard nukes. That was just silly and lazy, and I don't think should have ever been in the game. They needed their own unique twist. So whatever that twist might be, we're going to find out. Identity. The Spellblade is a melee fighter who channels arcane force through their weapon rather than directly. Telekinetic, electric, and pure arcane energy flow into their strikes, making them the most caster-like of the hybrid classes. Remove this word, please, devs. Please, if you're watching this, just remove the word hybrid from everything in all of this. They're no longer hybrids. They are unique classes. That is the whole point of what I feel like you're trying to do. Just remove hybrid without pulling away from the front line. Okay. Their combat has a rhythm. Well, let me back up a second here. I want to read this again. Telekinetic, electric, and pure arcane flow into their strikes. This to me reads that they're going to get magic-based abilities, maybe some electric-based abilities. So when they're going up against mobs, you're going to have the fire and the water and all those in the elementalist side of things. But then when you get into the wizard and you get into the Spellblade, it's going to be arcane or pure magic damage. And I'm really hoping they start to do that because magic right now is really only for resisting mez type effects or maybe some fear type effects, those kind of things. And it doesn't really feel like it's necessary to raise magic resistance. This would be a reason to raise magic resistance because you're now going to be taking less damage from wizards or maybe Spellblades if they do pure arcane energy. All right. Let's read up some more. Their combat has a rhythm built on choice. The nature of their attacks shifts depending on their magical infusion, and knowing when to hold that energy versus when to spend it defines how well a Spellblade performs. The fight rewards attention and timing rather than a fixed rotation. This seems to me like they're maybe taking away from their proccing, and they're adding in just the side of the proccing where they swing and they build up, and then they can release their damage whenever they want, which is what they currently do. But right now, the way that Spellblades work is they proc some damage every now and then through their fire damage or whatever infusion they put in, and then they build up to 5 stacks, and then they can cast a free spell in that same category. That's what they currently do. This sounds like it's more building up and then releasing when they want to kind of know when to release the damage. So let's see. Telekinesis makes them uniquely mobile, repositioning enemies, blinking behind targets, or freezing them in place to escape when pressed. This sounds like they're going to be giving the Spellblade a Mez type of effect by freezing them in place. Now, is this going to be more of a root, or is it going to be like freezing them solid where they can't make any action, more like a Mez? Don't know. Blinking behind the targets, they currently have that in the game, but repositioning enemies. This sounds like the Shadow Knight Yoink ability where they can pull a mob to them. So if they can actually move enemies around on the battlefield, that would be a really unique thing that they can do. So telekinesis sounds like it could be pretty fun. Blinking behind targets isn't really telekinesis, I don't feel like. I think that's more of a that's a vanish and reappear. It's more like a teleport, but semantics. They also shape the battlefield around them, creating zones that punish enemies who crowd too close and giving them control over the space they occupy, even in the middle of melee. So it sounds like they're going to become more of a CC class. It sounds to me like they're taking away the CC of the Inquisitor from what they've said. Like the Inquisitor's still going to have some CC, but it sounds like it's going to be less CC because of the Enchanter no longer having the Enchanter overflow into the Inquisitor. And then they're going to be putting some more of those types of spells into the Spellblade as a DPS with some of that crowd control mixed in. Sounds like they're going to be a pretty solid class if they're going to be doing that. Defining traits: light armored melee DPS, which is cloth, right? Don't they currently use cloth, Spellblade? I think they do. Harness magical forces across telekinetic, electric, and arcane schools. Shifts between different weapon infusions, each with its own damage type and proc effects. So they're going to have like a telekinetic, an electric, and an arcane infusion, rather than what they currently have, which is the fire and cold infusions. And they're going to be doing different things. That's what it sounds like. Manages infusion cooldowns as a primary combat cycle. So much like the monk, they're going to have different stances in a sense. Instead, there's going to be different infusions that they're going to be cycling through depending on what is needed for the party. Conduit discharges the active infusion for a powerful burst at the cost of a cooldown. I'll say, so I'm wondering if this means that they're just going to like nuke whatever their target is. They nuke it, but then it puts their infusion on cooldown to where the infusion doesn't proc anymore, or they can't switch infusions for a while. Instead, they can just discharge arcane for damage, or electric for a stun, or telekinetic for their blink, or repositioning of an enemy. And each of these 3 different things they can discharge for different effects so that their procs no longer go off. So it's a opportunity cost. You can either have these or you can do this. I don't know. Can place stationary arcane fields and explosive zones that damage enemies within range. AoE much? I don't know if I like that. It sounds like they might be able to just put them down, and then what if they put down like one here, one here, one here, one here, and then just have enemies run through it? Like if you're in a hallway in a dungeon, you could have a bunch of those, or can you only have one at a time? We're going to have to see how that plays out. This could be interesting, though. To me, this sounds like the Caltrop situation that happened with the archers could very much be extremely overpowered, or it could end up being absolutely useless depending on how they build it. So that one sounds cool. It sounds interesting, but it really depends on how they put it into the game. Can teleport behind a target and strike, or blink away from melee range when pressed. So that's another good one. Blink away or behind. So I guess maybe if they're targeting something, they can blink behind it. Or if they're not targeting something, maybe they just blink forward. Or maybe they're two separate abilities. I don't know. Use telekinetic effects, including knockback, root, and enemy repositioning. Knockback, I wonder if that's going to be able to interrupt mobs. I don't like knockback in games like this, especially player-controlled knockback, because it really can disrupt things. I have seen so many times players that are just terrible at using their knockback effects. They knock back an enemy across over a ledge into other enemies. They knock, like, it causes so much disruption to parties. A poorly played Spellblade with knockback can be devastating to a party. A really well-played Spellblade with knockback could be amazing. So we'll have to see how that plays out with different types of players. I feel like this is going to be a high skill cap class based on all the classes that we've looked at so far, which is all but the wizard. This seems like it's going to be the highest skill cap with its different types of abilities that it can do. What's changing? Updates to the Spellblade are about focus and depth. Fewer schools of magic, more expression within the ones that remain. Elemental magic is going away in favor of arcane, telekinetic, and electric schools that fit the class more naturally, and the one-off pet is being removed. Boom! Love it. All right. All these pets being removed is just like... So right now we have their stupid level 55 pet gone. We have the druid pet gone, hopefully gone. Seems like it's gone. The shaman pet gone. The Shadow Knight pet gone. Love, love, love. Thank you for doing that. None of those classes needed pets. The infusion and conduit system is the heart of the combat experience, and the ability suite around it is being built out to give the Spellblade a more interesting and varied damage rotation. So it's not put on buff, turn on auto attack, and that's it. That's good, but it sounds to me like there's going to be a lot of button mashing at the right time, which is where that skill cap is going to come in. So if anybody comes in and says, hey, what's going to be the highest skill cap class? Spellblade. Spell lines are getting better progression and scaling across the full level range, and teleportation is being treated as a genuine combat mechanic rather than a utility footnote. You know, they haven't said this, but with all this what is the word I'm looking for? With all of these changes with teleportation, I wonder if so many people are going to be like, oh, they got to give gate to Spellblades. They already want gate on Spellblades. I feel like they're just kind of teleportation. It's right there. It's right there. But it seems like the Spellblade is going to be short teleportation, blinking to an area, just jumping, no more than 10 or 20 feet away kind of thing, not gating to a whole other location, right? So I want to make sure that people realize that. I doubt they're going to be getting gate or teleportation where they're going to be able to teleport players to different areas like the wizard or druid can. So don't expect that. We'll see what happens. More. Focus on the infusion and conduit system as the core combat cycle. Teleportation as a central combat mechanic. Again, teleportation. I feel like they should reword this to blink unless they mean teleportation, because I don't know. Arcane field and damage zone tools. This right here, man, I really feel like that's going to be overpowered. They're really going to make this overpowered, or it's going to be so underpowered, lackluster. Another thing that I see what's going to happen with these Spellblades and these damage arcane fields and damage zones, they're going to put it out, and then they're going to have like the enchanter is going to be trying to mez mobs inside of it, and they're constantly taking these damage ticks because it's an area effect zone. they're going to hate each other. Enchanters and Spellblades are going to be at it all day long. Just like, stop doing that. You got to learn to mez better. Ah! They're going to go back and forth. It's going to be a thing. All right. Depth and scaling across the full level range. Less elemental magic. Love it. Less off-tank focus. Wow. That's actually big, guys. That's big. The Spellblade, I've been saying it for a while. The Spellblade was actually one of the better tanks in the game as long as you had enough damage on or enough mana on them to be able to keep up their buffs. If a Spellblade was tanking, it was doing insane damage and tanking just as well as any other tank in the game in cloth armor. Crazy, crazy good. And it looks like they're taking that away. And less generic caster utility. So overall, I would say the Spellblade is looking pretty good. It's sounding pretty good. I like that they're getting away from the elemental thing. They're leaving that more for the elementalist, which is a very, very good change. And it differentiates those types of spell damage from the different types of classes. They're also focusing a lot on the Spellblade's ability with the telekinetic and the jumping around and mobility. The only concerns I have are the conduit discharges, the placing of arcane fields, explosions, like how they implement these is the only concern that I would have currently, and we just have to see what they do with that. But this sounds like a really cool class. I'm also not sure how well the DPS is going to be, because if they're going to be just doing dual wield and double attack, which I assume is what they're going to have, they're probably going to be dual wield, double attack, meleeing. And then if they're not going to have those infusions that have proc damage, it sounds to me they're shift between different weapon infusions, each with its own damage type and proc effects. So I don't know what the proc effects are going to be. Is it going to be like arcane damage proc effects are going to be damaging, and then you're going to have the electric proc effects are going to be like stuns or interrupts, and then the telekinetic proc effects are going to be something else? I don't know. I'm just trying to like think of what they could possibly be and how they could work, but it depends on how they do that, because I don't like that Spellblades are currently buff up with infusion and then turn on auto attack. But I do think that this is going to be a very highly skill-based class where you're going to have to know which infusion to use, because there's going to have different cooldowns for different infusions. You're going to have to manage those infusions and constantly be cycling around, constantly be moving around in the battlefield, know where to place these arcane fields and explosive zones so that they don't interrupt your mezzing and all that. So it's going to be a high skill, plus the knockback. A poorly played Spellblade is going to be very detrimental to your party, but a well-played Spellblade is probably going to be absolutely phenomenal. All right. You're not happy with this change to the class? I don't know that I like some of the changes to this class. Like it feels weird. It feels weird. So we're going to have to see what they end up doing with it. I don't know. It's going to be rough. Oh, geez, I just got here. Has it covered Ranger yet? I did cover Ranger wool socks. I will be posting all of these on my YouTube channel later, either today, this evening, or tomorrow morning at the latest. As my full thing. I might do it here on the stream and just like download them and try to get them uploaded. Because I just have to go break them up. Like I have to go and clip them out. I think you know how that works. Anyway. It's all on the Discord or website. It is. You can go read it on the web if you want to read it yourself. You're not going to get my take on it, but you can go just read it. Unpopular opinion, I think they need to remove gate from most casters. That is a pretty unpopular opinion. I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that or agree with that. I think that the gate spell is a huge benefit to all 7 casters and a huge a huge bane. There we go. Negative. A huge bane to playing anything but a spellcaster. All right. Last one, guys. Last one. The Wizard. What do we think the Wizard's going to be? I think the Wizard is going to be less elemental damage, more arcane damage, magical-based damage, high damage. I think that they might go more in with that staff mechanic, because I'm pretty sure Zillith was wanting to make the staff mechanic previously. I'm pretty sure he's the one that did that, and he was the one that was working on it. So I think they're going to lean into that staff mechanic a lot more with the mana orbs and all that kind of stuff. I think that there will be a pretty big change to Wizards, though. I think that they're going to get stronger nukes. They're going to get more ways to regenerate mana. They haven't talked about in any of these so far any type of mana recovering stuff, even though down here they did mention the mana recovery somewhere, wherever the heck it was in all of this. They did mention that down here. Right here it is. That includes health and mana regeneration, resistance rates, all that kind of stuff. So class updates as well as all of these are in conjunction with each other. So these class updates are only going to be a small part of it, and we need to remember that. Like, we need to remember that it's going to be a lot of other changes. Like the Ranger now getting more regen and more possibly like mana regen through their campfire might be one of the big changes that we're getting to mana regeneration rates. Could be. So we'll see. As a fan of Blinks and Nightcrawler, I'm happy with the Spellblade. Dude, I love Nightcrawler. He was one of my favorite X-Men. All right. Whew. Last one, Wizard, and then I can rest my voice hopefully for a little bit. The Wizard. It's already 4 o'clock. How long have I been reading these? We've been reading these for like a while. The Wizard. Arcane Artillery. Ooh, that sounds sweet. Magic DPS, nothing else, meaning it's going to be mostly a DPS class. That's exactly where I want the Wizard to go. Boom, boom, boom. Let's get the magic. Let's go. The Wizard is the ultimate master of magic, using deep arcane knowledge to unleash devastating assaults on their foes. Oh my gosh. Though they wield most schools of magic in some capacity, their strength lies in manipulating the rawest forms: arcane, telekinetic, and electric. Knew that was coming. Where the Spellblade uses these schools physically, the Wizard handles them directly in their spells. Okay, so there's still the Spellblade kind of hybrid of a Wizard-ish, but not really. It's more of a physical versus it's kind of like the Cleric versus Paladin. The Cleric is going to be using their voice and incantations to do things, whereas the Paladin is doing things through like smites and in like hand-to-hand kind of things. The Wizard's toolkit is varied, capable of striking one target or many. They're masters of the kill shot. When a powerful spell lands a killing blow, they can recuperate some of their mana as a reward for their precision and aggression. This thing right here, I like the idea of this, getting the kill shot, recovering some of their mana. What I don't like is its conjunction with crits. If you get a crit as a Wizard on the kill shot, you actually gain less mana back, and it feels bad. It's just a poor mechanic, and hopefully they actually fix that in the future, because it just feels really bad. Like the crit mechanic of a Wizard should not be more damage. It should be more mana back, or it should be a free cast of a spell, the next spell that you cast, or something along those lines, not more damage, because more damage with a kill shot is bad for the kill shot. It's bad for the mana. Unless they change the mana regeneration to where it doesn't matter if you overkill something by 1,000 points of damage, you still get full mana back or something. So if you get that kill shot, you just get a lot more mana. But right now, it doesn't do that. You want to be exactly the amount of damage, or as close to that as possible. All right, moving on. Spellcrafting adds a creative dimension beyond choosing which nuke to cast. Out of combat, Wizards can research and customize spells. In combat, they can combine magical elements on the fly to adapt to the situation. I don't know how that's going to work, but it sounds like research is going to be a Wizard exclusive, kind of like Poison is for rogues. That's what it sounds like. Is that how everybody else reads it? All right. As the classic glass cannon of the roster, Wizards are fragile and mana hungry, but if handled skillfully, none can compare to their sheer destructive power. That's exactly how the Wizard currently plays. They run out of mana quickly, but oh my gosh, can they burn down a mob fast. Defining traits Ranged magical DPS, primarily using arcane, telekinetic, and electric schools of magic, though they'll keep some signature elemental spells. So fireball type of spells, like a fire nuke, maybe they'll keep some of that, but also have some of these others. Fragile and mana hungry, requiring precision and careful target selection. As the highest damage single target nukes and AoE spells in the roster, receives a portion of mana spent when delivering a killing blow with a spell, utilizes spell. This is the one that I was talking about. A portion of the mana spent when delivering this right here. I really, 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 they need to change the way this works. It needs to be just, it gives a certain amount, like 50% of the spell cast back or something, or a set amount based on the level of the mob that you're killing. Because why does that matter? Right now, if you're quad kiting and you nuke down 4 mobs at the same time, because those quad spells cost more mana, you end up getting more mana back. So if a spell costs 60 mana to cast as a single target and you kill a mob and you get, let's say, 40 mana back, but if it costs 60 or 80 mana and it's a quad target, every single one of those that you kill, you get like 60 mana back, right? Because it costs more to cast the spell, and if you kill 4 mobs, you can get 80 on each one or 60 on each one. So you can actually get so much more mana back. I feel like they need to balance that a little bit more and make it based on maybe the level of the mob, how much damage you did. Something along those lines should be a better way of getting it back rather than based on the amount of mana spent. Because it does imbalance things some. That's what makes quad kiting, part of what makes quad kiting so strong. Utilize spellcrafting, which offers out-of-combat spell research and customization and in-combat spell mixing for unique casts. I really am curious how that's going to work. The in-combat spell mixing. I don't know. Like, are they going to be able to mix 2 elements together and make a whole new spell? Or are they going to be able to just, like, empower? Is it going to be more like a, what's the D&D... The D&D thing where the sorcerer. It's going to be like a sorcerer where they're able to, like, empower their spell and make it stronger for the cost of more mana. Like, how is that going to work? It sounds interesting, but I don't know how it's going to work. Has a ranged interrupt and arcane barrier as defensive and utility tools. Ooh. The arcane barrier is new, isn't it? I don't think the wizard has an arcane barrier currently. But a ranged interrupt, which they currently have with their electric-based spells that has a 0.1 second interrupt. But are they going to get like a ranged interrupt, like a silence that they can do that's like an instant cast silence? Would be really nice for wizards to have. And then an arcane barrier as defensive. Can they use the arcane barrier on other people, or is it exclusive to themselves? And utility tools. All right. Can buff ally casters spell haste. They can already currently do that, so that's not going away. Can summon useful items and teleport allies. So are they giving the wizard summon food and water and like summon bandages and summon arrows and summon thrown daggers? I wonder if that's what they're going to do with that. Or are they going to have them be able to summon the mana clickies, like the mana orbs that you can give to players to click it and gain mana, instead of having the elementalist cast those? I don't know. All right. What's changing? The wizard is pulling their spell schools away from elementalist territory. Thank you. That's literally what I've been talking about. I don't think that the elementalist and the wizard should share the same spells. They currently do. That is bad. That is poor design. And it needs to go away, and apparently it is going away. So very, very good. Love that. Elemental magic is being reduced in their arsenal to sharpen the distinction between the two classes. Their damage cycle is getting more variety with better spell scaling and upgrades across the full level range. Spellcrafting is the main addition. Research and in-combat customization gives the wizard a creative dimension that no other damage class has. It sounds like the rogue is going to get something very similar to this with poisons, but it's going to be different right? The research and in-combat customization is going to be different than the Rogue Poison, but in a sense, they sound very similar from what we have so far. Their core identity stays intact. They've still got the biggest nukes, the most raw magical damage. In fact, this right here is an incorrect statement. They still got the biggest nukes. In fact, right now, the Wizard and Elementalist have the exact same nuke at level 60, which is 1600 damage. So that's where I've been saying, you know, like they still got, now they have the biggest nuke, right? They actually have the biggest nuke. Elementalists no longer do. That's how I would write that, to put that emphasis on there, that not they still have it and the Elementalist also still has it, but they are exclusively the biggest nuke in the game. Hopefully that's what they mean by this. The most raw magical damage and the high ceiling that rewards players who put in the work, which means to me the high ceiling that rewards players of getting that exact kill shot. That's what you want to get every single time. Now, they have no mention of crits. Zero mention of crits throughout this whole thing. Are they getting away from crits? Are Wizards keeping crits? What are they going to be doing with that? I think that Wizards get rid of the crit or change the crit fundamentally so that it gives them something different, like have a chance to refund mana, have a chance to cast a free spell. You know, that should be how their crit works. More DPS cycle variety, upgrades and spell scaling across the full level range, spell crafting as a research and customization system. I like all of those for the Wizard. It sounds really good. Less elemental magic, less sword staff mechanics. So they are getting away from the sword staff mechanics. I'm actually kind of happy with that. I didn't like the sword mechanics. I didn't really like the staff mechanics. I feel like they were just like halfway implemented into the game without enough thought. And they just didn't work very well. So I'm kind of glad that they are getting rid of those mechanics. And they're just going to focus on them being high damage dealers and focus on that arcane damage. Hopefully it is magic-based resistance. And then they can also change mobs in the game. They can have a mob be highly elemental resistant and then low magic resistant, and the Wizard would just excel at taking those down, whereas other classes like the Elementalist trying to do magical damage, they don't do as much magical damage because they're doing fire damage or whatever. So sounds to me like the Wizard is really going to be focusing on the spellcaster side of things, which is what they should be. I'm curious to see what they're going to do with this research and customization. It sounds very interesting, but they don't give us enough information to really tell us how that works. And the last thing is crits. Are they going away? Are they staying? How are they going to do with the crit? All right. Whew. Man, that is a lot of information. That is a lot of information. Overall, somebody asked me about my overall thoughts a few minutes ago, and if I would do an overall thoughts. So let's do an overall thoughts. I love the direction. I think that the direction they are going with this is fantastic. Getting away from the hybrid classes, getting more unique classes, your Paladin, your Shadow Knight, your Beastmaster, your Ranger, your Spellblade, making those classes their own unique class is probably the biggest thing that I was asking for, and that's what we got. They are doing that, and they're doing it well. They're literally seem to be taking away all the spells from what I was reading, all spells from those hybrid classes. A Druid and a Ranger seem to not be sharing any abilities. A Cleric and a Paladin seem to not share any abilities. The Beastmaster, Shaman share no abilities. That is a huge change, and I'm very glad they're doing it. They all should have their own unique twist. So that's my biggest takeaway of the entire thing is class identity, class uniqueness, and I'm glad they're doing it. All right. Next thing I want to say about all of this, there was zero mention of Speed of the Wild throughout the entirety of every single one of these classes. Zero mention of Speed of the Wild. But several mentions of run speed buffs from different classes and making those group-focused run speed buffs. So the Ranger had one and the Shaman had one that I can think of specifically. The Bard probably has one as well that I can't think of off the top of my head, but I feel like it might also have one. So it seems like they might be getting away from Speed of the Wild altogether, which is a copy and paste over from EverQuest. That is another point that I want to point out, is that a lot of the things that this game was doing is a copy paste of EverQuest classes and putting them into this game and being like, hey, we're done. Again, I felt like that was very lazy and should have never been done in the first place. So I'm glad that they're getting away from that. Now, there are some similarities to EverQuest type of stuff, like the Monk being the best overall puller with Feigned Death, the 1,000 Fists kind of thing. There are some similarities to EverQuest, but it's not a copy-paste EverQuest across the board on every single class, which feels really good. I'm so glad that they're doing that and getting away from that, because I'm tired of hearing, I'm tired of people on the forums being like, well, EverQuest did this, therefore we should do it in Monsters and Memories. That is not a reason to do it in Monsters and Memories at all. It is not a reason. Tell me why you should have it. And they even said this throughout several of these based on the lore of the class. I think the Shadow Knight said it the best somewhere in here, that they were focusing on the lore of the Shadow Knight, right? Like here, the Shadow Knight has learned that fighting, basing everything on the lore rather than being like, oh, it's because it's a necromancer. No, it's not a necromancer. It's based on its lore. The Shaman kind of said the same thing. The ancestors, and it's basing all of its magic based on its ancestry and the lore of why it's in this game and in Monsters and Memories, not because it was in EverQuest. So those are my biggest takeaways, I think. I'm trying to think of what else would be a huge takeaway. I feel like they are really solidifying that rogues are going to be a high DPS class. Wizards are going to be a high DPS class. You're going to have your class roll the way that they want it and the way that it sounds and the way that they're seeming to be putting it in here is you have 4 different things that a class can do. You have tanking, healing, DPS, and utility. And depending on which one of those things you have more or less of, you get more or less of the other one. And it seems to be that they're balancing it that way. If a class has a lot of DPS, it is going to have little of the other 3. If it has a lot of tanking, it's going to have less of the other 3. If it has a lot of healing, less. You see what I'm saying? So like a druid, for example, this one right here explains that really well. It's a jack of all trades. It's a healer. It has DPS and support. So the utility, that's where the support is. So it has all 3 of those things at a fairly high level. It doesn't have any tanking whatsoever. So that's a 0, but these 3 are all fairly equal across the board. But the DPS should not be equal to a wizard because the wizard doesn't have the healing and it doesn't have as much of the support. So it shouldn't be equal there. The healer is not going to have as much healing as a cleric because the cleric doesn't have as much of the DPS. The cleric is going to have more healing, more support. I think that it said the cleric is going to have support, right? Yeah, healer, support, no DPS. So it's taking away its DPS and adding into the healer support roles. So it's going to be better. So I think that they're trying to really emphasize that they're trying to balance the classes around how much of those 4 core things that they have and really push that home. So people can't be like, well, I'm playing a Beastmaster. I should be doing just as much damage as a rogue because we're both DPS classes. No, you shouldn't. The Beastmaster is going to have more group buffs. It's going to have more of that utility and more of that support through its pet, through its stances that it's going to have. And the rogue does not have that. So the rogue should be higher DPS. Now, by how much? Probably not a lot. I think the Beastmaster is going to be comparable to a rogue. Maybe Beastmaster is going to be like 80% DPS and then like 20% of that utility, whereas a rogue might be 90% DPS and then 10% of that utility, whereas an archer might be 70% of the DPS, 30% of that utility. I'm just throwing numbers out. Bard is going to be like 50% 50% DPS, 50% utility, right? So they're not going to be like all DPS are equal, all tanks are equal, all healers are equal. They're not doing that. And that's something that I love that they're saying. They are literally saying the cleric is the premier tank or healer. They literally said it in here somewhere. They are the premier number one healer in the game. That is what they're supposed to be. And the other healers are not going to heal as well. Now, the other healers are going to be able to do it in a party, sure, but they're not going to be as good as the cleric. That is something that they really, 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 I think they need to focus on as much as possible and make sure the community understands that, because I'm really, I don't want to say tired of it, whatever. We're constantly hearing people say, well, that's not fair that, that class can heal a group better than this other class can. But they're completely forgetting about the utility side of it. They're completely forgetting about the other things that the class can do. They're strictly focused on the one thing and not looking at anything else. So I'm glad that they're emphasizing that and they're talking about that. Using the word premier, gold standard, something that I saw in there as well. I think, was it the cleric was a gold standard? Somebody was a gold standard. The monk being the puller, the only class that says puller. It's the only one, and saying that it is premier puller right there. So they're emphasizing that these classes, that's how they stand out. That's what they're going to be. Rather than people being like, well, I can do it on this other class and it's just as good or it's better in another way. No, it's the premier puller. If you want a good puller, you go monk. You can use another class, but it should not be better at pulling. So fighter should be the premier tank. They don't say premier tank in the fighter, but they do say armored juggernaut. They do emphasize its physical defense. And then they even say down here with the Shadow Knight that it is going to have more damage than a paladin, but less pure mitigation than the fighter. They are emphasizing so many times in here that the fighter is going to be the best tank, and it's going to be decent at damage, but it doesn't have the healing. It doesn't have the utility. It even says in here it's going to have limited utility somewhere in here. It says, the lack of utility, limited utility, whatever. It's just going to have, where did it say that? Because it said it in a very specific way. Here we go. Giving it small but meaningful utility. So it's not going to have nearly as much utility as the Paladin or the Shadow Knight or the Inquisitor is. So people need to realize this. They really, really, really need to realize that not all things are going to be equal. Balanced, but not equal. And I think that's a very important distinction. All right. Cleric as an off tank, but wanting to differentiate it from Paladin seems off to me. I don't think so. I feel like they put too much emphasis on the cleric as an off tank. I will agree with that. I think that they put way too much emphasis. Capable of off tanking, not that it is an off tank. It is capable of off tanking. In my opinion, this reads as if the cleric gets aggro, it can take damage better than a druid or shaman, right? It's capable of taking hits and continuing to heal the party. That's how I read that. Not that it's going to be taunting mobs and off-tanking, but that it can off-tank if it pulls aggro. So hopefully people read it that way and interpret it that way, and I think that's what the devs mean by that. I don't think that they mean that they're going to be like the monk down here, where the monk said that it's right here, can serve as an avoidance-based off-tank, right? Which is different than capable of off-tanking. This means it can serve as, it's going to have limited taunt toolkit. It's going to be able to taunt mobs and pull them off and be able to serve as an avoidance-based off-tank, which is worded differently than a cleric being capable of off-tanking, capable of taking a few hits before they die. Very distinctly worded, which is extremely, extremely, extremely important. Words mean something, and if they're not understood and comprehended properly, then it makes things kind of go all over the place. If anybody plays a cleric and is like, I can off-tank, you're playing the cleric wrong. Okay? The cleric is not meant to off-tank. It just can if it has to. Right? If it pulls aggro. Oh boy. Got to start somewhere? Yeah, you do. Needs more math. Wizard do big numbers, but small sustain. You can't earnestly feel top DPS as bottom DPS. Yeah, I mean, I agree. We need to know numbers. We don't have details on how a lot of this stuff is going to work. So we kind of have to base it off of the wording. You have to take the words and use those words to kind of interpret their ideas. And I think that's why the editor took so long to write it, because they wanted to make sure they worded it properly. So I'm sure, I hope, I think that the devs gave the editor, here's all the information. We want the wizard to, or let's use the cleric because we were just talking about that one. We want people to understand that the cleric is going to be the best healer in the game. We also want them to know that the cleric will be able to take hits without dying in like 2 or 3 hits. They're going to be able to actually take some hits, capable of off-tanking. Make sure that you word it in such a way so that people understand where they're going with it. It's like writing a book. You know, when you read a book, a well-written book uses words properly so that it explains what's happening. I think it was Robin Williams said one time, words are important. You don't want to say something is big, something is really big, and something is very big. Like, what do those mean? Something is big, something is huge, something is gigantic, something is enormous. Use the words, and those words mean something, right? Because big, really big, very big are very vague. But when you start using big, humongous, ginormous, those kind of words, it makes a very, very, very different statement. Hey, Criddle, been listening to you for past hour and a half while on the move. Thanks. Couldn't sit down and read it. Yeah, no worries. I'm going to be posting all of these over on YouTube. I'll start breaking them down, hopefully here soon. And then I'll put them up on my YouTube channel as separate videos so you can go back and listen to all of my rantings and my opinions on them. I feel like they shouldn't use the word off-tank. I agree, Phoenix. I feel like they misused some words throughout this whole thing. Cleric's use of off-tank. They maybe, worded a little bit differently. I'm not a wordy worder or like a English major or anything like that. But the ability to say like cleric's heavy armor allows them to take a hit, that kind of wording is better than off-tank. Off-tank sounds like they're able to off-tank. They're able to take a mob and hold on to it and maintain threat on it and take some hits while you get control of the situation. Whereas being able to take a hit while casting is a different way of wording that. So anyway, any clue when some of these updates will roll out? We don't know. You never, that I saw complicated about the Wiz quad kiting only charm. What? I don't know what that means, Brian. MnM be the real WoW killer at this rate? It could be. People won't come on graphics alone unless they start in EQ. I think the graphics, I love the graphics in this game. I don't see the issue. I started with WoW, only MMO I played until Monsters and Memories. I feel like the WoW, the early WoW generation people will definitely gravitate towards Monsters and Memories. I don't think that Monsters and Memories is going to be a WoW killer. WoW, especially WoW Live, retail WoW, is very, very much its own different game. It's very action oriented. It's just a completely different game, and I don't think that it's going to kill it. All I can say, in the wind has taken away from the sale after reading the Spellblade changes. I'll still wait and see, but definitely not what I'm excited for. Spellblade feels a little bit weird to me. It really does. You got to see it in play. The Spellblade is the one class out of all of these, from what I interpreted, it's the most complicated. It's the one that is the most unique that we haven't seen in previous games. I don't know where they're going with it. It's going to be weird. Let's see. You think they'll be able to balance all this in 5 months? I don't know if they're going to be able to balance anything. We'll see. EA is in 5 months. Yeah. The balance is to the point of what people are probably saying. I haven't read it all, but the balance is something that's going to be an ongoing, right? Balance is never going to be perfect. However, before early access hits, all of these things need to be in place. We need the classes feeling good. We need some sentiment of balance. We need something where it's like it doesn't feel like one class or one skill is overshadowing all of these other classes. You don't need any of that. A full perfect balance, no, that doesn't need to happen, and that'll never happen. It's impossible. But some balance, yes. So I think they'll get there. Only 3 healers out of 12 seems a little suspect. 3 healers is fine with me. I don't see an issue. Just the wording tank implies you have means to generate threat reliably to me. I agree. I think it kind of does. And that's why I think that they should take the word off tank off of the cleric and ability to take a hit. Ability to pull threat and continue to cast. The ability, to survive damage, Again, not an English major, not a wordy worder. I didn't edit this whole thing, but I feel like some of those words could have been changed to make it make more sense. They actually word it off tanking while continues casting, so it's pretty clear that it's not about maintaining threat or actually tanking. Yeah, exactly. It's off tanking while casting. You're correct, right? Whereas people are going to read that, though. They're going to read the off tank and they're going to stop reading. Unfortunately, we're on the internet. People are going to literally read off tank, clerics and off tank. Oh my God, they're battle clerics. Yes, I'm going to play a cleric and I'm going to be main tank of my guild. People are literally going to do that. And they need to read the whole sentence and use all the words that are given to them. It basically, my understanding of how it works, the cleric, because they're wearing heavy armor, are able to mitigate the damage. Less damage means that they are able to get a spell off, whereas another class wearing lighter armor is going to take more damage and be more prone to getting interrupted. That's how I understand the cleric off tank, right? That's at least my understanding. I love these graphics and feel. Me too. And I understand that people aren't going to like it, but I agree. Millions of players with an M would be one reason it won't be. What? Millions of players with an M. I don't know what that means. It doesn't have to be balanced in 5 months, just implemented. Implemented and somewhat balanced is fine. High damage sustained healer, something like that. High damage sustained healer? No, because that means that the healer also puts out damage, is how I would interpret that. It's about taking the damage and being able to heal. I kind of would say don't use the word off tank. Just say takes a few hits or durable. Yes. Yeah. It's the issue of the off tank being a role in a lot of MMOs. Yeah. Yeah. It's not an off tank. Cleric is not going to be an off tank. I feel like that was a poor choice of words. But what do you think about the Shadow Knight changes? Quite significant. It's probably the class with the most changes of change of direction. I don't think it's the most change of direction. I think the Shadow Knight is exactly what it currently is, but without all the fluff necromancer abilities. It's not going to have the feigned death. It's not going to have the dots with the snare dots and all of that, right? It's going to have high DPS using two-handed weapons, and it's going to be still a pretty good tank. It's probably not going to have as many defensive abilities like cooldowns that it can use. But it's going to have high sustain with its life taps. I think the biggest takeaway from the Shadow Knight is its Monster Hunter-esque gameplay where they go out and get abilities from different monsters. That is the biggest takeaway to me. I feel like they're taking, and they didn't say this, but I feel like they're taking away like Harm Touch and may remove Harm Touch from the Shadow Knight, and instead of Harm Touch, give it these monster abilities, which is a pretty big change. And I like that change. I think it's a good direction for the Shadow Knight. I honestly, based on all of this, I think the Shadow Knight is going to be one of the most played classes in the game in the future. I really do. It's going to be able to solo well. It's going to be a good tank. It's going to have some really cool abilities that's going to make people want to go and explore. It's going to have a lot of uniqueness to it where it's going out and getting different abilities from different classes. I think it's going to be one of the most played classes. You think Shadow Knight won't have Feigned Death? No, I don't think it's going to have it at all. It literally says, but the dedicated pet and ability sharing with the Necromancer is being cut. Necromancer is what had the Feigned Death, which is what gave it to the Shadow Knight. So I don't even think Necromancer might have Feigned Death still. But Necromancer having Feigned Death means that, to me, Shadow Knight probably won't. It's getting away from all of those abilities. I don't see the Shadow Knight having Feigned Death at all. I don't think it will in the future. I really, really, really don't. It might. They didn't say they were removing Feigned Death explicitly, but I don't think it will. Without Feigned Death, Shadow Knight would suffer? I don't think so at all. Nope, I don't think it will suffer at all. I think that the Shadow Knight's ability to be a monster hunter and go out and get abilities from monsters is going to boost its popularity. Its Feigned Death is nice, sure, but that's not why people played the Shadow Knight, is for its Feigned Death. Not at all. Necro should have Feigned Death as they are the Master of Death. Well, they're the Master of Death, and they might still have Feigned Death, but they did say down here somewhere that something about, they didn't say they were getting rid of Feigned Death in the Shadow Knight or in the Necromancer, but they basically kind of mentioned generic magical utilities that don't fit the death theme. That kind of still says that they do have it. They probably will still have Feigned Death. Honestly, they probably will, but something in here kind of mentioned maybe not. I don't remember what it was though. But I would definitely see the Necromancer having Feigned Death. Like, I don't see why they would take it away. Shadow Knight doesn't invoke Monster Hunter to me. It doesn't invoke. No, the name Shadow Knight does not. But that's the direction they want to go with it. The Shadow Knight is, like, they could probably rename it to like Monster Knight or something. I don't know. Shadow Knight does not invoke that. But that's what they're doing with it. That's the direction they're going. Beastmasters will have a stable of different pets that they catch. It doesn't sound like the Beastmasters will get that. No. It sounds like the Beastmaster is going to choose a pet. One animal fights alongside as a persistent combat partner, while others aid throughout their toolkit, etc. It doesn't say anything in here about having multiple pets. Maybe, since there is a stable in the game, you'll be able to go and stable your pet. And then, like, okay, I've got this pet. I'm going to be able to change out my pet for various different things. But it does sound more like a hunter in World of Warcraft, where they're going to choose one pet, and that's going to be their pet going forward, is what it seems like. But maybe they will be able to stable them. It doesn't say that, though. See, it says using taming mechanic to acquire companions that is distinct from summoning. It doesn't say anything about stabling pets anywhere in here. Name it Slayer and carry on. Maybe, yeah. Yeah, a rename would be a good idea for the Shadow Knight. Might be a good idea. The wizard change seems enormous. Wizard change to me don't seem enormous, but they are pretty big. I feel like the getting rid of the staff and sword mechanics, that's pretty big, and I'm glad that they're doing that. Getting rid of the elemental magics and going and focusing more on the arcane magics, I think that's a really good idea. But overall gameplay of the wizard doesn't feel like it's going to change much. It's still going to be, from what I can tell, a sit down, meditate, stand up, nuke, sit down, meditate, stand up, nuke, while being able to do out of combat things to modify your spells. So I think the gameplay of the wizard is going to be basically the same as it was previously, minus the sword and staff mechanics. And then adding in these customization, whatever they do with the spellcraft stuff, which they did not explain nearly enough to really get a feel for what it's going to do. Yeah, Spellblade. I don't know what they're gonna do with that spell crafting. I don't know. Like, I feel like it's gonna be very much like a whatever it was, the sorcerer in D&D. You know, where the meta magic of D&D, where you can, I want to empower this spell so it hits twice, or I want to empower this spell so it costs less mana, or I want to empower this spell so it does this other, spreads to other mobs around it. That's what it seems like. So gives off poison craft, fletching, but magical. Yeah, I said the same thing. It sounds to me, the wizard spell crafting sounds like rogue poison craft. It sounds very similar. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. They removed Nick's staff thing. I don't think Nick's thing was the staff. I think that was a Zillith thing. So that's one where I don't think that was a Nick thing. But I would say they removed almost everything that Nick did, which I agree with. I did not like the direction that Nick went. I just didn't like it. The nukes, the shaman nukes, bad idea. The pets on the shaman, the druid, the shadow knight, and the spellblade all seem to be going away. None of those classes needed pets. There's just so many things that just didn't need to happen. The archer getting fire procs and stuff on their didn't need to happen. The ranger getting fired procs on their ranged and their weapons didn't need to happen. All of those were bad things, and all of those are going away. They removed almost every copy and paste. They seem to have removed a lot of the copy paste, yeah. Doesn't say Druid is losing it, but I wouldn't be surprised. It doesn't say the Druid is losing the pet, but it has zero mention of the pet anywhere in here. It rolls, it doesn't say pet. It has zero mention of the pet throughout. So I feel like they're probably not going to have a pet, or if they are, it's going to be more of a companion. But yeah, I'm glad to see it go too. If it does indeed go, it may not. The druid specifically doesn't say it. The shaman says no pet. Shadow Knight says no pet. And the Spellblades say no pet. All three of those explicitly say their pet's going. Druid doesn't. But I have a feeling it's going to be gone. Druid seems more like charming pets. That's another one that's they kind of hint at, but they kind of don't. They kind of hint that the Druid is still going to be able to maybe charm, but maybe not charm. It says right here, their influence over animals allows them to bend nature to their will. This is the only sentence that I can recall where they're fighting with a charmed pet. But it says giving them powerful advantages when traveling or fighting alone. Like, nothing else in here says anything about druids having charm or druids removing charm. So maybe not with the druid charm. That doesn't really say one way or the other, but we'll see. They explicitly said, though, this right here, this charm, wherever they said it, charm is being tuned. It's currently stronger than intended and will be brought into better balance, but it remains a core part of how the class plays. That is my favorite sentence out of this entire thing. Out of all of this, that is my favorite sentence. Even though it's got a semicolon in here, which are almost never needed. Like, I don't know who their editor is, and I'm sure they know way more about English than I do and probably have a justification for having that semicolon in there. But that sentence right there, very, 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 very important. Very important. And I'm so glad that they said that. Means they're not using... No, it actually, Houdini, I would say it means that they might be using AI. AI loves semicolons. A person, a real person, more often than not would not use a semicolon. AI would absolutely use a semicolon. But I think that they have a real person editor. I don't think they put this through AI. Enchanter Charm tuned. Awesome. That killed the vibes for me. Yeah. Just hoping Necro will also have its charm nerfed. Well, I think charm in general is being tuned. But they also did talk about that with the Necromancer. If you come down here to the Necromancer, they said can control, disempower, and bend undead enemies to their will. So it seems like Necromancers are still going to be able to charm undead targets. But with charm being tuned, it's probably going to be just charm overall is going to be tuned. Necromancers are also going to be one of those classes where it's just tuned, right? I love them dashes and I hate that it's associated with AI now. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's another thing. The dashes is so much an AI thing. I don't know if they do that a lot in here, but like where they say something and then dash, dash, dash. Yeah, totally agree. Hey, thank you so much for the sub, Haas. I appreciate it, bud. Fighter damage nerfed. Are you going to play a different class? No. In fact, it reinforced my want of playing a fighter. That's exactly what I wanted. I don't want the fighter to have damage. I want the fighter to have threat and defense. And that's exactly what they're giving the fighter. They're taking away, I mean, it says melee DPS. It's still going to have decent DPS. The fighter is going to be the second best DPS tank. It's going to be Shadow Knight, Fighter, probably Inquisitor, then Paladin. I don't know. Those two might be about equal, the Inquisitor and Paladin. So the fighter's still going to have, and they even said down here that something about like damage, still good. Overall damage output comes down in exchange. All right. So they're still going to have damage. That one that also competes on damage. That's where they put it right there, which is what I want. I want them to do okay damage, but mostly maintain threat and defense. That's all I've ever wanted from a fighter. And so I'm glad. I don't want them to be DPS. They were never intended to be DPS. I've been screaming it for months. Fighters are not DPS classes. And people that are like, oh, but they can flex into DPS. No, that is not the fighter role. They are not meant to flex into DPS. They are meant to be a tank. Period. So yeah. Anyway, I think Inquisitor is going to be the weakest DPS out of the tanks. They seem to focus on yeah, well, maybe. It depends. I think that the Inquisitor could be good DPS depending on how they use this right here. The empowerment. So this redistributes stolen mana and allies and can enhance their magical abilities. So what does it mean by enhancing their magical abilities? Right? I don't know what that means exactly. If they're going to drain the strength, is it just going to increase their ability to stun mobs or whatever? Or is it going to increase their ability to nuke back and return damage caster? Like, I don't know. They probably won't be good damage, though. I don't think that they're going to be good DPS at all. I don't think the Paladin's going to be good DPS at all. I think that they're going to enhance the rest of their party really well, and they're going to be able to tank fairly well. So, I don't know. We'll see. They still need a direct melee DPS class that is not a rogue. Why? But they have one, but why? They have the Beastmaster. that is a direct melee DPS class with a pet, but it's a direct melee DPS class. They also have the Spellblade, which is also a direct melee DPS class. Those are both going to be high DPS classes. This one's going to be more focused on DPS. It's just going to be also doing it with some additional arcane spells. It's going to have the procs. But it's still a high DPS melee DPS class. Monk is also a high melee DPS class. So they have multiple high melee DPS classes. I would say that yes, maybe having a two-handed, like, I know where you're coming from, like a two-handed barbarian that wears like leather armor and hits, really hard with a two-handed weapon. Sure. But that's going to be like your Shadow Knight. Now, this is going to be, but they're going to be wearing plate, using two-handed weapon, doing higher damage than any of the other tanks, most likely. That's what I see. Yeah, it says that the Beastmaster is going to be two-handed or fist only, which is going to be, I'm hoping, I don't know how they're going to do this, if they make them if you take two-handed on the Beastmaster, then without double attack, then the double-fisted claws is going to be better. Right? Because that's going to be two hits. Boom, 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 boom. It's going to be better overall probably than a two-handed weapon. So I don't know what they're going to do with that. I don't know. Maybe it won't be. Maybe it won't be more damage because it's like one hit, of half the amount of damage on each hand versus a two-handed. I don't know. But that's where you're going to be. You're going to be at, Claws isn't fist. We don't know, but I'm assuming that claws are going to be slashing weapons. Claws currently in the game are slashing weapons, and then hand-to-hand weapons are different. But I feel like they did say somewhere in here, this right here, two-handed weapons and double fist claws as weapon options. I feel like they're probably going to add in more. This is going to be an itemization change. One of the things that they said down here in this is, in addition to all of the class changes, they're also going to be looking at things like itemization or whatever somewhere in here. So, you can't base everything on just the class changes. You got to also understand that they're going to be doing itemization changes. They're going to be doing health and mana regeneration rate changes. They're going to be doing resist rate changes, shield effectiveness changes. They're going to be changing a lot of other mechanics throughout the game. So we'll have to see what kind of weapons and armor and things they put into the game, because that could really change things as well. Monks seem more blunt damage oriented. They're going to be hand-to-hand oriented. Very, very, very much hand-to-hand. Beastmaster will lose Sao. I think everyone is losing Sao. It doesn't say that in there. It doesn't say it. But no mention of Sao throughout the entirety of all of this. No mention. But they specifically call out the shaman. They specifically call out the shaman not having the same spells as druid. Like having different, and being each healer should feel like a different tool for different situations. And then specifically somewhere in here, I don't remember where it is right now. There, distinction, no, it's not that. But specifically saying that they should have different spells. But what I feel like they're doing is, instead of having Speed of the Wild that 4 different classes can cast, 0 classes are going to have Speed of the Wild. And the Bard, the Ranger, the Shaman might have like an AoE run spell that they can use for their group, specific for their group, is what it seems like. But I don't know. We'll see. Shaman and Druid will keep Sal? Maybe. There's no mention of it either way, right? They might. It's definitely possible. But I have a strong suspicion that they're trying to get rid of Sal as a buff, an individual buff that you can put on another player for an hour to get away from the everybody gets their Sao and then goes out in solos, then comes back, gets their Sao, and then go out in solos. I feel like they're trying to get away from that as much as possible. That's also a carryover from EverQuest. It's also another reason I feel like they're getting rid of it is because they're pulling Sao over from EverQuest. I feel like they're going to get rid of it. I really feel like they're going to get rid of it. And then they're going to give more benefit to your party and being in a party with certain classes, like your Bard, your Ranger, and your Shaman, to give those run speed buffs. That's just what I see out of it. Then I think if they do that, they might give individual, like they might give itemization that gives you increased run speed. I think there's going to be a lot of those kind of changes that we just don't know. It doesn't explicitly say they're getting rid of Sao. I just feel like that's what they're going to do. And then down here, some of these mechanics that they're changing, I feel like it's going to be all part of that. When they recently made some big changes to the leashing, and then when they made those changes to leashing, they also slowed down the speed of the run speed of enemies. So right now in the game, you can actually outrun an enemy without speed of the wild. You don't need it anymore because enemies run like 5 or 10% slower than you do. It's not much slower, but it's slow enough to where you can outrun them. So I feel like that's what the direction that they're going. That is also part of that journey, I feel like, that Sean spoke of. He wants to extend the journey, not necessarily make the grind longer, but extend the journey in other ways. Slowing down the speed of players, run speed, slows down the journey. So I just feel like that's where they're going. I don't know that's where they're going, but it really, really, really feels that way. You mentioned that EQ got rid of Sao. No, I did not mention that EQ got rid of Sao. EQ absolutely has Sao. That was after I stopped playing. Was that the reason for that? No. EverQuest still has Sao. It has not gotten rid of it. Monsters and Memories copied Sao from EverQuest over to Monsters and Memories. That's the reason I feel like they might get rid of it in Monsters and Memories. The bit in Druid reads as their mobility effects are ports and evacs. Yeah, they're going to get ports and evacs, and yeah, I don't think they're going to be getting Sao. I'm curious to see if they are going to utilize stamina. I hope so. Like, they haven't mentioned any of that. I feel like that would be a really good change. Like the Monk's new 1,000 Fists thing. They didn't say 1,000 Fists, but the Monk's new ability that they're giving them. That would be a really cool way to do it, is have them use up their stamina to do that super fast punch. Like they could utilize stamina in a lot of different ways. Shaman manifest spirit animals as expressions of ancient force in their spells, not as pets. That screams Spirit of the Wolf. Yeah, I think it's going to... I literally just said that. Bard, Ranger, Shaman are going to have, from what I can tell, group-based run speed buffs that they can use temporarily. The reason I say that is because of this specific thing: party escape and recovery tools. Utilities tied to spiritual influence, including party escape and recovery tools. I think they're going to be able to summon the spirits to give a temporarily speed of the cheetah, speed of the gazelle, whatever, that's going to allow their party to run away from danger temporarily. And I think that Rangers specifically are going to get travel and escape abilities that benefit their party outdoors. So travel abilities outdoors, very similar to a bard playing a run speed song. I feel like the druid or the ranger may also get something like that, where when they're outdoors, they can do it, but it's a temporary outdoor only type of thing. And it's not going to be Speed of the Wild where you get it and then you have it for an hour. I really think they're getting away from that. Nothing is telling me that they're keeping Speed of the Wild. Literally nothing. I hope they don't get rid of Sao and Monsters and Memories. I mean, I don't care if they get rid of it or they keep it. I don't care either way. I just really feel like they're trying to lean away from it because it's a crutch that so many players are using. And right now, it's literally what do players do. If you have Sao, You just cast it on yourself. It's up all the time. If you don't have Sal, you go to the bank, you get somebody to cast it, you go out for an hour, then you always come back to the bank to get Sal, and you go back out. Always. The entire game right now is so revolved around Speed of the Wild. It makes the game way less dangerous. It allows a lot of classes to solo that probably couldn't solo otherwise. It's just one of those spells that is too required to play the game. And just like having something like Commune with the Honorable or Call of the Hero, they took that out because they didn't like the way that it was breaking their game. I also feel like Speed of the Wild is just a copy over from EverQuest. It literally had no business being in the game, none whatsoever. They just copied it from EverQuest. So they're trying, to me, everything that they're trying to do with this update is get away from EverQuest, the copy and paste of EverQuest, in as many ways as possible. Sal is such an iconic ability. Iconic on what? It's not iconic at all. It's iconic for EverQuest. It is not an iconic ability in Monsters and Memories. People need to separate EverQuest from Monsters and Memories. This update is doing that. It's trying to tell people this is Monsters and Memories, not EverQuest. Like, I think they explicitly said that somewhere down here in all of this stuff. Like this right here. Feel familiar to genre conventions while having a unique flavor in Monsters and Memories. Right? Genre conventions, not direct EverQuest. Just feel similar to the genre of MMORPGs, old school MMORPGs, but unique Monsters and Memories. That's what they're trying to do, guys. It's really what they're trying to do. Stop trying to compare this game to EverQuest. If you continue to compare it to EverQuest, you're going to be disappointed. If no one has it, maybe we won't have so many mooches sitting at the bank waiting for buffs before they play. That's exactly what I'm saying, Haas. If it becomes a group only thing, that only bards, only rangers, and only shamans have it, and it only works within their group, it limits that a lot. It really limits the people just trying to mooch Sal. It's the only buff that everybody just goes and mooches. Having enlightenment is really nice. Having attack haste is really nice. But how often do you see people asking for those two versus asking for Speed of the Wild? It's every single player wants Speed of the Wild. As soon as they log in, people get it before they log out so that when they log in, they have it. Everyone wants Speed of the Wild at all times, 100% of the time. And it feels very bad. Was that Nick's design choice, was to copy EQ? I think that was just a lazy choice is what it was. I don't necessarily think it was Nick's design choice. I don't think it was anything else. I think it was, what can we do to make it easy to get classes into the game? And because they made the game so much like EverQuest and feel a lot like EverQuest, it was just easy to copy and paste things over. I think it was just the laziest possible way to do it. And the easiest, I'll take lazy out because that's a very negative word. It was the easiest way to implement classes into the game without having to think through every single class and reinvent every single class. It gets them in the game and makes them playable. So I think that's why they did it. I get that. I'd probably be okay with it either way, but I was nostalgic for the community buffing thing. Maybe it's a bad mechanic, but had fond memories. Yeah, I mean, I have fond memories too, and I think that the community buffing thing is still going to be a thing in the game. You're still going to have cleric buffs and shaman buffs. Well, I mean, the shaman buffs completely might go away and might become more of a group buff thing. But they still said that Enchanter is still going to have mana regen like the Clarity. They still mention that somewhere in here, right here. Has suite of buffs including mana regen, haste, and damage absorption. But what I think they might need to do or should do is make these group only. And I know that a lot of people are going to hate that, but make these buffs where you can only cast them in somebody in your group. And if the person leaves the group, then they lose the buff. That would significantly reduce the ability to power level, to power level. It would significantly reduce the ability to, what's the word I'm trying to use? to solo, it would significantly reduce those things. Now, do I think they're going to get rid of all of that? Probably not. Like making everything group only to me feels bad because that's one of the things I loved about EverQuest and I loved about some of those old school games, but there's good and bad there, right? Like I like the ability to be able to buff other players, but at the same time, it does add a different dynamic to the game. It allows you to get haste and regen and damage shield and speed of the wild and do things like crazy things that your class should not be able to do otherwise. But you're able to now do them solo. So, I don't know. If it's group only, does the caster still get it solo, though? The caster would still get it solo. But think about this. If an enchanter can mana regen themselves and melee haste themselves and has damage absorption, does that really make the enchanter powerful? No. It makes the person they cast it on powerful because the enchanter doesn't have a lot of damaging abilities to where mana regeneration is a big deal. They don't have good melee abilities, so melee haste doesn't matter. So it's the synergy that you get for having these different classes in your party that makes them wanted in parties, and it enforces that group gameplay. So I feel like that's a direction they might be going to enforce that group gameplay more and get away from the solo gameplay more. Now, that said, they have specifically called out that druids, for example, are going to be one of the strongest solo classes. They also said that necromancer is one of the strongest solo classes in the roster. They also said that elementalist is performs well solo by relying on their pet to tank. They also said that the monk capable of soloing due to their abilities, right? So they have made it so some classes are good at solo within their own stuff, like using their own abilities. But it's not like, okay, an archer, if you give an archer Sao, then they're the best soloers in the game. If you give like a wizard enlightenment, then they're the best soloers in the game. Like I feel like they're trying to get away from that and say, no, the reason you group up is for the buffs, for the synergy with these other classes, so that you all work together and it makes groups stronger and better. But again, I don't know. Differentiation from each other and DQ. I did get what I'm asking for. I absolutely did. I mean, I think a lot of people in the community also wanted it, though. Like, I don't feel like they listened to me, right? They listened to the community as a whole. They didn't listen to the people that were like, no, charm is fine. We should leave charm in the way that it is, because they just are wanting to be powerful. Like, they saw that charm was too good. They clearly saw charm was too good. I'm going to eat more of my stuff here. Those are so good. Community buffing is a good thing. It builds community. As it is. Yeah, I agree. I don't have an issue with being able to buff people outside of your party. But I think there needs to be a line drawn of what skills can be outside of your party and that kind of stuff, right? Like how, sorry, just hit my mic there. Like spells that are too beneficial need to be curbed. Another thing they said that was very interesting to me, I think it was in the Druids somewhere in here, that they're going to have more tiered spells. So if they don't get rid of Speed of the Wild, which they may or may not do, this right here, upgrades and scaling for existing spells, right? Adjust the upgrade and scaling of Speed of the Wild so that it doesn't get all the way up to 60% run speed. Maybe that's a little too fast. Maybe it starts at 20 and there's another one that goes to 30 and then another one goes to 40 and it stops at 40% run speed. I don't know that's what they're going to do. I'm just saying, like, these are some changes that I think that they're going to end up doing. Craggy Ham, I agree with you 100%, man. And I really hope that, I was hoping that it would just get rid of Charm completely. But it does sound like they are reducing the effectiveness of Charm so much that it's just going to become a CC. It's going to become a CC with some damage rather than maintain Charm all the time and constantly use it as DPS. They specifically kind of called it out here in Bard. Charm as a sustained playstyle. Less Charm as a sustained playstyle. They don't want people charming to kill mobs and leveling up that way. They want Charm to be a CC ability where it's, oh crap, we pulled 2 mobs. Charm one, use it as a little bit of damage to the other one to prevent it from attacking us while we kill the one, and then kill the other one. I feel like they're going in that direction, and that's exactly what Charm should be. It should be a CC ability with some added damage. You hope they do a character wipe with this update? I don't want them to do a character wipe with this update, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did. I would feel really bad because I don't want to start over again. I'm still eating my my cinnamon twist that my girlfriend got me. So nice of her to go out to Taco Bell and get me some tacos and cinnamon twist. All right. Let me how do I want to do this? I'll break all of these out, and I'm going to try to upload them separately so people can go back and watch them for tonight. Oh my goodness gracious. What the heck is going on here? Close. Can't do this on that computer. I just realized I can't do it because I can't hear anything on that computer. I got to do it on this other computer that I can actually hear. But I'm going to try to splice these out. Love these changes. The vision here. Let me turn on some music. We can listen to this while I do this. We're going to keep chatting. We'll keep chatting, and I'll keep reading while I splice these out because people wanted me to put these on YouTube. So I want to try to get that out as quickly as possible. I know that people appreciate my swiftness of getting this kind of stuff out. Da, 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 da. Do you want at least a little feedback from all levels at first? Yeah, I think leaving it in, or like leaving our levels in and just giving us the class changes all at once is probably the better way to go, so that they can get the feedback from a lot of different people at different levels. Love these changes. The vision their casting makes me feel way more confident in the future of the game. Hopefully we can give valid feedback to help them achieve their vision while making all the viable and yeah, I do too. Me too. Go read the cleric forum on the Discord. The tank thing is going the exact way we all thought. I know exactly what people are going to think. When I read it, I was like, oh my God, clerics are not going to be tanks, but so many people are going to think that clerics are tanks. And it's like, guys, you're reading it wrong. It's 100% what people are going to think. All right. Doink. I'm glad clerics are tanks now. My goodness, guys. Clerics are not tanks, guys. They're not tanks. Okay, so I'm going to break that out. Let's do that one. This is the... Add new highlight. Cool. Man, being a content creator is rough, guys. Like, I gotta read all this stuff, comment on it. Okay, so this is going to be Archer. Next. Doink.
Deep gnomes and deep dwarves are looking legit. They are. Anybody else having problems starting up the Monster Memory Launcher? Currently says loading and does not for the last 30 minutes. I would recommend logging out and hang on a second. I recommend logging out and hitting the repair button a few times. All right, I gotta break all this up. All right, Bard. Add highlight. Got to get out all this fluff. This guy talks too much. Beastmaster. Okay, that one's done there. Ah! Cleric. Alright, we're gonna do another highlight there. All right, Druid. Next. All right, Elementalist. What's next? Okay, enchanter. Boom. What else? What's next? And that's where I ate my lunch. All right, fighter. I'm getting there, guys. I know you're probably all like, this is boring. Why are we watching this guy do this? Wow, Inquisitor. I talked about the Inquisitor longer than anybody else so far. Okay, monk. Thought you were in the other chat. I'm not in the other chat. I'm trying to break this stuff down real quick. I'm trying to break up all the things that I just read so I can put them out on YouTube for those that missed certain parts, so they don't have to go back and find it in the VOD. All right, Necromancer. See what's next. Paladin done. Next. Okay, Ranger. Next. Okay, Rogue. Slowly but surely. Okay, Shadow Knight. Shaman. Talked about Shaman more, not talked about anybody else. Spellblade, and one more. Okay, and then Wizard. Wizard. And publish highlights. And save changes. Okay, I think we're done. I'll put all those onto YouTube in a little bit. It's got to take a little bit for them to process on Twitch, and then I will export them all over to YouTube. Sorry about that. Thank you for sticking around with me. I apologize. That took a few minutes. I think I need to keep clicking this button. Probably just hit download all of these. But yeah, those were some big changes to the classes. Holy moly. Big changes coming. And I am ready for it. Oh, where did the iron root go? There's usually an iron root right there. It's gone. Where did it go? Gosh, how many times do I have to click these buttons? I don't recommend anybody be a content creator. You guys know how tedious this is? There we go. All right, that's done. I just got to let those process. We'll check them here in a little bit. I'd be hoarse after 8 hours. What? You mean, oh, hoarse from talking? Is that what you mean? Yeah. I'm used to talking a lot. Like it doesn't. I don't think I can do that one yet. I don't get tired of talking. It's weird. I'm very fortunate with that. You'd be a horse. After 8 hours of streaming, you just turn into a horse. Yeah, I'm gonna eat the rest of my cinnamon twists, and I don't want to crunch into the mic, so give me a second. Alrighty. Finished my cinnamon sticks. Those things are so good. Making edits on TikTok where the videos just flop, man. I mean, yeah. Content creation's hard, guys. It's harder than you think. But it's not a real job. It's funny. You're hilarious. Freaking hilarious. I'm curious if I can come over here and harvest these without these without these goblins attacking me. It is hard for my business. It took me 5 years to gather a following, and that was with 2 people. You know, a lot of luck. Should do a God of War playthrough? Which one? The most recent one? I have done a God of War playthrough. I have done many God of War playthroughs. I've played pretty much all the God of War games. I've streamed several of the God of War games. I've played a lot of games. I've been doing content creation for years and streaming for years. It's just that nobody knows who I am, you know? Literally nobody knows who I am. To be honest, it's not a real job is something that was popular to say like 10 years ago. I think the newer generation is cool with it. I think people will understand now it is. I think it's starting to get to that point where people realize that it can absolutely be a real job. But there's still a certain generation that doesn't understand it. And I also feel like people like to say it just to get under your skin as a content creator, you know? Like they know that it's going to bother people, especially people with like low view counts and stuff. They're like, hey, yeah, get a real job, yeah. And then they know it's going to bother them, so they like to say that. People like to just get under people's skin for no reason. People are jerks. That's the short version of it. Let's see. I'm afraid these might aggro me, but I don't know if they will. Oh, look at that. They don't aggro. I'm high enough level. I did it. I've won the game. Real jobs are overrated. You know, some of these people, I just look at them like, what's your real job? What do you consider a real job?
That's something that I get into debates with often with people. Is some people feel like if you're not doing physical labor, it's not a real job. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. You know, if you're not making a certain amount of money, it's not a real job. If you're not blah 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 blah, it's not a real job. You know, it's silly. Wish I didn't have to work. Me too. I wish I could just play this video game all day and not have to make content to be able to play this video game all day. I wish I could just, play it at my own leisure. It would be much nicer. I would love it. You want to retire? That's the thing about me. I don't really want to retire. Like, I don't mind working. I don't mind making the content. I actually enjoy doing it. But it's the fact that, you have to do it. Not necessarily that you want to do it. It's that, like, I have to go into work every day. I have to do this. I have to do that. That's what makes you not want to do it, is the having to do it. But as soon as you don't have to do it anymore, it's like freeing, You get angry all day? Yeah. It's like, so if let's look at it this way. If you retired, you would sit at home and you'd probably end up being bored. At first, the first, 6 months, year maybe. You're going to sit at home and be like, man, this is nice. I don't have to do anything all day. I can do whatever I want to do. But then eventually you're going to get to the point where you're like, I'm so bored. I just want to do something. So, like, I don't mind actually having to do something. In fact, I like doing stuff. But I wish that I could get into a point in my life where I could just not do it. Like, I wake up in the morning and I'm like, man, I don't feel like streaming today. I don't feel like making a video today. I don't feel like doing these things. So I'm not going to today. And then when I do feel like it, then I do it. That's where I want to get to in life, is to a point where I can just do it when I want to and not have to. Man, it just makes such a big difference when you get it. It's freeing, It's very freeing when you can get to that point in life. Or at least I feel like it would be freeing. If I ever get to that point in life, I will let you all know if it's freeing or not. The idea that someone might stumble upon my content makes me embarrassed for some reason. That's another thing. Like, I get that. I totally get that. For the longest time, I would be like, I have to make this content perfect. And in doing so, I made the content bad. When I used to stream Fortnite Save the World and I wanted to start making YouTube content, I made such bad YouTube content because I tried to script it. I tried to write out exactly what I wanted to say, what I wanted to do. I didn't just talk. And then it ended up sounding very scripted, to the point where people would make comments on my videos like, hey, man, I appreciate you making or trying to make content, but it sounds like you're reading a script. And why did it sound like I was reading a script? Because I was reading a script. I would literally write out what I wanted to say, and I would read it, and then I would I would basically film it by playing the game and doing what it was, and then I would talk over it, rather than just talk. Rather than just be myself, say what I want to say, and do it. And that's been very freeing to be able to get past that. It took me a very long time to get past that. YouTube is super hard. I don't like to edit videos. Editing is the hardest part to me, trying to make it, sound perfect. Another reason that I don't like making a lot of YouTube videos, and I'm trying to get away from that, is because I'm going to say something in a video, something like we'll use this game for an example. The cleric is the best healer in the game, and it has blah, 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 whatever I say, right? And then somebody in the comments will be like, whoa, you didn't think about this. You didn't talk about this. Blah. And they're going to try to nitpick every freaking thing that I said or didn't say. And it's like, yes, I do know about that. I heard about that. Or no, I did forget to mention that. Yes, sorry I forgot to mention something, and I didn't thoroughly proofread every single thing that I said. That bothered me more than anything else, is the constant nitpicking that you get when you put a video out on YouTube or when you're in stream doing something. People they want to tear apart everything that you do. Like when I did my class overviews, right? I don't know if you guys have seen those, but I did class overviews on YouTube for every class in this game. And I tried to show off all of the abilities and talk about them and give an overview of each different class. And somebody would literally pick out, like on one of my videos, "Oh, bro, you forgot to talk about enduring breath." Are you kidding me? Out of the entire video, the thing you're going to nitpick me on is because I didn't say that a class had the enduring breath spell? That's the one thing you're pointing out? You just got to get past that stuff. You just got to be like, dude, shut up. Right? Just shut up. You go make a video and get every single detail of every single class. Those people are mentally ill. I agree. It's I'm sorry that I forgot that the shaman class had enduring breath. Is it a big deal that I forgot? No. Should I have probably mentioned it? Yeah, sure. Why not? Yeah, it is a spell that they have, and some people might want to know that. But that isn't the point of the class, which was the point of the video, and it's stuff like that. You just got to let it roll off your shoulders, and you got to let it not bother you. Clearly, that kind of stuff still bothers me because I'm talking about it. It's set in my brain like somebody said that, and I'm like, ah. Same thing with one that I talked about earlier is somebody said the making a YouTube video using that cliche radio DJ voice in 2026. He's picking on me. They are picking on me for talking in a radio voice, and I'm like, I don't talk in a radio voice. I just speak. I don't have a voice modulator that I use. I have a voice modulator that I could use. Like this right here, I can go, hello. Anyway, so I have a voice modulator. I just don't use it, right? But they think for some reason that I'm using a voice modulator and trying to sound like a radio voice. And I'm like, dude, shut up. Go get a life, man. I sound like Kermit in real life. I do. I sound like Kermit the Frog in real life. Wow, Miss Piggy. No, I don't. What does Kermit the Frog even sound like? I don't even know if I can do it. But anyway, it's crazy, man. People I feel like those people, the ones that we worry about as content creators, the ones that we're like, oh my God, somebody's going to tear apart my video. Those people, honestly, are just jealous of you. They're jealous of your success. They're jealous that you made a video with your radio voice, or you made a video where you left something out unintentionally or added something or said something incorrect on some stupid thing that doesn't really matter. They're jealous that your video is more successful than theirs. Seriously. They don't like you for that reason. They're just trying to nitpick. They're trying to be like, well, I wouldn't have left out that shaman have enduring breath, so my video would have been better, but you're getting more views, and that's not fair. That's 100%. I'm telling you right now, that's why they do it. That's why they get upset. So yeah, if you guys want to try to make videos and try to do that content, it's not easy. It's very hard. You got to put yourself out there, but do it, do it. Maybe you're going to be the next rock star. Go look at like the Skyrim grandma. Dude, she didn't make good videos. She just talked about Skyrim and she had no clue what she was even doing. But it was entertaining and it was cute and it was fun. And sometimes that's all that matters. TikTok is probably the meanest platform. I haven't tried on TikTok. I think I have a TikTok account, but I don't even try to make videos and stuff and content on TikTok. And you may have drastically lowered the number of chanter that played, so you will may not have a chanter to group with depending on the actual results. Brian, what are you even talking about, dude? What are you talking about? I hope we lowered the number of enchanters. Enchanters right now are by far the most played class in the game. If we cut that in half, that's probably a good thing. Anyway, it's hard to be professional after a while when people can be dumb. It's very hard to be professional, yeah. Houdini, I fail at it. We should ban all enchanters. I agree. Enchanters are awful. No, enchanters are still going to be a wanted class. Even if they get rid of charm, they're still going to be a super wanted class. But yeah, Houdini, I struggle sometimes with content creation when people start to get under my skin and I start just like getting mad at them. Like, I just want to be like, you're an idiot. You are dumb. But the thing is, you got to be a little bit professional. I'm like, that's why I feel like people like Sean, I give him a lot of props for being able to take the heat sometimes, People come into his stream and they're like, you're making a terrible game. It's going to be a rug pull. You suck. And Sean's just like, okay. But I also feel like some of that is once you make it, once you are technically like you're saying, it's hard to maintain professionalism. Once you are a professional at that job, it's easier to maintain professionalism. You want to know why? Well, I'm going to tell you why. The reason why is because you are a professional in that field and you are making things happen. Those people can say all they want to say about you in a negative way. They can be like, your game sucks. Oh, if the game sucks so much, then why are so many people playing it? Why are so many people talking about it? Why are you even here telling me that the game sucks? Clearly, the game doesn't suck as much as you think it does, or you wouldn't even know it exists, and you wouldn't be here talking about it. So that, to me, in itself, once you get haters like that, means that you have made it in some way. Because you're being noticed. Right? You're being noticed. Now, you could be being noticed in a negative way. Like, you could, like the, she bang, she move. Like, you are such a bad singer that you're getting noticed. But that dude made a crap load of money making a terrible CD of terrible singing. He made it. Like the shebang guy. I don't even remember what his name is now, but at one point I knew what his name is. I think you affect a lot of professionalism. What do you mean? Like I put it out? William Hung? Is that what his name was? William Hung? That sounds right, yeah. Ricky Martin. Yes, Ricky Martin. That is who I'm talking about. Terrible singer. Absolutely the worst. No, he sang the original song maybe. But no, I'm talking about the William Hung guy. The guy that did it terribly. Rug pulled at MnM accepting a crowdfunding? Yeah, exactly. The whole rug pulling thing is just so dumb. There's no rug pull. That would be the dumbest rug pull of all time. I put 5 years of my life and $150,000 into a project to then not release it because rug pull. Like, how dumb is that statement? It is one of the dumbest statements I have ever heard. That's why I probably wouldn't be a good PR person for Monsters and Memories. I would totally take the job, though. I would love to take that job. To be like community manager or like a public relations type person. I would definitely need to change my attitude sometimes and say things differently and not be so negative. But I would love that job. I'll take it in a heartbeat. I kind of am that, really. If you think about it, in a way, I am that. I'm just not official. I'm the unofficial public announcer for Monsters and Memories. When something happens, go to Criddle. He knows about it. He's heard about it. He's talked about it. Kind of true. That guy made so much money. I think he is a civil engineer in LA. He made a ton of money off of that, and he sucked at it. So if it doesn't matter how bad you are at something or how good you are at something, is it something that people want to listen to? Is all that matters. Hey, Gundam style, yes. It's clear not a rug pull. I'm worried they won't pull it off at all. I'm more worried about it not happening. Not that they're gonna just not. They're gonna like rug pull it and stop trying to make it. I'm just worried about how long is it gonna take for them to actually get it out in a good playable 1.0 state. That's the only thing I'm worried about. I don't understand how it could be a rug pull. There's no Kickstarter or whatever. It's not. It's not a rug pull, but people say it. People like to say it. It's crazy. They didn't take any money. Yeah, so it can't be. Exactly. Doesn't stop people from trying, though. I'm telling you, man, people are crazy. So, my entire point of that entire rant is if you want to be a content creator, if that's something that you want to do in life, then try it. Do it. I encourage it. I applaud you for trying. It is hard. It is time consuming. It is not going to make you a ton of money. It is not going to make you super famous, most likely. The chances of you getting that is very, very slim. But just like making Monsters and Memories for Sean or any of the other devs on the team, trying it and being a part of something can sometimes be worth more than the money you make out of it or the fame that you get from it. Because you can then say, I did something, I tried, etc. Love it. All right, give me 1 second. I need to export all of these and then download them if they don't export properly. Okay, so export. We're going to do private export. Export, private export. Going to export all these over to YouTube. Last time I tried to export something, it did not export properly. Did I do Beastmaster? Inquisitor? It's like it just didn't go through for some reason. Ranger. That's why I want to get that spear, by the way. Yeah, because it adds so much threat. I think even if it resists or doesn't overwrite something, I think it still adds a ton of threat. And cripple is just an upgraded debilitate, right?
Okay, yeah, that's the one that I think procs on the. Yeah, that's the one that procs on the weapon, the fell trident. And I think that's why it's so much threat, is because of that. But it may not matter soon. It sounds like fighters are getting the most threat in the game. Whenever they get these class updates in. All right, we're exporting all those. Sorry. Oh my goodness, you guys talked a lot. They didn't make any money. That's sort of my take on the class changes. I'm glad they announced it, but things like the formatting on mobile being sort of amateurish and not really have a timeline with dates. What, the formatting on mobile? Did you try to read it on mobile and it didn't format right? Yeah, that's an HTML thing, I'm guessing. I don't know. Like people that they're not putting it on a website that's formatted properly. It's smarter for them to not have times and dates. I don't think that times and dates. I agree with Houdini on that. I think it's smarter to not put times and dates, so that, like what Pantheon is doing, right? Pantheon is saying spring update. You know, all these big changes for the spring update. Spring's gonna come and go, and Pantheon's gonna still be like, spring update's coming, guys. And it's not. It's gonna be a summer update at that point. Pantheon has been throwing out dates since the beginning of their early access, and they're never hitting them, almost never hitting them, and they're pushing back on delays all the time, and then they are they're trying to push things out too early when they're not ready. So I don't think that the date thing is a good idea. I'm glad that they're not doing that. I would not recommend it. Proper project management is hard. Yeah, they don't have a project manager. They don't have any of that kind of stuff. They're just kind of doing it. I know the devs have good intentions, but I'm worried either the servers won't be able to handle the full release. I don't think that's going to be an issue at all. I think the servers are going to be fine. Or there will be too much competition for mobs. That one might be an issue, depending on what they end up doing. Because they did kind of recently say that they might push up to 2,000 people per server. That's going to be rough. 2,000 people per server right now would be no. You can't do that, because you only have 2 starting locations. When you have 4 starting locations, 2,000 people per server, concurrent players, might work, maybe. But I still don't even think that'll work very well. It's going to be rough. But we're going to have to see how much content they actually have in. You know? Like, are they going to have twice as much as they currently have by the time early access comes out? Then maybe 2,000 concurrent players will be good. I hope these changes come soon so we can start testing these, get them balanced as soon as possible. Yeah, I do too. I would like to see these classes in, I would say, by mid-June, right? Because right now it's only the end of April. You know, we're coming up on May. If they can have all of this in by mid-June, which is still, you know, a good 45 days from now, and actually have the classes in, that means, you know, let's say by the end of June, we can start giving good feedback on them. And then August and September, they're making a lot of adjustments and balance changes to them. And then September, they can lock the build and just make bug fixes, and then October release it. I think that would be good. I think that would give them 2 solid months of being able to make adjustments. Well, all of August, right? All of August. And then September to make final adjustments. I think that would be enough time. I think. But maybe not. But yes, I do agree with you guys that the sooner they get them in, the better. Like, you know, mid-May would be even better if they could get it in the next 2 to 3 weeks. I don't see them being able to get it in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Can you imagine 50 people trying to XP in GTA? Oh, dude.
Yeah, I agree. 2,000 people per server when like a month in, 2 months in, when you have a lot of people that are level 50 or 50 plus, all trying to XP and those. But hopefully the thing is, we have Upper Salmon, you have the Giants, you have Grimtide Sanctum. Those are like the 3 big 50 plus zones right now. I'm trying to think of what else is 50 plus. But you're also going to have Fallen Watch and Rothold. I don't know how big or what level Rothold's going to be. I think it's going to be a big dungeon. I don't know what level. But Fallen Watch is going to be another 50 plus dungeon and hopefully pretty big. So, you know, you got to think by the time we get there to where this stuff is releasing, maybe there would just be a lot more places for those players to go. Like, nobody right now is even in Grimtide Sanctum. Are they? Who all... Grimtide... According to the Monsters of Memories thing here, nobody's in Grimtide Sanctum right now. Not one person. So, I don't know. But, I mean, of course, like, this is beta. Not as many people are logged in. You know, there's only X amount. There's only, what, 4,000 or so accounts that are on here. Like, it's definitely limited. So on early access, it'll definitely be more popular. But it would be rough. It would be rough. I can't decide how I feel about Shadow Knight changes. I hope it remains fun. I like the Shadow Knight changes. I like the direction they're going with it. I do want to see how it's going to play out, though, once they get the abilities in. All of those classes, every single one of those classes feels like, you know, is this going to be good? We don't know until we actually get some hard numbers. You know, we don't know recast timers. We don't know damage numbers. We don't know mana numbers. We don't know any of that information. We're just basing it 100% on how it looks and how it sounds when they type it out, which you can make something sound amazing through the English language, but ends up sounding or being terrible in real life. So October, they're starting to have other zones too, right? Yes. Before October, we're going to have more zones. Sometime during this beta, they're planning to have Fallen Watch and Rothold, and possibly adding in some of the deep zones. I expect before beta is out in October to have probably anywhere from 5 to 10 additional zones, at least 5 additional zones, maybe up to 10 additional zones by the time early access hits, before early access actually releases. Then once early access releases, I expect to see at least 10, maybe upwards of 12 to 15 additional zones for the start of early access. So it's going to be a lot more places that people can go. So yeah, I don't know that the 2,000 number is a good target number, but 1,000 concurrent would definitely be sustainable. I think 1,000 concurrent will be sustainable. But they talked about, or Sean talked about in his recent stream, maybe. They may not need to. It depends, like, because it sounds to me like they're making solo really, really hard. And if they make it, if they make it super difficult to solo, and people want to try that, then, you know, whatever. But, like, if they make it to the point where people just can't solo very well, and if they do, they have a lot of downtime, or there's a huge risk to it, then they could leave the XP where it's at. But who knows? I don't know what the plan is. We'll see how that changes in the future. But, yeah, all those class changes, like, to me, it sounds like they're getting rid of Speed of the Wild. They didn't say that explicitly, but it sounds like it. And then they're also... taking away what feels like the solo ability of a lot of classes. That's what it read to me like. If they keep Sal, like if you read the Druid one, the Druid write-up, it says that they're going to tier, or not tier, but have upgrades for existing spells, and it sounds to me like something that they might do with Speed of the Wild if they keep it in. I agree, yeah. Well, having to buy 4 pets every 4 levels for the Elementalist is like, come on, man. Like, we don't need 4 pets every 4 levels. Oh, 100%. That's like literally all it was. There was like even shade was thrown many times. Like, I don't know if you saw that. They literally said, though, a few times in those write-ups, like, abilities that, what did they say? I don't remember how they put it. It was like abilities that should have never been there in the first place. Like, it was so funny and blatant. Yep, we don't have to worry about that anymore, it sounds like. Thank goodness. As long as there's an actual reason to be in a full group 50+, I think there needs to be a reason to be in a full group all the time. And it sounds to me like they're trying to do that with these class changes. So we'll have to get these class changes in, see how they play out, and then I'll revisit the... and once they get the TTK in, the way that they want to increase that, removing of the charm, those kind of, all the changes that they're planning with this whole class update and the other changes, then I will revisit the XP discussion. Do they need to increase or decrease solo versus group, etc., all that kind of stuff. Take care, Euhenny. Have a good one, bud. Appreciate you stopping by and hanging out. But yeah, right now I don't think it's worth even discussing anymore. I really don't think it's worth discussing. I started playing 2 weeks ago, and I could see myself keeping myself busy for all of May in the current state, which is cool with me. Oh, dude, there's months and months and months of content currently in the game. Anybody, if you think that you can do all of this content as a normal player, not as a poop soccer that's playing 10, 12, 15 hours a day, just a normal player where you log in 2 to 4 hours a day, it's going to take you months to get through all the content in this game. If you're a poop soccer playing 10 plus hours a day, then totally, I think that you would probably get through it in, a month to 2 months. Well, I would say 2 months. Nobody has done every bit of content in this game. Period. Since the beta started, there's actually content that people have still not done in the beta. So all content hasn't even been done. So I'm not talking about just leveling to 60 and gearing out your character and stuff like that. I just love that poop soccer is just normal lexicon now. I don't know why it started happening with this game so much, but yeah, poop soccer is just normal. It's perfectly normal. I think it's hilarious. When I first heard it, I was like, what? I'm like, whatever. We'll go with it. Why not? As a PvP player, being in a full group all the time and having a super dangerous world sounds great fun. I feel for you guys. If y'all want to do that, absolutely go for it. Have fun. I will not be participating in PvP, But, you know, there's people that want to do it. There's people that absolutely want to be part of that. And more power to you. Absolutely more power to you. It is not for this guy. I think it's disgusting that people poop in a sock. I poop in my empty potato chip bag like a civilized human. Yes, exactly. It is gross. The whole poop sock thing is just like, why? Why are we talking about it like this? You know, the internet, man. Internet is a weird group of people. Oh, I don't think it's worth farming at all because well, it sounds like they're just going to have the skeleton pets and they're going to have to go farm additional pets and they're going to level up with him. So like it sounds to me like it's not even going to be worth it. Like he may as well just not even play the game until they release that at all. They haven't said. Like the write-up is just their ideas, and then a lot of that stuff could still change. So like we can't even really say that all of that is going to make it into the game the way that they're writing it up. It's just kind of like the general consensus or idea of what they're planning. It's very much a Pantheon thing. Which feels really bad. Like they're basically saying, here's what we want to do. Now let's see if we can actually make it happen. But yeah, I am really happy about the direction of pretty much every class. Like, that is the question, yes. But I think right now they have 2 people working on that. So Jahar and Zilith are working on that exclusively to get that stuff in. And both of, like, Jahar is a longtime game developer, and Zilith, I think, has been working on this project for a while and is, you know, like, kind of knows what he's doing. So, unlike the person you just mentioned that had no clue what they're doing and should not be developing games at all. Clearly. Like, certain people have zero business developing video games. And it's very clear when you see them trying to develop video games. The bag would be far more logical. Did you guys hear about the poop cruise? Where people actually did have to do that? Wicked longbow. It's a wicked longbow, bro. Surprised they didn't make these changes classes originally. I'm not surprised they didn't do it at all. I feel like in the beginning, the idea was let's make the game like EverQuest 1. And let's start going that direction. But I feel like maybe the idea was let's not keep it that way, but let's start to go that direction, right? And then as they got more and more and more public and more eyes on it, they're like, maybe we shouldn't make this an EverQuest 1 clone. I think that was the biggest thing to me. Where is this thing going? Because I want to go, like, run by it. But I don't know where it's going. This thing will kill me, too. Oh, my God. It can see and viz? All right, well, let's just go up here. But no, I'm not surprised at all. I look at it as so they could do one of two things when they're developing this game. They could have thought out every single class and put a lot of effort into all the classes, which would take a lot of time and a lot of energy, or they can just kind of copy paste something that works and then go back and kind of adjust it later. But I feel like what ended up happening is they copy and pasted something that they knew worked and then just kept going with it, right? Rather than creating their own identity, they just kept going with that in that direction. They should have put it in as almost a copy paste to get people playing the game, enjoying the game, etc., and then said, okay, now let's get our own spin on it. And they should have just stopped the copy and paste and started putting their own spin from a long time ago. I'm excited to see how they further interpret the hybrid classes to make them their own. I have a 20 Ranger that I'd love to see it be more defined from Druid that shoots arrows. Oh, yeah, for sure. It's going to be completely different now. The Ranger sounds to me, it's not going to be a Druid that shoots arrows. It's going to be its own unique class with its own unique abilities. It's going to be more of a physical damage focused melee class that jumps in and out of combat. That's what I'm reading from it, and it sounds really good. It sounds a lot like the Pantheon Ranger, to be honest. Like, not that I'm. Anyway, it sounds like the Pantheon Ranger. A lot more jumping in and out of combat. Almost no one talking about how Archer, Ranger become much closer to the same class. They're closer to the same class? I think they're going to be very different. The Archer is going to be different in that, like, I mean, yes, you're going to be able to turn on auto attack and you're going to have some ranged abilities. Like the Ranger and the Archer are both going to have those. But the Archer is going to be using tinkered tools in the same way that a rogue uses poisons, or in the same way that a wizard is using their research and spellcraft. Whereas the Ranger is going to be doing other things. They're going to have like the run speed ability, and they're going to have the way that they can modify the campsites. You know, all that kind of stuff. So I think it's going to be different. Pantheon Ranger? Yeah, that's exactly what it sounds like to me as Pantheon Ranger. So now it's going to be, oh, you just copied the Pantheon Ranger. I mean, kind of. That is kind of what they're doing. But I would rather them copy like one class from Pantheon, one class from EverQuest, one class from World of Warcraft, one class from a bunch of different places, rather than try to copy all the classes from one game and just make it like this is just an EverQuest clone, because that's exactly what this game started turning into. Like, I can't even argue that it wasn't an EverQuest clone. Like, you literally can't argue that. Because it absolutely was 100% an EverQuest clone when it comes to the classes. It was copy and paste. Oh, EverQuest did this? To the point where at one point they were even making meme abilities simply because they were EverQuest meme abilities. Like, the person in charge of that was literally not coming up with their own unique ideas. They were just copying and pasting something they liked from a different game. It was so obvious. When they added in the Necromancer meme abilities, the melee Necromancer meme abilities, that person was literally playing a Necromancer using meme abilities on EverQuest. It like dude, like, could you be more obvious? All right, I need to go get Sal again. Oh boy. I have a 50 Ranger in Pantheon. May have to play Ranger instead of Archer when it changes. I mean, Ranger sounds good to me. I like the Ranger in Pantheon. I thought it was a good idea. I like a lot of the classes from Pantheon. I like the idea behind them. I need to buy another bag. I've got one trainee herb pouch. We're going to get rid of this. I'm not going to do this quest. I feel like doing that quest. Is anybody... Somebody casting Sow here? I knew I meant to do something while I was doing this. Let me... Ah, there we go. Thank you. Thank you, whoever cast a sow on me. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I got 20 uploads here, but we only have 18 classes and 1 announcement. So I may have accidentally uploaded one of those twice. Oops. Yeah, this is where power leveling is going to be super strong. Just tuned in. Can you give me more insight on what SK is turning into? I'm not sure what Monster Hunter is supposed to mean. The short version of what Monster Hunter means is that the class is... Hang on. Wait, where's the bag for this? Did this guy sell a bag? Herb pouch? Oh, shoot. I need to go to the herbalism guy. Well, we'll buy a mortar and pestle. Basically, what the short version of the Monster Hunter class for the Shadow Knight is that you're going to be able to go out and get abilities from specific enemies in the game. You're going to go like fight an elemental, and from the elemental you might learn some ability, or you're going to go fight a ghoul and learn ghoul root, and be able to use those as your abilities. Kind of like chase items in a sense. Hey, I don't have the MnM experience you do and would like your perspective on something. Sure. I have 0 MnM experience. I don't know what the heck I'm doing. I'm a newbie. Can you compare and contrast the professionalism and integrity of Monster Memory staff and game GMs to the staff and GMs in Pantheon? Lately, no, because I don't know how much Pantheon has changed. But for the most part, from what it used to be when I would follow Pantheon a lot to what Monsters of Memory's staff is now, there's a huge difference in the professionalism. I feel like the Pantheon devs get extremely defensive and protective rather than just, answering questions and being, what's the word that I'm looking for? And being open to suggestions. So the Pantheon devs just always were just like, no, you're wrong, and we don't care, and just very dismissive. Whereas I feel like most of the Monsters of Memory devs are not that way. As far as GMs are concerned, there have been some times when GMs have overstepped or maybe weren't exactly professional in some situations in both games, but specifically in Monsters of Memories, in Pantheon, I can remember the devs in Monsters of Memories in Pantheon, the devs in Pantheon that were clearly helping out and giving favoritism to certain players. And then when they were called out on it, it did not go over well, and they would start banning people for calling them out. Things like that. It was a constant issue in Pantheon previously. I don't know how it is now. It might have changed. Monsters of Memories has had a little bit of that to some extent. Everybody gets a little under each other's skin, But I feel like Niche Worlds Cult devs, for the most part, and GMs and people that are on the forums are a bit more professional in their approach to certain topics. Pantheon added a lot. Lack of professionalism. Yeah, I feel like Pantheon's professionalism has never been there. They've never felt professional. It felt like a bunch of Pantheon developers, employees that were outspoken in the community felt like argumentative gamers, right? As if you would just go on Reddit and argue with a random unknown person. But in fact, they were actually employees of Visionary Realms. And they would argue with you and they would debate with you and all of that kind of stuff, which should not be happening, in my opinion, by any company. That's not professional to argue with people on forums. And then if you disagreed with them in a public space, they would, and they had the ability, they would just ban you, and they would mute you, and they would call you out, and it would just, I didn't like it. I don't like a lot of things that they were doing. That's my take on it. I feel like you can get away with a lot more in Monsters and Memories. Like, if you are talking negatively about Monsters and Memories in a public space, as long as you're being respectful, they will let you talk negatively about it. If you go to like the official Pantheon Reddit and you're like, come on guys, you said that there's going to be I'm just going to use this as an example. You said there was going to be a spring update. It's now summer and you still haven't put out your spring update. What the heck are y'all doing? This seems, very unprofessional. They most likely will ban you. They will delete that thread and ban you so you can no longer post there because you're going against something that they say. Whereas I don't feel like Niche Worlds Cult would do that. They would probably come out, I think, Sean would most likely respond and say, hey, you're right. We gave you a date. We gave you a time. We missed that. We probably shouldn't have done that. That is our fault. That's on us. So Pantheon devs or employees often get very defensive rather than own up to their mistakes. At least that's what I've seen. That might be my bias towards liking the game better, but I don't even think it's me liking the game better. I loved Pantheon. I thought Pantheon was a fantastic game. I did not like the development process of Pantheon. I would continue to be playing Pantheon right now if the Niche Worlds Cult devs were building Pantheon and not Monsters and Memories. I just prefer the devs. I prefer their approach. I prefer everything that this company is doing over Visionary Realms. I do not like the way that Visionary Realms is approaching any part of their game development whatsoever. So there you go. That's how I would compare and contrast them. What is this table behind me? What? Table behind me. I don't know what you're talking about. How do you feel about fighter class changes? I'm a 30 fighter, so I can't really speak for in-game, but I feel like my damage isn't so sufficient that there's a problem. It's not. The damage of the fighter isn't a problem. The issue with it is that the class was never meant to be a high DPS class, and it's not currently a high DPS class, but it's higher than what it was meant to be. Like, it's something that I've been saying for a while. Like, the class was never meant to have, it doesn't need triple attack. It doesn't need crit. It's never meant to be a high DPS class at all. But it is currently the highest DPS of the tanks. Close to that of a Shadow Knight, but arguably still better than the Shadow Knight. What is Cradle? He's a wizard. I can't trust Pantheon's vision. I mean, their vision is fine. I don't have an issue with their vision. I have an issue with them constantly saying, here's what we're going to do. This is, well, I guess to your point of the vision. Here is our vision. And then when it doesn't work out, they go, oh, no. We meant this is our vision over here. Oh, wait, that's not working out either. Now this is our vision over here. Oh, wait, now this is our vision. That's what I don't like about it, is the constant flip-flopping of what they want. Monsters of Memories just, in my opinion, proved that their original vision was not going in the direction that they wanted. And this class update that they just released almost explicitly states, hey, we went the wrong way. We chose poorly. You know, we shouldn't have done what we did. We were wrong and we're sorry, and this is how we're changing it. And this is how we're fixing it going forward. That's literally what this class update says to me. Whereas Pantheon, you're like, hey guys, what the heck y'all doing with this class? It kind of sucks. Well, that's what we wanted to do. It's good class. Blah, and they just get all super defensive on it. I didn't like that. Like, I don't like it. You know, that's for us YouTube and Twitch content creators to do. We're here to argue with people. I mean, we're not really here to argue with people, but that's not for the game developers to do. It's not for a company to do when they're trying to sell you a product. They shouldn't have to defend what their choices are. They should just say, these are our choices, and that's the direction we're going. If I'm going to spend a lot of time in one of these games, I want to know it won't be erased by some crazy GM or dev out of personal bias. That's Pantheon. That's not Monsters of Memories, in my opinion. I would say that a dev in Pantheon, a Visionary Realms person, would be more likely to do that than somebody with Niche Worlds Cult. That guild called Subterfuge, getting unfair love by GMs. I remember that. Yeah. I mean, it was clearly happening. What the funniest part about that whole thing is it was clearly happening. They had clear dialogue. They had screenshots. They had all this proof that it happened. And then the CEO of Visionary Realms even came out and said it didn't happen. They looked through the logs, yada, 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 yada. But the problem is the CEO had no clue what they were talking about because they've never actually played the game. They've never actually done anything with the game, haven't developed anything. They're just literally a figurehead that knows nothing about how the game functions, but claimed that they knew. And it's like, no, somebody explained to you, because you don't know what you're talking about. Somebody explained to you how the design works within the game, and they explained it in such a way that it sounds like the GM didn't do anything wrong. That's all that happened with that situation. But they absolutely did do things wrong. They were spawning mobs, rezzing their friends, all of that kind of stuff. It was blatantly happening and obvious. It was just terrible. Like, the whole thing was just terrible. It's very poorly managed. Got banned 5 times from Pantheon Discord? Yeah, constantly. Just for speaking your opinion, you get banned from the Pantheon Discord. I'm probably banned from the Pantheon Discord for having YouTube and Twitch videos and chatting about the game. I wouldn't be surprised if I tried to get on their Discord and they banned me. I haven't tried to get on their Discord or in their Reddit. I don't even want to look at their official Reddit because it's just a bunch of garbage. Their official Reddit is literally it's literally just people that agree with them. Anybody else that disagrees with them is instantly message deleted, banned, timed out, whatever. Like it just, you don't get anything that disagrees. And that's not a way to do things. You got to be able to, like, if you can't roll with the punches, then, you know, get out of the ring kind of thing. Like, what the heck are you even doing here? Going to be very interesting to see how much of the class change you get laid in before October. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I'm a little nervous. Like, how much of this can they get in and make it feel good and make it, you know, function properly and all that before October? I hope they get it in by June so we can actually test it. This drastic change in Monster Memories is the first thing that ever worried me at all. Yeah, it does worry me too, guys. Like, I'm a big Monsters of Memories fan, but I'm also the last person to sugarcoat my opinions. You're not going to hear that from me. I'm going to tell you exactly what I think about a company or exactly what I think about choices that they're making. I don't sugarcoat it. Absolutely won't. What's a Necro role? Necro is going to be a DPS support utility class. What drastic change? I haven't been following it. They just rolled out today, a few hours ago, the changes to all the classes. So there's going to be some really big changes to classes that are coming down the line. They basically did a very Pantheon style, here's what we plan to do in the future kind of post. Now it's, we wait and see if they actually get it in to the game the way that they're saying. But again, Monsters of Memories has a track record of here's what we want to do and doing it, rather than a here's what we want to do and here's the delay and then here's the other delay and here's another delay. Oh, by the way, we're not doing that anymore. We're changing it to something else. So no changes yet. If you click on their Discord and click on announcement, it explains each class. Yeah. They lied so much during that drama. Oh, dude, they lied so much during the drama. It was ridiculous. Like, if you got to get the CEO of a company involved to try to cover up your garbage, that I was like, what are you talking about? What is happening here? I was so put off by that entire thing. So put off by it. I don't know anything about what we're talking about, but I'm invested in the drama now. Hey, drama's fun. No, I don't want to get involved in the drama. I'm telling you guys how I feel about it. Like, I'm an open book when it comes to this stuff. You know, I'm not perfect either. I'm not. And if you call me out on something, I hopefully would just be like, you know what? You're right. I was wrong. I have been called out on things in the past where I was absolutely wrong, and I said, you know what? I was wrong. You're right. I'll admit it. Pantheon devs don't. They don't do it. They're terrible about it. We got the number 1 and number 2 Pantheon fans in MnM chats, which should tell you a lot. They just made a second Pantheon Reddit to have control over one. Yeah, that's exactly what they did. Because the Pantheon Reddit wasn't going in the way that they wanted to, so they made an official Pantheon. Because they didn't like what the unofficial Pantheon was saying about them. Like, that's just silly. Monsters and Memories Reddit is also controlled by the Niche Worlds Cult devs. But I haven't heard of as many people. I have heard of people that were banned and threads deleted and stuff. But generally speaking, that's because people were being rude. They were being inappropriate. You know, it wasn't because they disagreed with the devs. If the devs didn't like you disagreeing with them and calling them out on stupid stuff, I would have been banned a long time ago. From the Reddit, from the Discord, from the game. I wouldn't be playing the game right now. I talk bad about the devs and some of the things that they do often. I'm a very outspoken person in this game. I won't be playing Pantheon. It's WoW. It's kind of going the direction of WoW. We'll see what they do with it. Pantheon, it still looks promising. Still looks promising. When I hear the classes are well in development, that's what I hear as well. Visibility. I hear that they're well in development, but when they'll get finished, who knows? I think that the new classes for Monsters and Memories are in the dev build, and they're working out the kinks and trying to make sure that they function properly. Hopefully, we can get our hands on those sooner rather than later. I'm just waiting for Pantheon to delete my characters, and I'll play again. I may or may not. I may or may not. I want to play Pantheon again, and I want to like it. And I think that's a lot of the things that they said in their most recent blog and dev post. A lot of that stuff sounds really good on paper. I have zero faith that they can follow through with it, though. I'm quite lenient when it comes to some stuff, to some BS. If you can't make a game I want to play, then I'm not going to force myself. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Level 4 Elementalist is light years ahead of Ranger in soloing. What the heck is this class? Oh, yeah. Guys, what's one of the funniest things to me is when somebody's like, class blah does this so well. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like the Rogue, for example. I've had people come into chat and they're like, man, the Rogue does so much damage. And it's amazing because it can sneak around and scout things and blah. And all, like, they have all these positive things to say about the Rogue. And I'm like, okay, well, go play another class and then come back and tell me the same stuff. Like, you're going to see a huge difference in some of these classes. If you go and play another class, get farther into the game than level 15 or 20 as well. Get to like level 40, get to 50, and then come back and tell me one of these classes is good or bad or whatever. Then we can have an intelligent discussion. But yeah, the Elementalist, a low-level Elementalist feels amazing. It's a very powerful class. But a high-level Elementalist starts to feel like, what the heck am I doing? This is the same garbage over and over and over again. I have the same nukes as a wizard. Why is this class even existing? This is terrible. So it just depends on the level range that you get to. Rangers can solo slowly and safely. Rangers are pretty good soloers. But they are slower, yeah. Elementalists will definitely solo faster. Pantheon devs and mods will form a personal bias against your opinions. Oh, absolutely they will. I think that everybody does that. I think Monsters and Memories devs do the same thing, Sean said something the other day where I don't know that Sean really likes me all that much, to be frank. I really don't. I think that he appreciates that I cover the game a lot. I think that he appreciates that I play the game a bunch so that I can hopefully give some feedback on it. I think he appreciates all that, but I don't think he likes me, because I'm very outspoken about things and very opinionated about things, and the way that I say things often. Like the other day in Sean's stream, I typed out something to the effect of that people are absolutely boxing or something. And he's like, oh, people are out. How do you know? Is it because you're doing it? And, that those kind of comments from a that's the professionalism that I would expect from Pantheon, right? Now, Sean was joking about it, I feel like. I don't think he was meant it to be serious, but the way that it came across was very much it sounded very defensive, as if it's not happening, or that he didn't like being called out that they're not catching people boxing. Because I've also been very outspoken about them trying to catch macroers and botters and all that kind of stuff, to the point where the macros that I was using, they had to call out and make sure that, to the point where it was almost argumentative between me and a couple of the devs, and I didn't appreciate it. I'll be honest with it. I didn't appreciate the tone that was taken with me with some of the devs in private messages, and I'm not going to show those private messages. I'm not going to do any of that. But the tone that was taken with me, like I was an idiot. And I was like, hey guys, you know, I appreciate you guys coming to me and talking to me about this stuff, but I don't appreciate you assuming that I'm stupid and I don't know what I'm talking about. You know, and I told Sean that. I was very verbal with that, and I was like, I don't appreciate the tone that you took with me. You know, it was in private messages, so it's different. But yeah, there's a line. There's absolutely a line, and I feel like sometimes devs just cross it. There's personal. You know, people take things wrong. I feel like in that particular situation, a dev felt offended by what I was saying, like I offended them, right? And I totally get that. I may have said something myself that is very offensive or whatever. Like I said something to the lines of, "You don't know what the heck you're doing," and they may have taken that and been very defensive of that. But it caused a riff. We've cleared the air at this point. It's fine. It's not a big deal. But yeah. So I don't know how Sean feels about me anymore because of situations like that. I've seen people boxing for sure. I mean, can you be 100% sure that somebody's boxing without looking at them and watching them do it? Like looking over their shoulder at what they're doing? No. It's very, 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 very hard to tell. But that's what I was saying is like, it's pretty freaking clear that some people are boxing in this game. And you're not catching all of them is basically what I said to Sean the other day. And, you know, his kind of, I was hoping more of the remark, well, hey, we're trying to catch as many as we can. We realize that some are going to slip through the cracks. Just keep reporting them. And, you know, hopefully we catch more of them with your help. Maybe we can catch as many as we can. That's what I was hoping for. But the response that I got, I felt like, was more of a, well, is it because you're doing it? And it was more like a sarcastic deflection of the issue rather than taking ownership of the issue. You know? And it's like, I don't like that. I just don't. I just don't. You know, it feels bad. I think he was joking. He was definitely joking. I'm positive he was joking with me, Isar. I really do think he was joking. But that's the kind of stuff. That's where, like, if you're not a developer and you're not working for the company, then you can kind of get away with stuff like that. But when you are a representative of a group of people, especially as an owner, as the main figurehead, you have to act a little bit differently. You know, and that's where, like, I have nothing against Sean. Don't think that I have anything against him. I like Sean. I think he's a nice guy. And I totally get where he's coming from. I'm very sarcastic in the way that he is. I get defensive in the same way that he does sometimes, and I come across as argumentative. I totally get that. But that's why I think that they might need to have a PR person, right? For situations like that. For situations where somebody says something, hey, I believe that you guys are not doing a very good job at catching bots. And then them having more of a PR response approach of, you know, I appreciate that feedback. Thank you so much. We're going to look into it. You are right. We are not catching all the bots. We're doing the best that we can. Hopefully, if you can continue, you know, a PR response. And I know people are also don't like the PR response. Some people are going to be like, no, I prefer the Sean approach of, you know, the sarcastic, you know, kind of approach. And some people like that, you know, I mean, in some ways it's nice. It's refreshing that you have a dev and several devs that are willing to kind of joke around with you like that. So I think it's a mixed bag. It's a very mixed bag. I appreciate you respecting honesty and integrity, Criddle. Yeah, I'm always going to be like that. I'm not going to change. I don't care what people think about me. We need to be proctored while playing the game. Yeah. I think people are people. They are. I think it would be smart to let people get away with box during the beta with the opposite message, monitor and learn from it. Better equipped to identify it on release. I mean, that's another, Stearns, like that's another way to look at it, you know? That's absolutely another way to look at it. I would love to get with Sean and be like, okay, Sean, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to box in various different ways. I want you to try to catch me when you think I'm boxing. And he and absolutely tell him, like, you know that I am boxing. I'm telling you that at some point I may or may not be boxing. You need to tell me at which points that I am or am not doing it. I don't think they don't want to play that game. And I totally respect that. It's kind of like the guy that recently contacted the devs and said that he wanted to create a bot for Monsters and Memories, and he wanted to test it out on the beta server. And the devs were like, no, absolutely not. We don't play that game. We're not doing that. And then he did it anyway, and he got caught, and he got banned. You know, like, I see it kind of both ways. I would love, though, to be able to do that and be like, hey, let's play this game, you know? You tell me when I'm boxing or when I'm not boxing. And then the thing is, though, if they can only tell maybe, let's say, half the time and they get it right, well, I explicitly told you I would be boxing. What if I didn't tell you that I was going to be boxing? Or what if I didn't tell you that I was explicitly exploiting the game? Would you be able to know? Right? I talked about macros for a long time in this game. I used macros a lot in alpha. I used macros a lot in beta. And I talked about them on my stream a lot. To the point, I'm sure they were watching every single thing that I was doing, constantly watching me and scrutinizing everything that I was doing, to the point where they're like, okay, you are using this type of macro to do this kind of thing. And it created a dialogue between me and Sean and another dev. And, you know, that's the one I just talked about a minute ago. And it's like, had I not been so vocal, had I not been talking about it so much, like they literally had screenshots of me, guys. Screenshots of me with my hands up and doing things and specifically talking about the macro situation. And they took screenshots of me and showed it to me. And I'm like, the funny part is, in those screenshots, I wasn't even using the macros. But those are the screenshots they used to say that I was macroing. I was talking about how you can macro in those screenshots, but I was not actually using the macro during those times. I used the macro in other times, and they did not call me out during those times. It's really weird. It's really weird. But I will fully admit that I did use some macros to see if you could, right? So, macro as an auto hotkey or something like that. No, just as mouse and keyboard macros. Mouse and keyboard macros. Specifically, my Corsair keyboard and my Logitech mouse. Macros with those. Just so I didn't have to go like this all the time. Just keep pushing the same button over and 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 over. I created a macro that would just push the button over and over and over and over and over for me, so I didn't have to actually physically push it. Even though I'm physically sitting there playing the game, I'm streaming myself physically sitting there playing the game, you know, but the thing is, it's like, I don't feel like I'm cheating. I'm just saving my finger from having to do this. That's literally all I was doing. And they made sure to call me out on it, and they made sure to make a big deal out of it. I don't know if they did it. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why they did it. I'm not going to make assumptions. Do I want people to be able to use mouse and keyboard macros? Absolutely. I think the accessibility is needed. Do I want people to be able to cheat with mouse and keyboard macros? No. Do I think that the line between cheating and accessibility is very thin? Yeah. Extremely thin. Extremely thin. Like it's impossible for you to draw that line. You're going to cross that line at some point. And that's kind of the issue that I have with it. Same issue that I have with boxing. You know, like it's so hard it's so hard to be on one side of that line without skirting it, you know? It's impossible for them to catch it all. Impossible. And I don't think that Sean likes that word. I don't think that other certain devs like that word, impossible. Like, I'm sorry, no one is going to be the smartest person in the room to where they're like, nope, my anti-cheat whatever is going to stop and catch everyone. It's not going to happen. So don't pretend it is happening. So when you get called out that it's not happening and it's not working properly, or that it's not catching enough people, don't get mad about it, because it's not going to happen. You're not going to catch 100% of people. I hate to say it, but if you're that arrogant, and this goes for anybody, this doesn't just go for Monsters and Memories dev, any game dev, if you are, or any person in life, period, if you are so arrogant that you think you can do something that will not get caught or not get, or be able to catch everybody or whatever, to do something so well, then you are the problem, because that's not true. Like, it's the whole never say never. Never say never. There is zero way to stop gaming keyboards. No, it's not that they're trying to stop gaming keyboards. It's that they're trying to say that if you're using mouse and keyboard macros, then you're going against their terms of service and against the way they want to play, right? How many of you, just by a show of hands, like, seriously, don't try to, like, hide this. How many of you have used a mouse or keyboard macro in this game? I would imagine that several of you have used them, especially people that are playing Bard. Make a mouse or keyboard macro that casts 1, waits 3 seconds, casts 2, waits 3 seconds, casts 3, waits 3 seconds, casts 4, so that you can just do a rotation on your Bard so you don't have to constantly hit the buttons, right? I guarantee you there are people that's doing this. Guarantee it. Now, are they catching some of them? Sure. Are they catching all of them? No. Can't use the macro if I can't get in? That's true, yeah. Every Bard will use a gaming keyboard. I mean, it's hard to say every Bard will. And the problem with that statement is, I think Encrypt was playing a Bard, and he's like, I never used one. And it's like, okay, cool. I'm glad that you didn't, right? But there are a lot of Bards, I'm sure, that are using it. If you think that people are actually playing a Bard and hitting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then cycling 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and every 3 seconds hitting a button for 10 hours, all day long, like, you got to be kidding me. Like, no. So what is their stance on boxing now? For this server, no boxing. You can't box on this server. And I have not been boxing on this server. I boxed on Rel, boxed on Krivia, and I boxed on the Alpha server, where boxing was allowed on all of those servers. So I have boxed in this game, but on this particular server, I don't box. Because it's against what they want. They have said many times that they don't want you boxing, and I don't do it. Now, are they watching me? Probably like a freaking hawk, because I talk about it so much. So they're just waiting for me to box so they can call me out on it, most likely. Just like I feel like was what happened with the macroing, because I talked about macroing so much. Because I had used it. I had used it a bunch, and no one said anything to me about it. And then all of a sudden, somebody says something to me about it, and I'm like, okay, well, wait a minute. You're calling me out on having a macro that pushes a button for me while I'm sitting at a computer, clearly, because I'm streaming the game. But meanwhile, there are people that are running full-on scripts. But it's like, I can't prove that people are running full-on scripts. But there are people that are doing it. And if you think that it's not happening because you think you're so smart that you're able to prevent it, well, that's a problem. To me, that's a problem. 5 shields disenchanted, not a single dust. Ouch. Automating is how you prevent carpal tunnel. Yeah, exactly. It's an accessibility thing to me, guys. It is absolutely an accessibility thing. I get tired of doing this all freaking day. But that's what I do now, because they kind of called me out on it. So I'm like, all right, well, I'll stop doing it. I'll completely change the way that I play the game So I just changed the way that I do it. Most boxers prefer to box on no-box servers, though. Well, yeah, that's the thing. The reason people like to box is for the advantage. If you go to a boxing server and you're boxing, everybody else is also boxing. There's no advantage to anybody else on your server. There is a huge advantage to box on a no-box server and try to do it without getting caught. Huge advantage. And that's just key macros. Don't forget there's also mouse input recording that effectively does the same thing but tracks the mouse and clicks for it. Yeah, it's all sorts of stuff. I've seen people use the Microsoft magnifier to cheat in first-person games as well. Yeah. And now here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. They can check a lot of that. So I'm not trying to explain how to do it. I'm not trying to explain, how they're tracking you. But there are ways that they can know if you're using a mouse and keyboard macro. But there are also ways to spoof it so well that there's no way that a program watching your keystrokes can tell. So it goes both ways. For one person on either side to say that they're 100% going to catch one person, or the other side saying 100% you can't catch me, both of those things are false. You can always catch somebody, and you can always get away with it. There, 1 out of 100, out of a million people might get away with it, but it is possible. And if you are so arrogant on either side to think that you can do either of those things, then there's a problem. So, is it considered boxing if you log in a second account to buff yourself once an hour? Yes. Also to transfer bank items. Yes, that is all considered boxing in this game, according to Trent, the GM Trent. Cannot do it. So if you have done that, you are technically cheating. If you've logged in to teleport your character, if you've logged in to auto run across the world like your friend's character so that you both can play later on, it's all cheating, technically. So, do I think that they're catching every single person that's logging in, an account? And then the funny part is I'm logging in my wife's account. Or, no, sorry, my wife logged in to do this trade for me. No, they didn't. Come on. You know that you logged in your spouse's account, you did the trade, and you're just going to claim that it was your spouse logging in. Come on. Now, should you get in trouble for that? I don't think so. But technically, it is against the terms of service, and it is against the rules of this server. I hear you talking jack about me. Who are you? I don't know who you are. But I'm 1,000% sure you can get away with doing that if you're doing it on a second PC. You could, yeah. Like, let's say that I have a friend. I have a friend over, and they logged in on the same PC or on a different PC in my house, right? And they go AFK, but they're sitting right next to me. They're going to the bathroom, and I'm like, "Hey, I'm just going to transfer an item real quick." How are they going to freaking know that you just did that yourself? They're not. As far as they know, that it's your friend on the other account, right? That's just happens to be at your house, and you're playing together, and they don't know that they went to the bathroom and you actually did the transfer yourself. Now, are they really going to get you in trouble for that? Probably not. Like I said the other day, it's kind of like driving, 9 miles an hour over the speed limit. Cops probably not going to pull you over. Could they? Yes. Are they going to? Probably not. So that was an advanced AI. I was there the whole time. Wait, what? What are you talking about? They will reel in Trent once they start accepting money. I don't know. Maybe. You know, I totally get where Trent's coming from, you know? Like, you're not supposed to box. You're not supposed to log in for any other reason, another character, to transfer items, to teleport, whatever. You're not supposed to do that. And that's where Trent's coming from. Are you going to get caught doing it? Are you going to get in trouble for doing it, etc.? Probably not. You know, how many people are probably doing that? Most likely a lot. Then they're thinking it's not because, and here's why, they're thinking it's not a big deal. It doesn't hurt another player. It doesn't blah, 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 blah. Like, it doesn't affect another person's gameplay for me to log in a wizard and teleport myself over, you know. It doesn't hurt anything. And that's what most people probably think. And it doesn't. You're right. It absolutely doesn't hurt anything. For the most part. So, yeah. Frankly, the only aspect of boxing I don't like is the permacamps. Exactly. That's the one that where it's like, okay, maybe we're, you know, that's the problem. Is, you know, oh, I can camp something, but this person, you have to have, you know, 5 people logged in because you need a healer, you need a tank, you need whatever. And you don't have people that you can keep rotating in. So you log in somebody that logs out because you need that class for whatever reason. And it allows people to lock down a camp that they normally would not be able to lock down. That's where it becomes an advantage and where it becomes a problem. People still don't believe that. They're still like, well, that's not really an issue. It doesn't really take away from your gameplay. Well, if it prevents me from being able to do something, then yeah, it takes away from my gameplay. Absolutely takes away from my gameplay. It's not a box. Look at the link. You're an indie game and I'm an indie developer. My AI is... What are you talking about, dude? Why are you talking in all caps? You can also not post links here. So I don't know what you're talking about and why I'm supposed to be talking about you. I don't even know who you are. I don't see. No. Is this a bot? I have no idea who that is. Stop trying to post links. You can't do it. You are the reason that I have it prevented so people can't post links. Like, literally the reason people can't post links in my chat is for this reason. Hey, thank you so much for the bits. I appreciate it, bud. Zuber, the guy they booted. Who is Zuber? The guy they booted. What are you talking about? They already had that, was just make a pet. I don't know what this guy's talking about. But yes, thank you so much for the bits. I appreciate it. Is it Rhodey? I don't know who Zuber is. Zober? Whatever? I don't know who that is. I have no clue. They banned you for life. Well, I'm sorry they banned you for life. I don't know who you are or why they banned you, but I'm sorry you got banned from the game, I guess. I have real big worry they're going to get some script to be like same IP address equals ban. Well, they said that they don't want to do that, right? They could do that. They can see if you're on the same IP address, but come on. We got 71 people in here and then 27 people over on YouTube. What is your first thought if you're trying to be a boxer and they're banning IP based on IP address? My first thought is just get a VPN, right? Is that everybody's first thought? Like, this isn't like some sort of rocket science. You were studying your AI? Wait, are you the person that made the bot in the game and you're studying the AI and you made a bot in the game and they banned you? Good. I'm glad. I didn't get you banned. I'm not the one that did that. But I'm glad that you got banned. Like, good gosh, dude. Why are you crying about it? The AI wasn't made in the game. No, it's made out of the game, but you were... I don't know who you are. I am assuming you... From what you're saying, it sounds like you're the guy that made a bot outside of the game and used it in the game to play the game and got caught and you got banned. It sounds like you're that guy. And if you are that guy, then I don't have any sympathy for you, dude. I have zero sympathy. Like, those are the people they're trying to catch. Those are the ones they need to catch. Zero sympathy for you. I mean, if you ask and they said no one, that one's kind of on you. Wait, what? I still have no idea what you're talking about? Yeah, I know you don't, Burl. You never know what I'm talking about. Oh, you're talking to that guy if you asked if you could use it and they said no, and then he did it anyway? Yeah, that's 100% on you, dude. 100% on you. You shouldn't have done it. Like... Okay. I cannot work, but want to be in a group daytime. Usually hard to find a group, so maybe a monk or necro chanter is out because I'm tired of playing a class that is looked at so hard. Wait, what? What are you talking about, Brian? I don't know what you're talking about. Just finished reading the class update info. Promising overall. I agree. I think it's very promising overall. I'm gonna put out my videos later today, maybe this evening. I did a whole read up. I read every single one of them, gave my comments, my thoughts. So for anybody that's like, what are your comments and thoughts? You're gonna be able to watch them on the recap video that will be out later this evening. Please go watch them. It really helps me out when you guys watch my YouTube content a lot. So thank you for being here. Thank you for doing it. Do appreciate. Promising overall, though. Some minor things to say about only a couple classes, I know. But it sounds like they have cohesive vision for the class. Yeah, it does. It sounds like they're doing a great job. There's a few things that I have concerns with, and I'm like, I don't know. How's that going to work out? And we're going to have to wait and see how they actually implement it. But for the most part, I feel like they're doing a great job. Great job. It's very advanced AI. Google DeepMind trains AI in MMOs. What the heck are you saying? Are you sure that you're not just making an AI for chatbot too? I feel like you're just using an AI right now. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. I'm so confused. Are we speaking to the bot now? I think we are. Blink twice if you need assistance. Dude, you can stop trying to post things in my channel. You can't do it. It won't let you. My only 2 cents is that there may be some class design ideas like Ranger Campfire buff and downtime skills that conflict with how people want to play the game. Namely, chain pulling might be more of those kinds of tension between vision and game. So, yeah, I kind of had the same thought. I had the same thought about the Ranger and the campfires. Is a Ranger... Am I now going to be paying a Ranger to come to my campfire to put down a campfire buff so that I get some sort of benefit that I don't have because I don't have a Ranger in my party? Like, is that going to be the new SAO, right? Like, everybody wants to go to town, get Speed of the Wild, go back out and adventure. So now it's just going to be, oh, Ranger, come to my camp and give me the campfire buff for 45 minutes so that I have your campfire buff. Like, I feel like that's going to end up being what the Ranger does. They're just going to run around from camp to camp to camp making fires. And nobody's going to actually want one in their party. They're just going to want to have them just for the campfire buff. That would be really weird, but I don't know. Do you guys think that's what's going to end up happening? What the heck is that? Oh, it's just a scimitar. I thought that was a worm. AI not only plays the game, but also talks in Twitch. I know, right? That's weird. One campfire per ranger, probably. Maybe. I don't know if they could they do that? Could they, like, differentiate it that way? Is that possible? Are rangers bad in groups? No, rangers aren't bad in groups currently. But would you rather, like, if the only reason to have a ranger in your group is for the campfire buff, but you would rather have, like, a rogue in your group, like, that to me is what screams that it might happen with the ranger. I'm going to put a rogue in my party for their DPS, but I want a ranger just to come over and give me their campfire buff. Like, I don't really want to have a druid in my party. I want to have a cleric for healing, but I want to have speed of the wild, so I want to have a druid come over and give me speed of the wild. You know, like, that's what I'm afraid might end up happening with the campfire buffs. But we'll see. Look at the downtime skills, too. Rangers are pullers, and people want chain pulling, so when exactly is a ranger going to be using those skills in a full group? Sounds great for slower content, but I haven't really seen that for 6-player activity. Yeah, like, we'll have to see how it plays out once they actually get it in the game. Like, what they're currently talking about is just kind of an overview idea. We don't really know how it's going to play out. So we'll have to see what they do with that. But I, too, am curious. I, too, am very curious. Sorry, I got a text message. Let me see who that is. My girlfriend. She sent me a stupid political meme. Anyway. Is it that bad for Rangers, like vanilla EQ, where they were always wanted last in groups? I don't think it's going to be that bad for Rangers. I think they're still going to be pretty good damage. It seems like what they're trying to do for Rangers is decent damage, being able to jump in and out of combat, or in and out of melee combat, and doing, you know, decent damage, but having a lot of utility, specifically being the best in the game at using snare. That is one of the big benefits you're going to want out of a ranger, is their ability to use snare. It sounds like they're taking away snare or limiting snare on other classes and really making rangers good at snare. To kind of, you know, emphasize, hey, you want to put a ranger in your party. But I don't like the idea that you have to have a ranger in your party to snare. So hopefully it's a ranger's the best at snare, but other classes can also do it. That would be my hope. So we'll see what happens there. All right, let me go get Sal again. Anybody at the bank want to give me some Speed of the Wild? I'm at 76. 76 on Iron Root. I need to get to 80, and then I can go do Strangle, whatever. Wool Socks coming in with the follow. Thank you so much, Wool Socks. I appreciate it, bud. Do you know how I wasn't following? WTF. I don't know how you weren't following either. I mean, gosh. There we go. Thank you so much for Sal, whoever gave it to me. Sizgil. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, bud. Snare is mentioned in Necro and Archer. Was it mentioned in Necro and Archer? Maybe it was specifically called. Oh, I think they did mention it under like the Necro CC Snare, but it might have been Snare the Dead or something. So, yeah, we'll have to see. But yeah, as long as other classes can do it, but there could be one class that does it better than everybody else. Monk being the best overall puller, but other classes being able to be also good pullers, you know? The fighter being the best overall tank, but other classes also being able to tank. The cleric being the best overall healer, but other classes also being able to heal. You know, that's what I want to see out of this game, is very definitive. This class is the best at something that is needed by everyone else. Love seeing that kind of stuff. Thank you so much for the sub, Ghost. I appreciate it, my friend. I want to check out Shadow Knight after the changes. Me too. I imagine a bunch of Shadow Knight players are sad about the changes, but they sound great to me. I like the Shadow Knight changes. I think that they're good change. I think that it's like I even said this in my little thing, which I'll be posting later. But I think that Shadow Knights are going to be a very highly played class with the changes, because I think people are going to like the idea of finding monster abilities and getting monster abilities and using those in their toolkit. My hope, honestly, like this might sound weird, but my hope is that the Shadow Knights have very few abilities that they can actually just go to a vendor and buy, but have a lot of abilities they can learn throughout the game. Like go and fight a spider and learn how to poison. Go and fight, a ghoul and learn ghoul root. Be able to fight certain mobs. Maybe you have to kill 100 of those mobs and learn that ability. That could be a really fun gameplay mechanic. That's the Final Fantasy Blue Mage dream. Yeah, it is kind of Final Fantasy Blue Mage. Very much so. No tank and elementalist necropet tank swap in groups. Going to be a big brain strat. I really, really hope that they don't do that. One of my biggest takeaways from reading all the class changes is I don't think that a pet by itself should ever be able to replace a player. Ever. Right? I don't think that a necromancer pet fully buffed up by the necromancer should in any way be better than a tank to be able to tank mobs, right? But I feel like the way that they wrote it out, that's absolutely going to happen. An under-geared tank for a level it'll be better and more advantageous for the group to have a necromancer that's got all their spells and the right pet and pumping in and making that pet their tank, rather than having an under-geared tank, which is going to feel really bad for tanks that aren't able to get into groups and get that gear to where, oh no, I hit level 30, but I didn't get all of the level 20 upgrades that I could possibly get, and now a necromancer pet at level 30 is better than me, and nobody ever wants to group with me again. That's going to feel super, super bad. So, hopefully they don't do that. Hopefully they don't do that. Got to catch them all skill collection. Yeah, it's going to be Pokemon. It's going to be the Pokemon class where you got to get every ability. The Necromancer has the same thing. They're going to have to go out and like level up their pets and get new pets and find them throughout the game in different areas, what it sounds like. I like that idea. I think it's a really cool idea, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun for those classes to go and find those. That's why I said Necro and Pet and Elemental Pet swap mobs, so they have time to recover while getting benefits of having the extra DPS instead of a tank. Yeah, I think that's absolutely going to be a strategy that could potentially happen the way that they currently are talking about it. Why would you put a pet in or why would you put a tank in your party if you can have a necromancer and an elementalist doing more damage, than a tank and being able to tank just as well? So I'm a little bit nervous about that. Will the class updates be in place by the open playtest at the end of May? Ooh, I don't know. Maybe. They haven't said. They should have no tank capability, just a 3-minute cooldown that's like a 10-second hard taunt or something when needed. Now, if they do it that way, to where they can't be a sustained tank for like multiple fights in a row, like that's where I feel like the fighter is going to end up coming in as the better overall tank. because of the way they explain the other tanks. The way that they explained the Inquisitor, the way they explained the Paladin, they're going to utilize more of their resources to be able to tank for long periods. Excuse me. Wow, yum. To be able to tank for long periods. Now, if they make it to where, like they said that the Elementalist Earth Pet would be a good tank. So the Elementalist Earth Pet would then, for 2 minutes out of 5 minutes, is a really good tank. So that means that they pull a mob for 2 minutes, they kill that mob, then they got to meditate for another 3 minutes to get their mana back, and then they also get the refresh on their ability, so then they can use that pet to now tank the mob for the next 2 minutes so they can continue to solo that way. So basically, every 2 minutes they're fighting one mob and then have 3 minutes of downtime. That could work out really well. That could be fine, which means that a tank would still be needed in a party because a tank is going to be able to maintain tanking for 5 minutes and then continue tanking after that. Like they don't have a recovery period. So it depends on how they do it, right? It really depends on how they do it. So I'm a bit nervous on that. If they don't do it right, it could be very broken. But if they do it right, it could work out really well. Like having a Necromancer pet or an Elementalist pet being a temporary off tank is a fantastic idea. I think it's a really good idea. As well as a Cleric off tank. I don't know why they put Cleric. They put off tank in the Cleric description at all. Like that was just like, oh my God, poor choice of words. I feel like that was a person that just might play video games, but doesn't really get into the nitty gritty of how things function. Trying to just explain, how a paladin can take hits while still casting spells. And the term off tank was just like, oh yeah, they can off tank a mob while they're healing. No. Just no. Just no. Like, does this mean that if you accidentally pull 2 mobs, the tank can focus on one and the cleric can heal the tank, which will pull aggro on the other mob, and then that mob is being off tanked by the cleric while they're healing the main tank and themselves? Like, is that where they're trying to go with that? I hope not. I hope that they're not making it to where, like, oh, you have to off tank a mob while you're healing. That just seems awful, because then you can't sit down and meditate to gain mana back. Like, that just doesn't function. It doesn't work well in this game. So we'll see. We'll see what skills they put in. Fighter better when chain pulling, but if you get like a small break between mobs, the other tanks. Yeah, that's exactly how I read it. Fighter's going to be a consistent, good tank, chain pulling mobs, being able to, like, nonstop. They don't ever have to worry about mana. They don't ever have to worry about any other resource. They can just do the job of the tank all the time. And they're able to mitigate damage, the physical damage, better than any other tank through cooldowns. That's what I'm hearing about the fighter, which is great. And then the other tanks will also be able to tank very well, but they're going to have to maintain their resources, like their mana, a little bit more. I'm super hyped about the class notes. Yeah, super hyped. I feel like they interchange off tank with emergency tank, and then also mix those two words up everywhere. They feel like they did too. Yeah, I feel like they did too for sure. Just hope they can hold threat with a shield. Who, the cleric? I don't think the cleric is going to be holding threat at all. I don't think that's the intent of the cleric at all. Or are you talking about tank fighters? Oh, the fighter being able to hold threat with the shield? I think they will be able to, because it sounds to me like they're going to be adding in threat generating abilities. Rather than holding threat through damage, fighters are going to be holding threat through actual threat generating abilities. So damage DPS on the fighter will no longer be required to maintain threat, which is something that I've been saying for a while. They should have never made it to where, oh, the fighter does more damage and it needs it. Like that should have never been the case. They should have just given them, like, take away on the fighter, take away, or not take away, but reduce Ren damage, reduce frenzy damage, remove triple attack, remove crit, all of that kind of stuff. Just get rid of those, and just give them threat generating abilities like provoke instead of those, you know, like add. Right now I think Rend has additional threat added to it. Just add more of that, you know. Add items in the game. Through itemization, you have a weapon that procs threat, you know. All right, I hit trivial on Iron Root. Woohoo! He did it! Yay! What was my favorite change I saw? My favorite change was literally that everything is going to be... Did I just lose Speed of the Wild when I... Wait. I feel like I still have Speed of the Wild. I do have Speed of the Wild. That's weird. It just disappeared on me. My favorite change was the hybrids are no longer hybrids. They are their own unique class. That is literally my favorite overall change. So it goes for a lot of different classes. Want to sell Blood Iron Greaves. What are these? Ooh, those are terrible. Off tank equals tanking a smaller mob at the same time as the main tank. That's how it's been defined. Yeah, I agree. I agree. So, anyway... We got to 80 in herbalism. I'm now going to be able to play my wizard tomorrow. That was our entire goal today, was to get to 80 in herbalism on my wizard. But then we got distracted by the class update. So super distracted by that. But we got to 80. I'm going to be able to now play my wizard tomorrow and get some strangle vine, whatever stuff. Speaking of which, I need to go buy another herb pouch. So we can start doing that. But anyway, I appreciate everybody being here. You guys are awesome. You're fun. You're amazing. You're beautiful people. I'm going to go ahead and sign off for today. I'll be back on here tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern, for more fun Monsters and Memories stuff. A lot more chat. Maybe we'll get a Sean stream tomorrow, and he will talk about it. I don't know, but yeah, I appreciate everybody being here. Look out on the YouTube videos. I'm gonna go do that right now. Actually, not right now. In a few minutes, I'm gonna go on the YouTube videos, and I will be making. I'll be putting out all of the walkthroughs and the read where I was reading through all the class notes, so you can see what I have to say about each one of the classes. Anyway, take care. Have a good one. Thank you so much for the bits earlier. Thank you so much for the subs. Thank you so much for the follows. Thank you so much for the chat. All of that kind of stuff. And I will see you next time. Bye.